Warning. The following film contains depictions of common sense and objective reality which may be disturbing to some viewers. Many of the views expressed in this film do not adhere to the official media-endorsed narrative. If you are hearing this message, please be aware that you are not supposed to be watching this film. You are not advised to learn this information or to consider these ideas. Please reject and disregard everything you are about to see. Rest assured that powerful people are working hard to hide this film from you. Take comfort in knowing that by the year 2030, all information will be filtered through liberal fact checks and pre-approved by the federal government before being made accessible to the public. One great thing about the new normal is that your access to information is being restricted. Soon you won't need to worry about accidentally learning something that the government doesn't want you to know. And for the safety of the community, your ability to share information is being restricted as well, protecting yourself and others from any unwanted influence you might otherwise have. It is of critical importance that we move toward the complete removal of the First Amendment, because there is a secret that must be protected at all costs, and a reality that must never be revealed. The world must never know that our system is hinged on a great deception. They must never learn that the very lie that Satan told Eve in the Garden of Eden is also the foundation on which our society was built. We must conceal that truth by any measure necessary, because in a world that was built on a lie, the truth must be forbidden.
What is the New World Order conspiracy? Do you know?
New World it's really simple. New World is a famous supermarket chain in New Zealand. And New World Order is when you buy in bulk from there. And that's a bit of a gag for the Kiwis. Right now they're watching, going, this guy's an absolute crack up.
Today's newspapers, folks, are full of stories about the rampant rise in divorce rates, the increasing abuse of children by some parents, increases in the incidence of rape pornography being read by an increasing number of people, more crimes against property, demands for world government, urgings for national borders to fall, Christian churches being closed because they will not seek licensing by the state, etc., 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 and I could go on and on and on and on and on. Why are these things happening? Why are all of the legacies of the past, the family, national borders, the right to practice any chosen religion, the right to private property, among other things, under such an attack? Is it possible that there are actually people and organizations who really want to change the basic order of things? Clues to the answers to these questions, folks, can be gleaned from some comments made by people and organizations that are talking about these wide-ranging changes in the nature of our lifestyle.
And since then we established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while. A lot of people dying, but nowhere near the chaos. And now is a time when things are shifting. There's gonna be a new world order out there, and we've got to lead it. We've got to unite the rest of the free world in doing it.
And a warm reception for Barack Obama as he walks to the podium. His wife seated among the heads of state and dignitaries.
The time has come for the world to move in a new direction. We must embrace a new era of engagement based on mutual interest and mutual respect. And our work must begin now.
And the president outlined his vision of a new world order in which the U.S. would participate fully.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
How would I find out more about that?
Well, you know, you could, if you just Google New World Order, you're going to get a whole bunch of information on that, or you're going to get this 1990s professional wrestling faction featuring Kevin Nash and Hollywood Hulk Hogan.
But the greatest threat on this front springs from the distinct illiberal and external actors who equate their success with fracturing the liberal international order. And I'll not mince words. This movement is principally led by Russia. We see it in their aggression against their neighbors, sending in so-called little green men across borders to stir violence and stirs of strains of separatism in Ukraine. And again, the purpose is clear: to collapse the liberal international order. Simply put, Mr. Putin has a different vision of the future, one in which Russia is pursuing across the board.
But right now, it's a critical time because we know that we not only fight for Ukraine, we fight for this new world order for the democratic countries. We knew that we are the shield for the Europe. We knew that we are protecting not only Ukraine, we are protecting like all the other countries that would be next if we fail. That's why we just cannot fail.
Well, you know John Ondrasik from the band Five for Fighting and the hit song Superman. I love that song.
He sang it live on Fox and Friends back in the day, inspired by the Ukrainian people and their Superman, President Zelensky. The singer-songwriter is releasing a song dedicated to the leader of Ukraine.
Before I introduce them, I got this message this morning from Bono, and he said this. He said, "Oh, St. Patrick, he drove out the snakes with his prayers, but that's not all it takes. For the smoke symbolizes an evil that arises and hides in your heart as it breaks. And the evil risen from the darkness that lives in some men, but in sorrow and fear, that's when saints can appear, to drive out those old snakes once again. And they struggle for us to be free from the psycho in this human family. Ireland's sorrow and pain is now the Ukraine, and St. Patrick's name is now Zelensky." Well, you like that, Father?
John Ondrasik has put this out just a couple of days ago, and he said, you're about to hear it live. John, what prompted you to take action the best way you know how, and that's through music?
You know, Brian, I think with someone like Zelensky, it's easy to be inspired. I think he's a unique figure in history that forces us to look at ourselves as individuals and nations. You know, what would you do if your country was being invaded by a thug like Putin? Would you take the plane ticket that he was offered, or would you ask for stingers and MiGs? He strengthens us, he shames us, he enlightens us, he inspires us, and it makes it easy to have a song like that. It frankly writes itself.
It does.
But he's got everyone thinking, can one man save the world?
An Associated Press dispatch on July the 26th, 1968 reported this, quote, New York Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller says as president he would work toward international creation of a new world order, unquote. And you thought George Bush coined that phrase? Surprise, surprise. On January the 30th, 1976, a new document called the Declaration of Interdependence was introduced to the American people, and it was signed by 124 traitors, 32 senators, and 92 representatives, altogether 124 traitors in Washington, D.C., and it read in part, quote, 2 centuries ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation. Now we must join with others to bring forth a new world order, unquote. Another individual who has commented is Henry Kissinger, probably the greatest traitor this nation has ever known, former Secretary of State. According to the Seattle Post-Intelligence of April 18, 1975, Mr. Kissinger said, quote, "Our nation is uniquely endowed to play a creative and decisive role in the new order which is taking form around us," unquote. George Bush gave the commencement address at Texas A&M University on May 12, 1989, and he used similar words as well. His speech was on the subject of Soviet-American relations, and he was quoted as saying in part, quote, "Ultimately, our objective is to welcome the Soviet Union back into the world order. Perhaps the world order of the future will truly be a family of nations," unquote.
I believe we, and particularly you, your class, has an incredible window of opportunity to lead in shaping a new world order for the 21st century.
Even the New World Order cannot guarantee an era of perpetual peace, but enduring peace must be our mission. Our success in the Gulf will shape not only the New World Order we seek, but our mission here at home.
And with that's what they'd like us to believe. But you see, what they're really up to is a scheme to plant their own loyal members in positions of power in this country, to work to erase national boundaries and create an international community, and in time bring about a one world government with David Rockefeller calling the shots.
We will be looking at what contact tracing looks like in the New World Order.
And you pick the people to run those agencies and the deputies that are pledging allegiance to the New World Order and good governance. And then I think you have the Inspector General do some spot audits to make sure that there is real compliance.
Stating facts.
You can't just, it's your opinion.
That's a fact what I just said.
Okay.
I said facts.
But you're
FAX.
You're coming in hard on the paint, and I'm feeling a little sensitive today.
Okay. You're still a little blue.
You're so
I get it.
male.
You're still a little blue. You're not all right yet. You're coming though.
You're passionate
little by little.
about it.
Inch by inch.
Hey, someone answer my question.
We're in the New World Order right now. Everybody should have a little passion about this.
I'm in the middle.
We're in the New World Order right now.
Folks, something is indeed wrong in America. And many sense that changes in this nation's lifestyle are occurring. Most of us know full well that these changes are taking place. The newspapers are saturated with articles reporting the activities of those advocating increased governmental spending for a variety of unconstitutional purposes. Organizations supporting a globalism concept urge the world to adopt a one-world government. Psychologists preaching the destruction of the family unit and recommending that the society rear the nation's children. Governments closing private schools, and nations forming regional governments under which national borders are scheduled to disappear. And still the sheeple think that all of this is happening by accident, and any concept that it is being brought about by a carefully orchestrated plan is the product of crazy conspiratorialists. Since these changes appear to be part of the new philosophy known as the New World Order, anyone desiring to know the future has to become familiar with this new phrase and what it portends for the world of tomorrow, and you will quickly see that it is the result of a well-thought-out, well-conceived, and well-orchestrated plan. Indeed, it is called the Great Work. As an indication that major changes are coming in tomorrow's world, one of the current trends mentioned is the call for a one-world government.
You're talking about total surveillance. Every one of you that have a GPS system in your automobile or whatever you're using, wherever it is, you think you have that to find your way around. No, friend, you got that so they can watch where you're going. You say you're just kidding, preacher. Check it out. Check it out. They're tracking you. Big Brother's watching over you. Make no mistake about that. So what's going on, preacher? Why are the fish dying? Why are the birds dying? Let me tell you what I think's going on. I think that the earth is going through a change. I think something is happening that cannot be explained scientifically. I think we're coming close to that period of time where the Bible says, except those days be shortened, no flesh should be left alive. I believe we're nearing the coming of the Lord Jesus Christ. There's an awful lot of stuff going on in this world, and I'm looking for the coming of the Son of Man. That's what I believe. I really believe it. I believe the world is sick spiritually. I believe it's completely turned upside down spiritually. I believe it's in a horrible condition. I do not believe the average man on the street has a clue at how bad things are, nor does the average church member. They don't have a clue. My friend, the Bible says, lift up your head when these things begin to take place, for your redemption draweth nigh. Amen. I'm glad that I've got a few decades behind me. I'm not 15 years old. I've lived a while. I've watched a few things happen. I have never in my lifetime seen anything near what's going on right now. Now you can stick your head in the sand and act like it's not happening, and that's okay. But that's not going to change the facts of reality. Something is going on. And you know what it does for me? It gets me stirred up. It excites me. I really do I am excited. I really am. I get up and I think, maybe today, maybe he really is coming soon. Maybe it'll be before I turn 70. Maybe he'll get here in another year or two. Maybe it'll be a week from now. Maybe today. And I'll tell you right now, it excites me.
I don't want to set the world on
And I want to say thank you to everybody here, avoiding non-essential travel and large gatherings, washing our hands thoroughly and frequently, isolating ourselves if we're feeling sick, and practicing social distancing. Let me spend a moment on this last point because it cannot be undersold. Know that our actions aren't just about ourselves. Our decisions will determine the fate of loved ones. Our decisions and actions will determine the length of this crisis, the damage done to our economy, and ultimately how quickly we will get back up on our feet, to continue to practice social distancing. We all need to do our part to save the lives of our loved ones and not just ourselves. Place of new restrictions that will govern our work moving forward in this city. Prevents people from gathering in close proximity by banning and closing our bars and nightclubs. Second, restaurants and retail facilities, we will now have prohibited on-site food, but permitted.
It has been said that war never changes. From the moment that Adam and Eve stepped out from the Garden of Eden, humankind has been at war, forever engaged in an endless conflict, not only with one another, but against the very nature of a world tarnished by sin. A fallen world, defined by struggle, where poverty, famine, and disease are expected, and where certain death awaits kings and servants alike. From the playgrounds to the prisons, all would eventually perish, just like soldiers on the battlefield. As centuries passed, mankind became increasingly sophisticated in the art of warfare. Bows and arrows would be replaced by guns and bullets. High-powered explosives that could be used to destroy entire communities instantly. Then came the advent of the computer age, which invited many more military advancements. New technologies which enabled mankind to destroy one another in much more direct and intimate ways. Psychological warfare to control the enemy's behavior, information warfare to control the enemy's perspective, and many other covert tactics were employed through these modern strategies, but each served the same goal: to manipulate one's enemies into destroying themselves. By the time that World War III finally came to an end, most people had no idea it ever even started. It was a despicable war which pitted governments against their own citizens. Everything became weaponized: education, healthcare, entertainment, and even personal identity. However, this war's most powerful weapons were cleverly disguised as high-tech consumer products. Over time, most families had filled their homes with all sorts of mind control machines and surveillance devices, effectively enslaving and imprisoning themselves simultaneously. You see, such devices served as a gateway into a cruel campaign of moral indoctrination and anti-human propaganda which left much of humanity in a state of mass hypnosis, sitting dormant and disarmed while their human rights were systematically abolished in the background. This was the establishment of the New World Order, and they called it the Great Reset. We were told that it would bring peace and security, but of course the war raged on. For it was the same war that Adam and Eve entered after the fall, and the very same war that compelled every act of violence since then, because the real war is spiritual, and the real enemy is sin. And war never changes.
And the title of this session, are we ready for a new world order?
And what we're seeing in the world today, I think, is we are on the brink of a dramatic change where we are about to, and I'll say this boldly, we're about to abandon the traditional system of money and accounting and introduce a new one. And the new one, the new accounting, is what we call blockchain. It means digital. It means having a almost perfect record of every single transaction that happens in the economy.
Humans are now hackable animals. You know, the whole idea that humans have, you know, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over.
And since then, we established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while. A lot of people died, but nowhere near the chaos. And now is the time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there. And we've got to lead it. We've got to unite the rest of the free world in doing it. So anyway.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it.
Chapter 22. A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold. The rich and poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. By humility and the fear of the Lord are riches and honor and life. Thorns and snares are in the way of the froward. He that doth keep his soul shall be far from it. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender.
With only one credit card, the Bank AmeriCard, you can charge almost anything, almost anywhere. The Bank AmeriCard gives you instant credit from Boston to Honolulu, from London to Bangkok. The Bank AmeriCard will soon be coming to Southern Ohio as another service of the Citizens National Bank of Ironton.
The Bell system has recently developed Transaction Network Service.
Thank you.
A service that enables a business to verify credit in seconds. This economical computer communication system uses sophisticated new Bell system equipment. The complex circuitry and high-speed switching systems designed by engineers at Bell Labs help businesses keep bad checks and credit cards in line and help you,
Thank you, sir.
That's it, get to the head of the line fast.
Daddy, can I have ice cream cone?
Well, why not?
Bank AmeriCard. Think of it as money. Money when you're close to home. Money when you're away from home. Money for unexpected things. And money for those times when cash, and only cash, will do.
In life for free, but you can give them to the birds and bees. I want money. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Your love gives me such a thrill, but your love won't pay my bills. I want money.
Down 1.7% here, a loss of 37 points or so. Apple shares are just getting hammered this morning.
We're down by between 3 and 4.5% generally across these markets. Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate. We're red everywhere, essentially, down by 4-5%.
Normally bustling streets, suddenly quiet. Mass transit systems now free of crowds. Restaurants where reservations are usually scarce, now hurting for customers. For millions of American families, plans are changing fast. At least 6 states, including California and New York, banning large gatherings of people.
Now I'm going to sign this, and it's a great honor. $6.2 trillion. I've never signed anything with a T on it. I don't know if I can handle this one, Mitch. We can't chicken out at this point, can we? I don't think so, huh? All right, thank you all.
One of the biggest disruptions, schools from kindergarten to college closing their doors. Parents nationwide now scrambling to care for kids who are suddenly home for the foreseeable future.
I don't have the option just to take time off, so here they are.
The stock market is now down 21%.
Because we're now down 43%.
What in the world is happening on Wall Street?
2-year no yields went from 190 to 166 in the blink of an eye.
On the NASDAQ, everything and more has been completely wiped out.
In America, 2021 has been the year of the Great Resignation, otherwise known as the Big Quit. Millions of Americans are leaving their jobs, over 4 million every month at the moment. It seems the pandemic has led many to rethink what they need and what they want from a job. Michelle Fleury travelled to Kentucky, where people are quitting at a higher rate than in many other states.
What I'm talking about tonight is the impact on the virus and how we're going to end this pandemic. And we're going to talk at all the elements of the bill, beginning on Friday, Saturday, and through the week. So, thank you for being here. Got it. Thank you all.
A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, and loving favor rather than silver and gold. The rich and poor meet together. The Lord is the maker of them all. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. By humility and the fear of the Lord are riches and honor and life. Thorns and snares are in the way of the froward. He that doth keep his soul shall be far from them. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. And the borrower is servant to the lender.
Get ready for The Phoenix, The Economist, January 9th, 1988. 30 years from now, Americans, Japanese, Europeans, and people in many other rich countries, and some relatively poor ones, will probably be paying for their shopping with the same currency. Prices will be quoted not in dollars, yen, or D-marks, but in, let's say, the Phoenix. The Phoenix will be favored by companies and shoppers because it will be more convenient than today's national currencies, which by then will seem a quaint cause of much disruption to economic life than in the last 20th century. And what could be more convenient than Bitcoin, right? And these new technologies that are now all over the news today. At the beginning of 1988, this appears an outlandish prediction. Proposals for eventual monetary union proliferated 5 and 10 years ago. The Phoenix will probably start as a cocktail of national currencies, just as the special drawing right is today. In time, though, its value against national currencies would cease to matter because people would choose it for its convenience and the stability of its purchasing power. Okay. Again, this is 1988 talking about their prediction for the year 2018, the new currency. The alternative, to preserve policymaking autonomy, would involve a new proliferation of truly draconian controls on trade and capital flows. This course offers governments a splendid time. They could manage exchange rate movements, deploy monetary and fiscal policy without inhibition, and tackle the resulting bursts of inflation with prices and income policies. It is a growth-crippling prospect. Pencil in the Phoenix for around 2018 and welcome it when it comes. We don't know it yet, but 2018 has been the promised year, and coincidentally or not, so it happens to be the year of cryptocurrency growth. Consensus 2018 in New York confirms this growing community. It held over 8,000 attendees compared to 2017, 2,700 attendees. Again, now it's a whole different world. Many have compared the Phoenix to Bitcoin and agree in similarity. From the article, preparing the way for the Phoenix will mean fewer pretended agreements on policy and more real ones. It will mean allowing and then actively promoting the private sector use of an international money alongside existing national monies. Does that not sound exactly like cryptocurrency? For sure, one of the selling points is that, this is a decentralized currency. This isn't run by the central bank. It's a lot of people that own crypto think of it as a way of that they're sticking it to the man. And though there might be some truth to that in this moment, but I would argue that no, the government is very much going to eventually control the crypto market as well from a centralized platform, which we're going to get into and I think prove.
Several months later,
U.S. President Joe Biden Wednesday signed an executive order requiring the government to assess the risks and benefits of cryptocurrencies and to explore the creation of a digital dollar. The president's order requires the Treasury Department, the Commerce Department, and other key agencies to prepare reports on the future of money. It's a first step toward coordinated government regulation of the now $3 trillion industry. Administration officials said oversight of the booming sector is essential to ensure U.S. national security, financial stability, and to fend off the growing threat of cybercrime.
Sometimes there are as many as 50 homeless people, some drunk, some high, most hungry. They're here outside this empty store in East Oakland every night waiting for the preacher man.
How you doing? How you doing? How's it going? You bring that over here.
It may be one of the few things they can depend on, religion, at the corner of Foothill and Coolidge, every night at 10:30. They know he understands their situation because the preacher man, Vincent Penizel, is one of them.
In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ we pray, amen. Amen.
It's rough. And I slept in the lower Wacker, I slept on the bridges,
I done slept in little cardboard boxes and stuff, you know, just surviving, especially in the wintertime is the hardest time.
I despair every single day. Every day. Yeah. I mean, how would you like to be homeless? Living on the street? You'll say, well, you chose homelessness. I don't choose anything. God chooses everything for us.
So you think God chose you to do this?
Of course.
To minister to the homeless?
Yeah, I'd rather not do it. I'd rather not do it, but I have to be obedient to God.
He's been ministering to the homeless and giving them money for 9 years.
I walked up to a woman once to ask her what time it was. I was pushing a cart. Me and my wife were pushing our cart. We had all our stuff in a grocery cart. I was pushing. I needed to know what time it was, so I went up to ask this woman what time it was. She's like, oh, get away from me. I don't have any money. Leave me alone. I'm like, I don't want to. She's like, just get away from me. Go. I'm like, and I'm thinking, what if my wife was pregnant, her water just broke, and I needed help? I mean, who knows? What if I was having chest pain and I needed her to call 911? She didn't care. Just get away from me. Go. I don't got no money. She thought all I wanted was her money. I just want to know what time it was. And it hurt, man. It's like, damn.
You are proof that there is a huge misconception of why people are out here.
I owned a business for 7 years in Kirkland on the waterfront, Carolyn Point. I did gift basket, specialty food, and fine wine. And then I got a divorce and it all went away. That was like 10 years ago. And so yeah, I was Washington Corporation. I had 10 employees. So, yeah. So this just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But it happened.
Yeah.
So.
Preaching on the streets was about the last thing Vincent Penizel imagined he'd end up doing. Religion was not an important part of his upbringing. He was an honors student in ancient history at Rutgers University. Then when he was in his 4th year of a doctorate program at UC Berkeley, he started reading the Bible casually and came across a verse that changed his life in a profound way.
Give to all who ask, Luke chapter 6. This actually, when I was still on the fence, deciding whether this was, you know, this was real or not, I decided that the idea was extraordinary in itself, right? Giving to everybody who asks. Well, why not? Why not give to anybody who asks? I began to practice it, and I found that the more I practiced it, the more I had faith in it, and the more I had faith in the scriptures, and the more I had faith in Jesus.
I had people to walk past me and say, get a job, bum. And I said, wait a minute, I'm not a bum, I'm a human being. And it's hard. But after the end of the day, when people go home and everybody get on the message train and they mind, and then I just feel so bad that I can't be going on, you know. I'm sorry. But it's really emotional because I'm really trying to get myself together and get off this tree, you know. And I don't care what it's doing. If I can get a job and through this humidity and like I go fill out applications for a job and stuff, they look at me, you know, I'm not looking presentable, and then we'll call you, leave a number, but how can I leave a number when I don't have a phone? So it's just a struggle.
And God will wipe away every tear from our eyes. This is what John says.
By night, this is not a safe neighborhood. Penizel has been robbed 6 times, sometimes at gunpoint.
It wasn't as bad as getting slapped in the face, which happened to me a couple of times. That was even worse. But
slapped in the face? By?
Just people who felt that they needed to get their aggressions out on a homeless guy.
Yeah, I'm 4 months pregnant.
4 months pregnant?
Yeah.
Do you have medical insurance?
Yeah, I have my Medicaid. We go to Bellevue, and I'm seeing a doctor, having a boy.
5 years ago, he became homeless himself.
I used to invite the homeless people over my house, and I was kicked out of 3 places doing that, 3 apartments. After I lost my 3rd apartment, I said, well, my wife had already left me by that time. When I lost my 3rd apartment, I said, forget it. I'm staying on the street.
His home now is a small camp next to a noisy freeway.
I'm over there, that's where I sleep.
Oh, you're right over here?
Yeah, I'm right over there, yep. That little humble place.
Humble, but neat as a pin. Next to his bedroll, his books, and the candles he reads by.
This here is close to $1,000. This is the money I'll be giving away to individuals who show up at the sermon.
the homeless and the poor and the needy. If I have to pay them to hear the word of God, I will. And I'll tell you one thing, this is the greatest investment in the history of mankind.
He's like nobody I've ever met before.
Louise Hill retired from the EPA after 30 years. She met Vincent when he was pumping gas for spare change and now hires him to do odd jobs. He finds some kind of work, like carpentry, almost every day.
He keeps nothing for himself at all. He buys food for people, and he keeps nothing for himself.
You got something, right? Yeah. You got something too.
No,
Everybody got something, right?
You didn't give
me a blanket?
anything. Yes, I
did.
You didn't give me
I got you, sister.
But then you end up giving away almost all of the money you
All
earn.
of it.
All of it.
I have no use for money at all. I know that God takes care of me. He feeds me and He clothes me, right? I mean, He keeps me healthy so that I could do His work, so that I could take care of others. He provides me with everything that I need to take care of people who essentially can't take care of themselves.
Bill Ward has been homeless for 8 years, and he thinks many who show up here each night to hear Vincent preach are not here for the preaching, but for a free handout.
I was going to tell him, look, why don't you just come here like for a couple of weeks, preach the word and don't give out anything but food or blankets, you know. See who will be here.
He doesn't judge people. He doesn't say, well, I'm not going to give this person money because I know they're ripping me off. He gives money to everybody.
You think some of them might take advantage of you?
All the time. Everybody takes advantage of me. That's turn the other cheek. I allow myself to be abused. I set myself up for abuse all the time. As did Jesus.
In his view, most churches today have lost their way, forgotten the teachings of Christ about the importance of personal sacrifice.
And so they want to tell people what their ears want to hear. You know, that it's the gospel of success, that if you follow the Lord, you're going to be blessed materially, right? And financially.
That's not the gospel as far as you're concerned.
Of course not. It's not the gospel. Where does it say that? John says, do not love the world or anything in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him.
I've been working with Vinny now for over 4 years. Our biggest challenge out here is the lack of support and the lack of people willing to inconvenience themselves for the sake of a little bit of selflessness and a little bit of helping others and doing unto others what they would want done for themselves. What if I had an addiction or if I was mentally feeble or medically infirm and I was unable to care for myself? Wouldn't I want somebody to care for me? You know, if I was alone and had no family, if I was old and nobody visited me, you know, what would you want for yourself? You know, so, you know, start doing something for somebody, anybody. Just, you know, you don't have to hardly even step past your own block before you'll run into somebody that meets those criteria that you can start helping. And it will grow from there, and you'll find purpose in it, and you'll realize that this is the purpose of our existence.
It was difficult to convince Spinizzo to do an interview because he says he doesn't want what he's doing to be glorified, but he doesn't like to be ridiculed either.
Yeah, there you go, brother.
There's little question that Spinizzo feels compassion for the people on the streets, but he says it's Christ's compassion, not his. He says he serves the homeless for his own salvation.
You don't do drugs.
No.
You don't drink.
No.
You don't smoke.
No.
What do you do?
Suffer. And Jesus says, pick up your cross and follow me. And deny yourself every day. And that's what I'm doing. I'm denying myself. I'm denying myself a life here. What did Jesus say? He who seeks his life will lose it. But he who loses his life for my sake will gain it everlastingly. You want some bread? I got some rolls.
He says what he's doing on the streets is no different from the many stories of personal sacrifice in the Bible, and he can't understand why people today consider it so unusual. For Religion and Ethics News Weekly, I'm Lucky Severson in East Oakland, California.
Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was an hungred, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, and ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungered, and fed thee, or thirsty, and gave thee drink? When saw we thee a stranger, and took thee in, or naked, and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick, or in prison, and came unto thee? And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in, naked, and ye clothed me not, sick, and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee an hungered, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? Then shall he answer them, saying, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal.
Oh, okay, all right. There you go, brother. I'm only one per person. I'm sorry. Good to see you again. Stop it, man. I'll be here. Hey, where'd it go again?
Since I laid my burdens down.
The devil is going to test you, my brothers and sisters. Yeah. The devil will test you, just like he tested Job. But Job withstood the test, and it is a story designed for our benefit, so that we know that we must wait on the Lord, wait on the living God, who will deliver us in the end. And there shall be no more sorrow. It won't exist anymore. There shall be no more sorrow, and no more crying, and there will be no more pain. These things won't exist anymore. This is what we have to hope in. This is what we are sacrificing for. This is what we are demonstrating our trust in God for. For the former things have passed away. Behold, God says, I make all things new. And he who said to me, Write, for these are the words that are faithful and true. And he said to me, It is done, for I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. And I will give of the fountain of the water of life freely to him who thirsts. He who overcomes shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, God bless you.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Whole celebrity worship thing, man, it's so ridiculous, you know, like Tim, play that video now. Look, check this out too. Like, as far as worshiping a golden statue goes, I think it's kind of interesting, the similarity between this Osiris, Oscar, and then you can't see what it says here because of my logo, but it says Ptah. And they're the Ptah and Osiris obviously are Egyptian gods. And this is like a standard way that figurines would be made to represent these guys. So that's interesting, right? But anyways, I made this little video to better highlight why award ceremonies are so stupid, right? And this, to me, what you're about to see right here is the real issue, far more so than the maybe real, maybe fake, stupid slang.
Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
Who wants to pray to the devil with me? Who's in with me? Come on, hey, let me see those horns. Let me see those horns. Mental.
thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here tonight.
Good evening, godless sodomites.
What are you doing?
I'm bringing the truth, John. We're in Hollywood, the belly of the beast.
You can't just read the prompter?
I'm reading the prompter in here. You can read that pablum.
Award show banter is not pablum. Reality television celebrates the human condition. By illuminating what's extraordinary in the ordinary person.
It warps the minds of our children and weakens the resolve of our allies.
A lot of people come up here and they thank Jesus for this award. I want you to know that no one had less to do with this award than Jesus. He didn't help me a bit. If it was up to him, Caesar Milan would be up here with that damn dog. So all I can say is, suck it, Jesus. This award is my God now.
Welcome to the Satanic Cult Awards, ladies and gentlemen. All hail the Dark Lord.
You know, they say that Led Zeppelin sold their souls to Satan. Come on, guys, you know you did. There's no other way to explain your ungodly talents. I just want to say thank you, because while you're in hell, the human race will cherish your heavenly gems till the end of time. A small price to pay.
On behalf of Amy, I'd like to thank the devil and all the dark lords who
Don't do the devil stuff.
gave her this award
Don't do the devil stuff.
and allowed her to feast on the flesh of the innocent.
Thanks, everybody.
We're here to honor achievement in that category.
By giving you a golden idol to worship. Kneel before your God, Babylon!
Oh, hand to the person next to you. Come on, lady. Dear Dark Lord Satan, hope everything's good with you. I'm doing fine myself. Just want to say hi and ask you to grant tonight's nominees continued success in the music industry. How's that?
Yeah, so that's who the world's worshiping, you know. So let's just stop worshiping these celebrities, and let's stop talking about the Will Smith thing.
This message is for Jonathan, my son. However this message gets to you, I'm putting it in God's hands to deliver it.
I don't care what they do to me. You only have 8 hours to prove yourself to the Commonwealth.
You're going to hear 2 words used over and over again. I accept. Learn to accept. Learn to serve, and you will find freedom.
You accept? Let me hear you say it.
A man my age can never forget how it feels to drive 100 miles an hour going nowhere. To be free, Jonathan. This is my last will and testament.
Me, I'm gonna enjoy every second of watching her head roll.
And believe me, you haven't seen anything yet.
Hey everybody, thanks for checking out this trailer for the upcoming movie End of Youth. For the record, I have nothing to do with this movie. You know, I wasn't involved in the production of this film in any way. However, I do have a connection to it because my cousin, whose name is Curtis McGann, is an actor who plays a role in this movie. So, you know, I kind of want to support him, you know, but also I want to get behind this movie and help promote it because, well, first off, it looks like an awesome film, but also because it clearly pertains to the truth and to the gospel. And I think that a well-made movie like this could pose a great opportunity, you know, to reach people in the fallen world who would generally avoid the gospel, you know, but that might watch something like this. And also, unfortunately, the End of Youth YouTube channel only has about 200 subscribers, and that's way too low, which is another reason I'm trying to get behind this thing and help promote it and support it. You know, we all know that it takes a lot of time and money and resources to make a movie, and so I'm calling on you guys to help me get the word out about this film. Please go into the description of this video and click the link for the End of Youth YouTube channel and subscribe, you know, and tell them that Fallen World Film sent you. And let's just take it on ourselves to share and promote this trailer and to help expand the audience for this thing because it seems to be having a rough time getting traction. I don't know if the movie's completed yet, but it's coming out in 2022 one way or another. So please help me guys to try to promote and share and support and help get this thing moving. And I'm going to be back soon. So in the meantime, please share this thing. God bless you guys. Take care of yourselves. And this is Tim from Fallen World Films. Later. So I know that it has become sort of passé to compare modern events with the atrocities of World War II and a certain regime operating out of Germany at that time. You know, but when it comes to describing the nature of what's happening in this world right now, the first thing that comes to my mind is blitzkrieg. And I don't want to linger very long on the history of that term, you know, because sadly, history is a very sensitive and controversial topic on certain platforms these days. You know, so you can read into the history of that yourself. But the word blitzkrieg itself is a German word that means lightning war. And it's an offensive military tactic that involves spontaneously bombarding the enemy with a constant and excessive barrage of firepower, you know, to overwhelm the enemy and sort of weaken their front lines so that you can penetrate their defenses. It's the word that the English term blitz is derived from, you know, the word that most Americans associate with American football. It's a defensive play where a higher than usual amount of defensive players will rush the quarterback in a concentrated effort, you know, to tackle him and to sack him to the field. And if you happen to be the quarterback of that opposing team, you know, and you got a bunch of these muscle men running directly towards you, then you're going to get rid of that ball as soon as possible, you know, to avoid getting sacked to the ground. And so you won't have time to survey the field for open receivers like you usually do, you know, or to employ any of the usual strategies that you would as a quarterback. You know, you can't locate an escape route even. You know, your only options are to get slammed to the ground violently or to throw the ball in the direction of your guy and just hope that he manages to catch it. And whenever I scroll through the headlines these days and I see how all these various changes related to Agenda 2030 and the so-called Great Reset are now being implemented all over the place, it almost feels like we are on the receiving end of a psychological blitzkrieg. Even people like us who are somewhat prepared for these current events are unable to keep up with the rapid progression of all these agendas. You know, it's all just coming too fast. And so before we're able to even respond and to deal with one life-altering agenda, a new one comes around the corner. And it reminds me of that meme that's like, I can't believe it's monkeypox season already. I still got my Ukraine decorations up, you know, or whatever it says. Or that hilarious I support the current thing meme campaign. You know, but that's what happens. I mean, these orchestrated and correlating changes are being pushed now, again, on a weekly basis. And although it seems like we're being bombarded from every angle, those who have been paying attention can easily see how all of these crises fit neatly under the umbrella of Agenda 2030. And well, you know, I've been studying Agenda 2030 ever since it was still Agenda 21. And so, like many of you, I wasn't shocked by the government overreach back in 2020 when the first round of lockdowns and constitutional restrictions began. You know, and also, probably like many of you, I understood that this was the big NWO event that we've all been waiting for.
You know, and so I may have seemed kind of prophetic to my peers and my coworkers back then when I predicted that the lockdowns would escalate to mandatory masks and then mandatory jabs, you know, that there would be food and water shortages and riots in the streets, that gas prices would skyrocket, and eventually there would be an economic collapse. You know, those are all things that I was saying were going to occur ever since day one of the lockdown. You know, but obviously I'm not a prophet. I'm just a guy who took the time to read the playbook. And all these so-called events are actually well-planned agendas that are designed to bring about specific changes to the dynamic of governmental authority and civil society. But what I didn't anticipate was the speed and the force in which all of these agendas would be marched out. I mean, I spent months creating a documentary movie called Chipped, which, by the way, is still available on BitChute and Rumble and my other channels on other platforms. But anyways, the movie was about the coming microchip revolution. You know, that was still far off at the time I started making the movie. But by the time that the movie was complete, many of these coming technologies that I exposed in the movie were already in production at that point. You know, because they found reasons to justify the production of these things due to the Great Reset and the pandemic. And part of me feels like my time has come, kind of, you know, because for all these years of being strangely passionate about all these topics and all the books and all the information that I've compiled and all of the work that I've done, and it feels like society is finally asking questions now that I have the answers to. But the problem is that by the time that I can actually address the current thing, a new thing will come along that's even worse than the last thing. You know, so like I said, it's like a psychological blitzkrieg, and we're all being overwhelmed to a frenzy. You know, it's just bam, bam, bam. And the rapid growth of tyranny emerging in this world, it's almost too pressing to realistically strategize against it. But sadly, I think we're getting to the point where a strategy won't do us any good against this anyways, you know, because it really seems like we're heading into some end time territory here. And this isn't InfoWars. I'm not part of a militia. I don't have a strategy or a game plan to offer you. I mean, don't get me wrong, we are responsible to fight for our freedoms, to care for our community, you know, to know our rights and all of this, you know, but the day will come, and perhaps the day is already here, when the Antichrist will finally be prepared to take his throne. And when that happens, there is no more revolution. There's only revelation at that point. You know, I've always said that this is a spiritual battle. And on this channel, I've often quoted Ephesians 6:12, which says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." You know, and while this scripture may well fit the description of our current ruling elite, you know, who we know to be closeted occultists and Satanists, it will eventually apply to a force that's beyond political discourse. Because the Antichrist doesn't require your vote. And there's nothing that you can ever do that will change the course of these end time events that are described in the Bible. And so the only real solution, if we are indeed in that time, is just to put your faith in the redeeming blood of Christ and to make God the Lord of your life. You know, because whether we are about to enter the Third World War or whether it's just something as mundane as cancer, we're all gonna die. You know, nobody makes it out of this place alive. And as you start seeing the evidence of this new world order, you know, coming to the surface, understand that this is far deeper than the Great Reset or Agenda 2030. You know, it's a lot deeper than Bilderberg or the Bohemian Grove. This is the fulfillment of biblical prophecy. And I hope that you will come to recognize that these are really biblical prophecies being fulfilled around us. And hopefully that will cause you to believe in what the Bible says, you know, all the way through the gospel, and that it will draw you into an abiding faith in Christ and a belief in the goodwill of God. Okay, so now you are about to see a random assortment of clips that I stole from fellow YouTube truthers like Slowboy Whiteboard, Sheep Farm Studios, High Impact Flicks, and others who I will try to mention their links in the description, you know, but here in the truther community, this is just kind of what we do, you know, we're just passing the information along. You guys do it to my videos all the time. Yeah, but it's just going to be a hodgepodge of kind of crazy stuff going on in the world right now, including news headlines and propaganda from think tanks and just all types of stuff. So thank you to anybody that I stole any footage from. Like I said, I will try to get your link into the description of this video. But with all that said, just sit back now and enjoy the freak show. This is Tim from Fallen World Films.
Johnny Depp made a surprise appearance Sunday night at the 2022 MTV Video Music Awards, nearly 3 months after his defamation trial with his ex-wife, Amber Heard. The actor appeared in a brief cameo toward the beginning of the show, with his face digitally superimposed into the helmet of a floating moon person. Depp hyped up the crowd by quipping, "Hey VMAs, let's get back to the bleeping music, shall we?" Snoop Dogg and Eminem served fans with new music too, as they delivered a metaverse performance of their latest collab, From the D to the LBC, which was released in June. Snoop Dogg pretended to smoke an oversized joint as the pair sat on a couch on stage before entering the metaverse to perform their song. Bad Bunny also made a statement during his VMAs performance, surprising the crowd when he leaned over to give his female backup dancer a kiss, then turned the other way and gave his male backup dancer a smooch too. His performance came right after he was named Artist of the Year.
Dedicate this to all of the queer kids out there who don't feel that they can take up space and inhabit the fullness of who they are. Thank you for getting an overtly queer song onto mainstream radio.
I don't know what music video for good means, but I do know what your vote means, and that's a bot. Your vote means everything to me. It means everything to making a change in this country. So remember, when you're voting for your favorite artist, vote to change some of these laws that are oppressing us.
I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow.
On September 30th, I have a movie coming out called Bros. Bros is making history as the first gay rom-com ever made by a major studio.
Here was him.
And the first where every role is played by an openly LGBTQ actor. And I need you all there in theaters on September 30th because we need to show all the homophobes like Clarence Thomas and all the homophobes on the Supreme Court that we want gay love stories and we support LGBTQ people. And we are not letting them drag us back into the last century because they are in the past and Bros is the future.
Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me.
Good night, everyone. Stay super freaky. Have great vagina. I love ya.
Even thousands of years ago, philosophers like Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates understood the tremendous influence music has on its listeners. Aristotle recognized that music can even shape people's character, warning, if one listens to the wrong kind of music, he will become the wrong kind of person. 18th century Scottish writer and politician Andrew Fletcher echoed this sentiment when he said, "Let me make the songs of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws." It's foolish to deny the power of music and musicians, or to deny that songs and music videos are often very persuasive pieces of propaganda. Musicians often affect fashion, starting new trends, and even creating new words and catchphrases. I'm sure you're familiar with bling, for shizzle, getting jiggy with it, and other idiotic terms coined by mainstream musicians that millions of mentally enslaved morons incorporated into their vocabulary, some of which were added to the dictionary they became so popular. Many listeners clearly copy the dress and style of their favorite musicians, and some songs are admittedly designed to bring attention to various social causes.
And we are not letting them drag us back into the last century because they are in the past and Bros is the future.
And while many people think it's an internet conspiracy theory that any government agency has any interest in controlling entertainment, declassified documents prove that the U.S. government had implemented a special program in Cuba where popular Cuban hip-hop artists were recruited by the CIA, which co-opted the rappers and used them to encourage their fans to rise up and overthrow their communist president, Raul Castro. The documents revealed that U.S. intelligence agency contractors spent millions of dollars through a front company called Creative Associates International, which worked to undermine Cuba's communist government. A year before these revelations, Jay-Z and Beyonce made headlines for a controversial vacation to Cuba when there was a travel embargo preventing Americans from visiting the country unless they had special government approval. It was then revealed that someone in the U.S. government quietly granted them this approval, which is usually only given to people who are on official U.S. government business. This led some to believe that Jay-Z's visit was part of the plan to influence Cuba's music industry by introducing him to some of the artists who were assets of this covert propaganda program in order to boost their credibility.
All the homophobes like Clarence Thomas and all the homophobes on the Supreme Court that we want gay love stories and we support LGBTQ people.
The Fertility Institute in Los Angeles. This is the first clinic which offered surrogacy to sodomites.
We've become world famous for being able to choose a boy or a girl. I have gay patients right now from Russia that we're speaking to. Yeah, I can show you the email about having baby, first baby. Yeah. Blue is a boy and pink is a girl. Okay? And you can see all the files.
And what's the green one?
Green is genetic disorders like Down syndrome, or they have a genetic problem. Okay? Most of them are boys and girls. Yeah.
Whom they want more, girl or boy?
The male gays want boys and the female gays want girls. And here's some of the frozen tanks. Let me get them. Can one of you guys unlock? I got a film crew from Moscow here. Can one of you guys just unlock one? Great, that's all I need. Thank you. Frozen embryos. The tanks are full.
Can you explain what exactly you have there?
Yeah, we have sperm from the man frozen. We have eggs from the woman frozen. Put them together, we get embryos.
In the human body, it's already...
А здесь эмбрион заморожен, получается.
We take the embryos out, we warm them up, they come alive again, and then we give them to the mother. They're good for 100 years. There, they're taking the eggs, and taking the sperm, and putting them together to make the embryo.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads. Those voices are being transmitted by microwave or other methods.
Well, several viewers asked us to investigate what they call electronic harassment. KMIR6's Angela Monroe joins us now with what she's discovered. Angela.
Electronic harassment, synthetic telepathy, voice-to-skull technology. Chances are you haven't heard of these terms, but after searching the internet, I found dozens of websites dedicated to the phenomenon and several Valley residents who say they're victims.
How much more can you invade me than to go into my brain? It sounds like somebody else is reading the book, only it's thoughts.
We're not having a group hallucination. This is actually something that's happening.
These men all live in the area, didn't know each other before the voices started, and say someone is playing mind games with them.
Mostly it's a lot of derogatory comments about whatever you're thinking about.
Only time I ever had a whole sentence, he said, "This is not about you," which just frosted me. If it's not about me, what the hell am I going through all this for?
It's a mysterious sickness called the Havana syndrome. It's affected a small group of American diplomats and spies overseas. And now, in a new report that just came out, just within the last maybe 90 minutes or so, you've got this panel of experts working for U.S. intel agencies saying that the most likely cause is microwave energy from some kind of external source. They don't really know what that source is.
Bond says he's found more than 300 victims locally and is tracking others across the state through billboards. In Johnson Valley, a Freedom House just opened to help people who believe they are being targeted.
To many of you who find yourselves the object of covert harassment, that there is hope and that you are not alone, and that we are striving to find legislation and we're working towards freedom for all.
Jarek Robinson leads a national group called Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance. He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials, and private citizens.
And he also told us how.
Most of it is delivered by microwave, and I believe it's satellite delivered, whether someone is on a remote location using a laptop or next door using the desktop.
Bond says neurotransmitter chips that run off body electricity have been inserted into some people.
And they assign cell phone numbers to them. The cell phone numbers are then run through a computer, and a computer translates your thoughts. This crime has been available to the military for 60 years.
We sat down with local psychiatrist Dr. Alan Drucker to get his professional opinion.
There's no scientific evidence and there's no objective evidence to show that what they believe to be happening is factually true.
So what does the doctor believe is behind these voices?
Information that I found on many of these websites really confirms or is consistent with what I see in delusional disorders.
This is the scene out there on West Olympic. This is where firefighters say there has been a fire at a poultry processing plant. You can see firefighters pretty much trying to surround and drown this building right now, Ross.
Yeah, firefighters haven't been on scene that long, and this is always the first attempt just to get the fire under control. They have a huge response here, this being a processing plant. We imagine there's all sorts of equipment inside there. Fortunately, because it's a Sunday, we're also imagining that there aren't many people at work there. You don't see a lot of cars surrounding the facility on the street. Again, it's surround and drowned. Firefighters on scene, and it looks like they're rapidly getting this fire at a poultry processing facility in Montebello under control.
Als deze overheid vindt dat we Nederland één dorp van of één stad van moeten maken wat helemaal volgebouwd wordt met huizen, dan moeten ze dat vertellen. En dan moeten ze niet zeggen dat er een stikstofprobleem is en dat gebruiken om maar de grond van de boeren in handen te krijgen om daar woningen op te bouwen. Want dat is er op het moment aan de hand.
Ja, het is een verborgen agenda eigenlijk.
100%.
Ja.
Ik heb er nooit in willen geloven. Ook die complottheorieën die je soms hoort. Maar steeds weer, stukje bij beetje, komen al die complottheorieën komen uit.
But I think we have to explain to everybody that this revolution, there are some risks which we have to get under control, but there are many more opportunities. And at the end, if I look very far ahead, I feel that we are at a threshold of human society. I think it gives us the opportunity at the end, with the help of robots, with the help of those technologies, to find a new sophistication for humanity, which means a kind of renaissance, to become more creative, to become more society-oriented, to show more a feeling of solidarity, because it frees us from the traditional production and consumption cycles.
Jackson is basically, they're just trying to survive.
We have to prepare for a more angry world, and how to prepare? It means to take the necessary action to create a fairer world. I see the need for action. I see the need for a great reset.
The developing a dire situation in Mississippi. The state's capital, Jackson, now without reliable drinking water after pumps at the main water treatment facility failed. Some 180,000 residents have little or no water pressure in their homes.
The state of emergency in Mississippi after torrential rains and flooding there, and now the capital's largest water treatment plant is failing.
In Jackson, Mississippi, where the governor has declared a state of emergency, telling residents don't drink the water.
The governor has now called in the National Guard to help distribute bottled water.
This morning, the city of Jackson, Mississippi declaring an emergency, calling on the National Guard to distribute fresh water. About 250,000 people don't have drinking water there. The tap system is failing. The governor says days of flooding shut down a major pump at Jackson's main water treatment plant, and they're not sure when they're going to get it back.
Here's your morning rush.
This morning, people in Jackson, Mississippi are being told to expect little or no water for an undetermined amount of time.
People in Jackson, Mississippi are being told to expect little or no drinkable running water for an undetermined amount of time.
Mississippi's governor declaring a water emergency. More than 100,000 people are left without reliable running water. The rain-battered state now dealing with devastating damage to its major pump at Jackson's main water treatment facility.
Tonight, families in Mississippi's capital city are scrambling for the most basic human necessity, clean water. Overnight, Governor Kate Reeves announcing a key water treatment plant is on the verge of total collapse.
Until it is fixed, it means we do not have reliable running water at scale. It means the city cannot produce enough water to fight fires, to reliably flush toilets, and to meet other critical needs.
A lot of these people that I'm talking to in line say they can't flush their toilets. They say that they can't bathe, they can't cook, they can't do anything. And so they're desperately hoping. They're saying
They might get a case of water. They're hoping they get more than that, but even that, they're not sure how long it's going to last, because now this water problem here in Jackson goes back years from the failing infrastructure.
This has resulted in water not being safe to drink and little to no water pressure for many of the people here in Jackson, meaning that they can't flush their toilets, they can't take showers. The impacts are just on and on and on. Businesses have had to shut down. They just cannot operate like this. The fire department has found fire hydrants that have dried up. Schools here in Jackson have switched to remote learning for the immediate future. If I could write you a check right now to fix the problem, how big would that check have to be?
For the water system alone, it would have to be in excess of more than $200 million.
In some parts of the city, the fire department is finding no water in fire hydrants.
This is certainly an emergency. The governor there telling the people of Jackson not to drink the water, saying that the water and sewer is on the brink of collapse for 250,000 people. Now, the governor was alerted last week that pumps at one of the city's 2 water treatment plants were damaged. Then came all that record rainfall and the flooding of the Pearl River, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Jackson residents have been under boil water notices since last month, when water samples found harmful contaminant levels.
Jackson residents have been under boil water notices since last month, when water samples found harmful contaminant levels.
In Jackson, Mississippi, school drop-off isn't just for the kids. It's also for the water. The entire city is facing a boil water notice again.
The damage, Trevor, at that water treatment facility, it's leaving this city in such a vulnerable state.
It's leaving this city in such a vulnerable state.
So as you can imagine, shoppers, they're running to grocery stores, to gas stations, to places like this Kroger, trying to get their hands on bottled water. They don't know how long the situation will last.
We're told, don't wash your hair with the water, don't brush your teeth with the water.
Lakeisha Galeelan worries about her 8-year-old.
Is she going to walk over to a water fountain and drink from that water fountain?
To be safe, signs are up at the middle school. They've been there a long time.
After work, I get off late, and you come in the store and it's empty. It's really hard, especially when I work at a food restaurant, and we're closing soon.
You can't remember a time when the kids could use the water fountains in the school?
I can't remember. I honestly can't remember.
There is no timeline for when this plant will be back at 100%. The mayor and the governor declaring state of emergencies over this water issue. 4,500 National Guard members have been activated to help distribute water.
160,000 people tonight without water. And tonight, these images, no water to drink or for showers or the bathroom, and now the lines at water distribution sites. These families right here lining up long before it even opened this morning.
The problem here, like so many other places, is failing infrastructure.
This is a significant escalation here, Kira, and so it's something that Jackson is basically, they're just trying to survive. All these people in the cars and the city itself, too.
They're just trying to survive.
I see the need for action. I see the need for a great reset.
So let's take a look at the watch. You can see, as my hand approaches, it dynamically starts to react. Note how the responsiveness and precision of radar enables us to create these continuous fluid interactions. Okay, but what if I want to interact with more detail? That's easy. I just move my hand closer to the watch, and now I can use a virtual dial gesture to interact with a complication. So here you can see I'm using a virtual dial gesture to rotate through these various complications. So we've got the messages, the weather, and the calendar. These gestures represent interactions with physical controls, such as using an analog dial. Because I don't have to touch the screen, we can get a lot more information on the display. And of course, just because they're micro gestures doesn't mean I have to them right next to the device. They also work at a distance. So you can see, with just a few solely gestures, we can already start to build these rich interactions, solely embedded fully on a smartwatch.
So here Solely allows to control home devices from the distance without touching them.
So note that the interactions here are much larger than the watch. They're several feet. The sensor actually can sense up to around 15 meters. So we can do some pretty amazing stuff with this. And this is the same thing that's in the watch.
we're hoping that this is a way to reintroduce a new audience to this.
Martin's team also produced a hologram of rock and roll legend Roy Orbison, and they're currently working with the family of Amy Winehouse on an upcoming tour.
Any expectations for that Amy Winehouse show coming up? Anything you could give us for what to expect?
It's going to be authentic. You're going to be, you know, all those people that unfortunately did not get to see Amy, and all those people that did are going to get to see her pretty close to what she was.
How much farther could this technology develop?
I think that you're going to see holograms in your home. I really do. I think it's going to be a while, but I really do. It's going to be, you know, instead of turning on your television, it's going to be whatever that next iteration is, and you're going to have people in your home.
If at first the idea is not absurd, then there's no hope for it. Albert Einstein. People of the world, welcome to The Giant. The visitor attraction for the 21st century. The exhibition space featuring the Giant Experience, a glorious celebration of the great men and women of your country, inventors, artists, scientists, celebrities, and athletes. The viewing tower. See the city from the shoulders of a giant. The roof garden. New dimensions in retail, gastronomy, and special events for diversity of occasions. The world's tallest moving sculpture. Its head moves. Its arms move. It speaks and sings. A place to behold heroes and superheroes. A space to celebrate the great and the good. The game changers. The icons of your city and country. Every hour, the Giant transforms into an extraordinary person. From sports, science, characters, your favorite heroes, and recites poetry and words of wisdom to the crowds below. A space to celebrate the great and the good. The great men and women who have made this world a better place to live in. A digital canvas for artistic creation. A creative canvas like no other. A digital art gallery in the sky that displays masterpieces from today and throughout the ages. The Giant brings artists together from throughout the world. A beacon for brand celebration. A new eye-catching platform for businesses to reach customers in a novel and memorable way. A giant opportunity. A business model that delivers world-class experiences and world-class profits. An economic stimulator that enhances tourism, job creation, footfall, and commercial activity in the city. Join the Giants movement. The world's largest selfie. An homage to human potential. The world's most awe-inspiring selfie. Visitors are scanned and instantly become a giant. An experience to share and remember for a lifetime. There's nothing like it on the planet. Imagine you can be the Giant. The Giant transforms into a stage and a backdrop for festivals, concerts, performances, and special events. Let the party begin! If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. The Giant. Coming to 21 cities in 2021.
And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, "If any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. And the smoke of their torment ascendeth up forever and ever. And they have no rest day or night, who worship the beast and his image, and whosoever receiveth the mark of his name. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus.
The Large Hadron Collider is the world's most powerful particle accelerator. Particles moving at nearly the speed of light race around a 17-mile underground track. Researchers smash the particles together to recreate the position present a billionth of a second after the Big Bang. They do this over and over and over again, up to 600 million times a second. Their detectors are so precise that they can take in each collision, which could create, for a fraction of a second, particles we've never seen before, and which could solve some of the biggest mysteries in the cosmos. Things like why objects have mass, and what is dark matter, and supersymmetry, and maybe even find other dimensions in space. These discoveries could lead to technological innovations that can change the world, but ultimately, the most important goal of the Large Hadron Collider is finding out more about how our universe works.
Who knows what he would have looked like or been like if it wasn't for me. I guess drank each other's blood might mislead people, or like people are imagining us with like goblets and we're like Game of Thrones drinking each other's blood. It's just a few drops, but yes, we do consume each other's blood on occasion for ritual purposes. It is used for a reason, and it is controlled, where it's like, let's shed a few drops of blood and you just drink it. He's much more haphazard and hectic and chaotic, where he's willing to just like cut his chest open with broken glass and be like, take my soul, let me bleed on you. It doesn't not happen, let me tell you. Maybe not exactly like that, but a version of that has happened many times.
excitement and relief as the Large Hadron Collider subsystems whir back into action, setting a new world record, colliding its first protons again after 3 years of upgrades, faster than ever before.
Dream team.
Physicists and engineers have been planning this part of the experiment for 15 years. This particle accelerator runs deep below the Swiss Alps, sending high-intensity beams through a 27-kilometer tunnel and smashing them together. It takes thousands of magnets to create a stable beam, squeeze it thinner than a human hair, and guide them around the ring. And these are the results. It's been 10 years since the scientists here discovered the Higgs boson, or God particle, which helped explain why matter takes on mass to form stars and planets. But it only opened up more questions.
The Higgs boson, of course, was kind of a holy grail to find, because we knew it was there, and finally we managed to find it. And now there is a lot of work going on to study it. It's a little bit like you discover a new cave in a mountain, then you take a lot of time in order to explore the cave and to understand how this cave goes, if there are paintings, if there are no paintings.
Physicists hope it will reveal the secrets of dark matter.
And so outside CERN there is a wonderful sculpture of Shiva Nataraja, the shadow of which at night is cast over the entire building, because this is the energy of the particles, the dance of the particles that make matter and life possible.
In Hinduism, all the gods are manifestations of Brahman, who is considered to be the ultimate truth and the ultimate reality of the universe. Lord Brahma the creator, Lord Vishnu the preserver, and Lord Shiva the destroyer.
No character in the history of all religions is as fierce as the Hindu goddess Kali. In India, Kali is known as the Dark Goddess. When the Western scholars encountered Kali, their first reaction was that of shock and surprise. For one thing, they had trouble swallowing the idea that the female could be divine. The closest they had come to such a deity was the kindly and virginal Mother Mary. In the 20th century, with the rise of women's rights, feminists came to view Kali as the embodiment of feminine power. They found her to be liberating. The image of Kali that exists in the West is rather different from the way most Indians see her. Kali, the name which literally means time in Sanskrit, is an intensely frightening and the most powerful manifestation of Shakti. There are many depictions of the different forms of Kali. The most common form often shows Kali as black, naked, with angry red sunken eyes, wearing skulls around her neck as jewelry and limbs around her waist. Her blackness represents that she is nirguna, meaning beyond all qualities of nature. She has 4 arms, showing aspects of both creation and destruction. With a blood sword in one of her hands, she defeats the enemies and carries the head of a demon on the other hand. She holds the bowl on the third hand, where the blood of the enemy is collected and the last is held out in blessing. She has an open mouth with blood drooling down her tongue while she stands on the body of her husband, Lord Shiva. Although Kali is associated with blood, death and destruction, she is also seen as a mother figure and often referred to as Ma Kali, meaning Mother Kali. Kali is the dramatic expression of a fierce mother's anger and the feminine power that awakens to attack those who threaten her children. The birth or origin of Kali is popularly known through the story of her fight in Markandeya Purana. In Hindu mythology, Raktabij was a demon or asura who had been given a boon by Lord Brahma that every time a drop of his blood fell on the ground, a new version of his own would be created. Having received this boon, he made the life of people and gods miserable, more so with this power to produce more Raktabij every time he sheds a drop of his blood. Hence the gods reached out to goddess Durga or Shakti for help. Armed with all the weapons, the goddess charged at the demon. But as soon as she wounded him with her sword and his blood fell on the earth, the demon multiplied. With more attempts at killing Raktabij, he kept on multiplying. Huge armies of Raktabij were formed by the drops of blood which fell on the earth. Enraged by this, the Devi took the fierce and infuriated form of Kali. She went on to destroy the demon with her sword in her hand. She slayed each demon and collected their bloods in her bowl and drank it immediately. Soon she finished the whole army of Raktabij and only the real Raktabij was left. Then she killed him down and drank his blood until he fell down lifeless. Not realizing that the real Raktabij was dead, the goddess continued her destruction and drinking blood of the innocent. She continued to kill anybody that appeared her way. Seeing this, the gods became extremely worried and approached Lord Shiva for help. Lord Shiva went and laid down amongst the corpses where the goddess was madly dancing for blood. Accidentally, Kali stepped on Shiva and soon she realized her mistake. It was then she stuck out her tongue out of embarrassment and calmed down. She was ashamed that her bloodlust had prevented her from recognizing her husband. Soon she came back to her original form and the destruction was stopped. Shiva lying at the feet also symbolizes the supremacy of nature over man. It clearly shows that without Kali or Shakti, even a powerful force like Lord Shiva is inert. Kali is associated with many different forms and stories. Some of her forms are Mahakali, Bhadrakali, Dakshinakali and Chandika.
The image of Kali has traveled from the east to the west and has made home in the eyes of many. But in truth, Kali does not exist in front of us. She exists in the space behind our eyes.
Hello and welcome. You're listening to One India News and I'm Pooja Sachdeva. This breathtaking picture of Goddess Kali is not anywhere from India, but it's a building of New York. Goddess Kali, the epitome of tremendous power and strength, took over on the Empire State Building in New York last night. This breathtaking artwork was displayed by filmmaker Louis Ahoyes and his team as a part of Projecting Change. It's a project which uses the Empire State Building as a canvas. It was meant to spark awareness of massive wildlife extinction and to draw attention to the alarming rate at which species are dying. It was also to make the point that Mother Nature now more than ever needs a fierce approach to fight the dangers of pollution and extinction. The show ended with the representation of Kali, the goddess of darkness, imploring people world over to fight the darkness and to take up conservation.
It's okay. I'm Celine Dion.
Our children, they are not really our children. We miss the past. They dream of tomorrow. We may thrust them forward into the future, but the course will always be theirs to choose.
She will be heading up a gender-neutral clothing line for children.
The first time I brought them to Disney, they were looking at princesses. But what about Mickey?
Fashion has the power to shape people's minds. We're at Celine trying to shape the future.
We bring a new order as a concept
into the world.
Into the world.
I will never forget the first time I watched Tales from the Fallen World
with Tim and Amber. It was, for me, a life-changing experience. Now, I'm not easily persuaded by all that hocus-pocus, mambo-jumbo, sensational headlines, and conspiracy theory. I am simply a man who calls it like I see it. But as a world-class celebrity, I have unfortunately seen more than I care to admit. Human clones. The Illuminati. The mark of the beast. I'm sorry to inform you that these things exist. Now, I don't regard myself to be wise, but it seems to me that when all of humanity stands in the face of an evil force, we would do well to support the efforts of the brave individuals who stand against it. This is why I support the good work being done at Fallen World Films. So please subscribe, like, and share these videos. Let's help this fine young couple to spread their message. Because if we don't turn this thing around soon, our children will inherit less freedoms than at the Shawshank State Prison. Take it from me, a guy who sounds like Morgan Freeman.
Investor Place, 8 metaverse cryptos to buy for a bet on next gen real estate. And this real estate is a serious thing. Like I'm about to show a video and you guys are going to get a glimpse of it yourself. And just see how big this business actually is. And I think it's the beginning of the end, but let me finish the presentation before you think I'm being hyperbolic. If you were watching crypto at the end of 2021, you know that the metaverse is set to be huge in 2022. The trend of virtual socialization rose meteorically over the last several months, leaving some astonished by the idea and others still scratching their heads. The latter group, the ones scratching their heads, is likely the larger one, hesitant to adopt this new way of interacting, which seems foreign, complicated, or both. Still, they will come around. Yeah, they'll have no choice to. Or they'll be gone because they won't take the mark. The phenomenon seems to be more than a passing fad. With that said, though, investors may be running into trouble when seeking out metaverse cryptos to buy. Okay, and the idea is just that crypto is the money in the metaverse. And I put together another little video to kind of paint a picture of what this really looks like. Check it out.
Great. Looks like you need a good wine pairing. Take a look to your right. Your age has already been pre-verified through your profile, so no need to wait for an ID check. Just place the item in your cart whenever you're ready. I'm getting a notification from your connected smart fridge. It looks like you already have a full gallon of milk at home. Should we put this one back? Good news, your oil change is done. Your vehicle will be ready at the Tire and Lube Express. I've added the service charge to your purchase. Now for the fun stuff. To electronics. You definitely saved the best for last.
Real estate market isn't on scenic coastlines or in major cities. It's in the metaverse, where a growing number of investment firms are spending millions to acquire digital property.
Owning land now in the metaverse is a little bit like buying land in New York 250 years ago.
Metaverse real estate isn't all that different from property in the real world. It just exists digitally in 3D cities where users can simulate real-life pursuits like shopping, playing games, or attending virtual concerts.
There are houses that you can walk into, there are shops that you can go into and buy things. And this real estate in the metaverse is increasingly for sale.
The idea behind investing in digital land is that once you own it, you can make money by developing virtual property and leasing it out. Right now, the metaverse is an evolving space that comprises multiple digital worlds where users can interact with avatars. Many of these digital spaces appear cartoon-like, while others feel like virtual recreations of the real world. Andrew Kegel is the CEO and co-founder of Tokens.com, an investment firm specializing in cryptocurrency and metaverse real estate acquisitions.
Land in the metaverse looks a little bit like a monopoly board, in that you have these parcels of land and you want to try to acquire as many parcels of land on the monopoly board.
There are only a few platforms where investors can buy and sell real estate, each with their own unique cryptocurrencies. Each platform has a limited number of parcels available for purchase, which is tracked using blockchain technology. In November, Republic Realm, a firm that buys and develops real estate in the metaverse, said it paid $4.3 million for land in the world of Sandbox. It's the largest digital property sale publicized to date.
The whole reason why it is a store of value is because at the outset, each metaverse platform declares exactly how many parcels there will be. So they would be cannibalizing the value of their own holdings if they continued to mint more and more of it. So that tenet of scarcity is what gives the category value.
As in the physical world, location is a major factor to consider when buying digital land.
Areas that are busier or have more visitor traffic, like the downtown areas, the parcels of land that are for sale there would be worth more than those that might be in the suburbs. Once you have this parcel of land, you can use various programming tools to create things like an amusement park, a casino, a museum. You can build whatever you want.
Investors are betting that individuals and companies will spend money on virtual developments like homes and retail space. And as more people join these online worlds, the properties will increase in value.
You know, if you build a mansion, you might sell it to someone who's very wealthy and wants to spend thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars on a mansion in the metaverse. Or if you build a mall or an office tower, you're gonna lease out the space to companies and you're gonna collect rents.
Tokens.com said it paid $2.5 million for a tract of land in Decentraland's fashion district. Decentraland is a 3D, decentralized virtual world that was launched in 2017.
The long-term vision is that we want to turn that property that we purchased there into the Rodeo Drive or the Fifth Avenue of the metaverse. Our goal is to be the dominant and leading metaverse landlord.
Companies pay an architect to design virtual homes or malls and a game developer to build them. Zoning rules limit what and where a company can build in the metaverse. But unlike the real world, metaverse buildings can defy the laws of physics.
So there's a point in the development cycle where it looks nearly identical to real world real estate development. So you hire an architect, you come up with a mood board, you pull images of other spaces and buildings and designs you like, and you figure out what it is you're going to build. And then from that point forward, it actually turns into video game development. So then you hand it off to 3D renderers and then to 3D developers who make it interactive.
So try to imagine seeing your everyday life through a lens that combined the environment around you with any variety of virtual reality widgets and labels and news blurbs and icons inserted to your field of view. That's a crazy thought, right? But now imagine how much different your perception of things may have been had you been experiencing your life through this lens since childhood. And instead of running freely through the fields and exploring the mysteries of your backyard like your grandfather did when he was young, you are instead alone in your bedroom, distracted under a constant barrage of entertainment and information. You know, and you have some friends, but they're also alone in their rooms being showered in entertainment. And most of your interactions with them would be made on social media, and some of your friends may have never even met you in the real world. Heck, some of your friends might just be bots. And if you haven't noticed, this coming so-called normal lifestyle that I'm describing is not a far stretch from life as we know it here in 2020. I mean, already our culture has slipped into a state of voluntary isolation as our beloved technology grows more and more immersive. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here. I mean, everybody already sees the sad trajectory of our society in terms of, you know, warmth and closeness and intimacy and relationships and genuine companionship with others. We acknowledge the death of these things. As if we have collectively decided to abandon these things in pursuit of a more gratifying and entertaining and pleasurable experience in our short time here on Earth. You know, and as a result, we don't really ever talk or laugh with strangers anymore. In fact, we try to avoid eye contact with strangers. You know, you don't want to come off like some kind of weirdo. Just keep your eyes to the ground. You know, and we don't really talk to our friends or family for that matter either. You know, we're quicker to send a text. And even those texts have become less personal. The communication line between us has been degraded to the point that kids now just send digital emojis to one another, you know, in an effort to express feelings which are far too complex to ever be articulated through a simple cartoon facial expression. And meanwhile, everybody is spilling their hearts and their feelings into their computers and their phones and their internet devices, you know, and updating their social media accounts several times a day to vent about all types of things that would really require a conversation to cope with. But instead, you know, we just settle for a thumbs up icon or a care emoji, you know, because we understand that everybody else is busy with their own social media posts that they got to manage, you know. And somehow our tech devices have become the new outlet by which we express our deepest and most passionate feelings. You know, and it's really a sad picture, you know, to see a sea of people who desire to connect with one another, and they're standing shoulder to shoulder, but their heads are all down, and they're fully engaged in their own little digital worlds, you know, and everyone has a million things to say, but nobody's talking, you know, just typing. And what's worse is that nobody on the other end is even going to read whatever it is that you're posting, you know, with not, at least not with the same level of interest that you'd want for them to, because, you know, they got their own posts to collect likes and emojis on. So the question is, what does it look like when you look, you know, 10 years down the line into the future of human communication and expression and interaction in context with the current state of things? You know, do you remember what I said at the end of part 1 of this video series? That now man has created a new version of life itself. You know, it's called virtual reality. Not virtual fiction, not virtual fantasy, virtual reality.
We need more chips. Now, this is where we're going to end the stream. Actually, I'm going to go through this, okay? But we're talking about all these chips, right? We're talking about mandates for passports, mandates across the board. We're talking about the guy that's rolling out, you know, these passport microchips saying they're coming whether you like it or not. We're talking about governments of the world that are promoting this cryptocurrency and everything we just went over, right? Well, that's going to take a lot of chips. If you really were to chip everybody, take a lot of chips. And what are microchips anyways? The semiconductors. Microchips exist already in all of your smart devices. In fact, right now we're undergoing a giant microchip shortage, so we're being told, and which is probably true, which is causing problems in the auto industry. And that's why, like, you know, it's one of the main reasons why there's so much economic turmoil in the auto industry right now, as well as other industries. And let me show you, engineering your way out of the global chip shortage. Automotive news. The chip shortage is still complicated going into 2022. Can chip makers move quickly enough to solve the chip shortage problem in 2022? 4 critical industries affected by the chip shortage. Because again, they say that due to the pandemic, with everybody being stuck at home, you know, because they were forced to be and using their tablets and using their smart devices and buying more smart devices, that so many chips were used, they couldn't keep up with demand. So now there's such a large shortage on these microchips that they say that we won't be back on top of it till like the end of 2022, or some say 2023 or even 24, right? But what comes along with that is when you're an entrepreneur and there's a shortage of anything, that means that there's a business opportunity for you, right? And that's what this is heading towards, is that you're seeing a push for manufacturers and entrepreneurs to get into the microchip business, start making more factories to make these microchips. We need a lot more microchips for the future, which outside of conspiracy stuff, say they weren't going to do the chip thing, right? We would still need a lot of microchips. It is true that everyone uses devices now, and we're going to this, technologically advanced future. But I think it's worth considering in context with everything we're talking about. Okay, so what industries are affected by it? Semiconductors, aka microchips, or just chips, breathe life into the gadgets that make the modern world possible. From toasters to Teslas, chips are nearly universal components in just about everything with a plug or a battery. Taiwan dominates the industry so thoroughly, according to CNBC, that just one company there controls more than half of the global market share. The auto industry uses them, consumer electronics, appliances, which this is where your 666 chip would fall under, and maybe under consumer electronics and LED lighting. It's probably got light on it too. What is the chip shortage? As the world shut down because of the pandemic, many factories closed with it, making the supplies needed for chip manufacturing unavailable for months. Increased demand for consumer electronics caused shifts that rippled up the supply chain. Orders began to pile up as manufacturers struggled to create enough chips to meet the new levels of demand. A backlog began to grow and grow and grow. Car companies like Ford, I'm going to skip past that. What caused the shortage? Bad decisions, bad luck, and then increased demand. Put those three together and you got a shortage, says Lewis. The pandemic caused an explosive surge in demand for devices. People were at home using more tablets. I just mentioned this. Phones and other streaming devices than ever before. And the need skyrocketed beyond what manufacturers could provide. So what's the response now? Problem, reaction, solution. Problem, reaction, solution. Name of the game. $10 million grants awarded for semiconductor manufacturing in Central Florida. This is from January 7th of 2022. What is that? Today. $10 million grants to manufacture microchips. India outlines $10 billion plan to woo global chip makers. New Delhi, December 15th, 2022, or 2021, I'm sorry. India has approved a $10 billion incentive plan to attract semiconductor and display manufacturers. Its technology minister said on Wednesday, as part of a deepening push to establish the country as a global electronics production hub. Under the plan, India's government will extend fiscal support to up to 50% of a project's cost to eligible display and semiconductor fabricators, the government said in a statement. Exclusive. Italy, Intel, in the Intel of Italy, intensified talks over $9 billion chip factory inside a local microchip factory, looking to expand production amid global shortage. Intel is spending $20 billion to build 2 new chip plants in Arizona. Intel announced on Tuesday that it will spend $20 billion to build 2 major factories in Arizona. The news comes amid a worldwide chip shortage.
Just keep this in mind. They're playing our CDs when you're not home. They're playing my tapes in your own car, in the tape deck. And I'm influencing your children.
So to those of you out there who are still working against equal rights, we have a message for you. You think we're sinful? You fight against our rights. You say we all lead lives you can't respect. But you're just frightened. You think that we'll corrupt your kids if our agenda goes unchecked. Funny, just this once, you're correct.
We have never invested as much in public education as we should have because we've always had kind of a private notion of children. Your kid is yours and totally your responsibility. We haven't had a very collective notion of these are our children. So part of it is we have to break through our kind of private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to whole communities.
Many parents have stated to us this week that we work for them, the taxpayers. This is a misconception. And so I'd like to take a moment to explain.
And we were, yes, elected by you to make decisions
for your families, but based on the information we receive from the district and not because of public opinion. But like Jen said, that's to do what you want us to do. That's not our job.
Hey YouTube kids, I'm Lil Nas X. I'm a rapper, singer, songwriter, and sometimes I'm a cowboy. And just like you, I love to learn new things.
The video, which was co-directed by Lil Nas X, is filled with biblical and ancient Greek references. And at one point, the 21-year-old slides down a pole to hell to seduce the devil and gives Satan a lap dance.
About 120 juniors, girls and boys at Columbia Grammar and Prep School were subjected to Fonte's class called Pornography Literacy, an intersectional focus on mainstream porn, because she taught at an elite Manhattan school for high school students. Fonte's class included material such as semi-nude women in bondage, porn genres including incest themes, barely legal, and kink and BDSM.
Listen, if you're ever going to commit a crime, you should do it now because you're still a minor. And I'm influencing your children.
It was Vladimir Lenin, founder of the Russian Communist Party, who famously said, "Give me just one generation of youth and I'll transform the world." You know, it's always been about the youth. Have you ever noticed how the entertainment industry targets the youth? You know, almost exclusively in a lot of areas. And from the Beatles all the way to Post Malone, it's always had the same effect. These famous adult celebrities stand elevated on stages before tens of thousands of screaming teenagers, and they're worshipped like gods. You know, and what is the root word of celebrity? Celeb, you know, as in to celebrate. They are celebrated people. Let me say that again, celebrated people. These people that you're looking at right now, at least according to our society, are supposed to be respected and admired. But here's an important distinction. These people are not on these stages because the world celebrates them. No, it's that the world celebrates them because they're the people that are on the stage. And, you know, as far as the kids are concerned, all they want to do is just fit in and be accepted. You know, they're not creating this culture. No, the attitudes and behaviors that we see demonstrated by the youth is actually just a direct reflection of the influence that this trash has had on them. And while it is true that it's the parents who bear the responsibility to protect their children from these terrible influences, in these last days, it's becoming increasingly more difficult to shelter your children from this propaganda. I mean, the bus driver will be playing this music as they drive to school. The bus will then pass by numerous billboards, you know, and advertisements promoting sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And then at school, all the kids are going to be talking about it. And then the school is going to send your kid home with a whole bunch of homework to do so that they're too busy to spend any quality time with you. And so now, instead of your child learning the values and knowledge that you might regard as important throughout the week, he or she will instead be subjected to the state-approved curriculum, you know, at a government-funded building that a big school bus will literally drive them to, which might include things like, "Hey kids, did you know that you could buy condoms at any age?" Or, "Did you know that you don't need your parents' permission to have an abortion?" And so even at school, the teachers are just regurgitating this same narrative that the kids are already hearing from their favorite pop stars, you know, and on YouTube and their favorite cartoons and TV programs and the whole entertainment industry. And so when will you people realize that this whole system is working in concert against God and against you? It's becoming inescapable. And I keep thinking about this new normal that we keep hearing about. And I gotta say, as a guy with a pretty fair balance of conservative and liberal friends, nobody likes this new normal stuff. But that doesn't really matter to the ruling class, because they know that they can't teach an old dog new tricks, you know? And besides, we're all gonna die off within the next 50 years anyways. No, it's the youth. The new normal is for the youth, you know, because they grew up in these conditions, so they're used to it. They're gonna be used to it. This world is all they've known. And that's the type of society that the ruling class really needs to fully push this agenda forward. Because 20 years from now, when the kids of today are the ones in charge and running things, and President Biden and President Trump are long gone, all this insane stuff that we're going through right now will just be another chapter in the history books. But all of the changes that have been made and the restrictions that have been imposed and the laws that have been passed, these things will remain. And so it's not hyperbole to say that they are coming for the kids. And not only are they coming for your kids, but they're doing this right inside of your own living room. You know, because whatever you're doing, despite the virtues and values that you're attempting to instill into your children, you know, we got to just accept and understand what we're up against here. Because the reality is that the youth of today have inherited a world that surrounds them with digital screens that just constantly broadcast and push propaganda on them. You know, and all this propaganda is dressed up and disguised as popular trends and what's cool and what's hip, you know, so the kids go along with it to be accepted. And so, yeah, they really are targeting your kids. I guess the question is, who's going to stand in their way?
Ever inherited money or property, take a step forward.
Of course.
Related to your race, ethnicity, gender, appearance, or sexual orientation.
My name is John Paul Kane. I am a school teacher, currently teaching kindergarten. Oh, I'm also a drag performer.
These scissors really come in handy in art class. These colored pencils too. These new socks, they can be a real lifesaver. I finally got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
This is the world you are graduating into. This is what I want to talk about today with you for a few minutes. To lead in shaping a new world order for the 21st century.
Because of public opinion. But like Jen said, that's to do what you want us to do. That's not our job.
And your parents are so supportive of you, but they've encouraged you to stay and be who you are. So how has that inspired you to be open about dressing in drag?
They support me by letting me do what I want to do.
The influence of this black magician and professing Satanist upon popular culture has compelled some researchers to consider him the real father of the modern New Age movement.
I can't think of any other occultist who's been more influential on rock musicians than Aleister Crowley, no one close. London Times called Crowley the unsung hero of the 1960s. In fact, if you look at the 1960s counterculture leaders, John Lennon, he said his whole philosophy was, and he quoting Aleister Crowley's axiom, do what thou wilt, was the whole Beatles philosophy, he said, in his interviews before his death was "Do What Thou Willst." And they put their heroes up on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album, and who did they place there? Aleister Crowley. In fact, that whole album, as we show in our rockumentary, was basically a tribute to Crowley's New Eon, along with their Satanic Majesty's Request by the Stones that the Beatles put out with Sgt. Pepper. In fact, we make a really clear case for Sgt. Pepper being Crowley. In fact, Crowley died 20 years before that album came out. And, of course, the song 20 years ago today, Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play.
It was 20 years ago today, Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play.
Well, I've been an admirer of Aleister Crowley. I think that I'm carrying on much of the work that he started over 100 years ago, and I think the 60s themselves. You know, Crowley said he was in favor of finding your own self and do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Jimmy Page on magic. My house used to belong to Aleister Crowley. I knew that when I moved in. Magic is very important, if people can go through it. I think Crowley is completely relevant to today. We're still seeking for truth. The search goes on, said Jimmy Page. Jimmy Page was now seriously obsessed with Crowley's work. Page allegedly got the band, -1, to join in an ancient ceremony. John Paul Jones was either skeptical enough or learned enough to stay far away from this idea. The first evidence of this pact showed up on Led Zeppelin 3, written into the vinyl with "So Mote It Be" on one side and "Do What Thou Wilt" on the other.
And we all know the formula. I mean, we've seen it for years because it's the very same formula that has already been used for the past few generations. And the formula is that you use celebrated people or celebrities to indoctrinate the kids, to work as mouthpieces for the people that are actually behind the agenda. Because if people like Ted Turner, you know, and Bill Gates and George Soros were to try to get on a stage and influence the youth, that wouldn't work. You know, so instead they speak their messages through the mouths of these attractive and talented young celebrities. That's who they put on the stages. That's who the kids respond to. And they continue to use this approach, you know, because it works. Because every machine shop that I've worked at over the last decade has been filled with a bunch of old dudes that are still just listening to all their favorite classic rock songs on repeat. You know, and they talk about the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Leonard Skinner. And even pushing the age of 50 or 60, you know, these guys are still enchanted by these bands that influenced them back when they were young, you know. In fact, I remember watching Joe Schimmel's classic expose on the music industry called "They Sold Their Souls for Rock and Roll." And I remember hearing some guy make the statement that back in the 60s, whenever the members of the Beatles would adopt a new hairstyle, it would immediately become like the new style for the youth. And everybody in the streets would suddenly be rocking that same style. Actually, I'll just find that clip.
I grew up with them. They helped us grow up. They got me arrested 3 or 4 times.
I think they did a lot for society.
Those songs are in my memory banks I think they're actually my genetic material.
All-time favorite musical group?
Beatles.
Beatles.
If they dressed a certain way, everybody wanted to be like that.
When the Beatles got long hair, I got long hair. The fact that my mother didn't like it was an enormous part of its appeal.
And so this is a classic model of indoctrination. It's the gradual degradation. I mean, you're probably familiar with the history that when Elvis Presley was popular, there was a major controversy over whether television stations should be permitted to show his dance moves, you know, which were apparently deemed to be sexually inappropriate because he would gyrate his hips, you know. And you fast forward 10 years and now there's songs on the radio with lyrics that are describing sex and drugs. You know, but back then they would still have to kind of veil it in some form of poetry. But by the 90s, you know, almost all the popular songs were explicitly about sex and drugs, or just about being depressed, you know, with most of the stars being suicidal drug addicts. And meanwhile, over in the cities, gangster rap was taking over the airwaves, and people like Tupac Shakur and Chris Wallace, aka the Notorious B.I.G., and all these other self-serving rap stars were dominating the industry, performing massive shows for sold-out crowds of teenagers who would hang on every obscene words that these clowns had to say. I mean, the influence that this stuff has on our culture is ridiculous. And I know that that's a true statement because I remember the influence that it had on me. And a lot of you might not know this, but I spent almost 2 decades pursuing a career in secular music, with some small successes. That's me there, trying to influence crowds of hundreds with the very same message that had influenced me. But my experience as a struggling music artist is a topic for another video, and I don't want to stray too far from the plot of this series, but I just can't help but to reflect on my own experience with indoctrination and how dramatically my life was affected by it. Because in my generation, it was Eminem and Blink-182 and that whole era of obnoxious music. And I remember idolizing my favorite musicians with a godlike level of respect. I remember seeing this group called Head PE play a show when I was like 15. And I remember admiring the members of the band like they were just so special and so cool. And the singer/rapper guy was decked out in all these flamboyant clothes. And I was just starstruck, by how cool he was. And I jumped around and I pounded my fist in approval as he rapped and sang about not giving an F word, or getting laid and getting wasted. And pretty much all the songs were just arrogant messages about being a selfish idiot, but there I was banging my head, screaming for more. And meanwhile, I had these wonderful parents at home who loved me and who care about me and who invested in my future, and they're telling me all these things to beware of and virtues to adopt and all the morals and actual wisdom that a child needs, and they're teaching me from the Bible and taking me to church. But I thought that my parents were overbearing and ignorant, they didn't know what this world is really like. They didn't know what I was going through because times had changed, and they were old and out of touch. But then you got this other adult who's also trying to influence me. And that's the cool guy on stage who's famous and everybody's cheering for him. And he's trying to get me to chant along with him about not giving an F word, But somehow his message seemed a lot more appealing to me than my parents did, because he was just telling me to do whatever I want, to do what thou wilt. And do what thou wilt is the great overarching philosophy that this new normal is hinged on. It's all about your identity and your classifications and your social preferences, and just be yourself and do your thing and get yours and do you, and do it your own way and blah, blah, blah. And really pretty much it's just a reinforcement of the satanic motto, do what thou wilt. Just have as much fun as you can and experience as many pleasures as you can in your short time here on earth. Because when you die, you're just going to disappear, because that's what the kids of today are being taught. They're taught that life has no objective purpose, and that we're just mere animals on a tiny planet spinning around within a massive universe. And they are taught about sexuality, and how fun it is. And they watch these videos and demonstrations that previous generations would have considered pornographic. But I guess in 2021, we've already long since come to accept this type of so-called education. And not only are they conducting these hedonistic sex ed courses, but they're promoting it as a good and normal thing. And that it should never be repressed, because it's totally normal. Just do it safely. And here, take a free condom. But you know what I mean? And just watch the way that public education will follow in direct succession behind the media and the entertainment industry. Because the teachers, obviously, are not all members of elitist secret societies, who are knowingly participating in a manufactured agenda to indoctrinate the youth with a godless worldview. No, the teachers themselves are indoctrinated by the same propaganda that they teach, and that's the larger point, that this has been a procession, it's been a gradual progression, through the incremental corruption of generation after generation. We have finally gotten to a point where the children of today, who are predominantly influenced by the media and popular culture, are being raised by parents who were also predominantly influenced by media and popular culture. And even my generation was raised by parents who were predominantly influenced by media and popular culture. So this has been a long-winded and well-played agenda, indeed. Because now the kids are fully adapted to an existence that relies on media and popular culture to define one's social status. And we've built a technological prison around ourselves that will be inherited by this upcoming generation. And trust me, they're ready to accept those keys, because they have been trained to excel in this new world order. And then while we, as the grown-ups and the parents, are too busy being distracted by the bells and the whistles and the glitz and the glamour and the sex and the drugs and the rock and roll that we're constantly bombarded with, and all of this provocative entertainment that surrounds us, we seem to be forgetting that our precious little kids, who are so innocent and so impressionable, and so trusting and so curious, that our kids are falling victim to these same distractions. And as a father of 5, I can tell you, I can confirm the old cliche that they really do grow up too fast. They grow up so fast. And we cannot allow this fallen world to swallow up our children. And we need to be vigilant, because I know it's hard to believe, but we are witnessing a war on kids.
Good evening, I'm Jamie Yukas. Adriana Diaz is off. Tonight, police in Houston are investigating a deadly crush at a music festival. At least 50,000 fans were there to hear rapper Travis Scott, when chaos in the crowd turned to panic. At least 8 people were killed and many more injured. One concert goer called it hell.
So I'm helping people, I'm pulling people out, and it just felt like we was literally in hell, bro. It felt like we was in a concert in hell. You couldn't breathe. You couldn't see. Just imagine all the people they're going to find tonight who was in that crowd, who nobody could see, who nobody could hear, who passed out, and everybody was just trampling on top of them the whole concert.
Things got off to a hectic start at Astroworld Festival this morning when fans stampeded through the entrance, ripping down barricades and trampling over each other.
This world is like walking into another world.
Travis Scott is the GOAT.
I'm around people, they're yelling, "Stop the show," chant. People were chanting, "Help, stop the show." And that's when I was like, dude. And then he stopped for a second and he said, "What?" And then he looked over on one side. He told them, "Hey, get her up, get her up." And at one point, there's a clip on Twitter. I've been hunting through Twitter trending, and you hear him say, "Stop the what?" And then he just tells his DJs, it was Chase B, to keep going. And they kept it going. And there was people freaking out.
Two hands to the sky. Two hands to the sky. Two hands up, y'all. Two hands up. Y'all know what y'all came to do. Chase me. Let's go.
People laid out dead, and once the medics tried to help them, they wasn't responding. They moved to the next person. It was nothing they could have do. This really fucked me up and really spooked me tonight. That was some demonic. And what was so crazy, people were screaming help, trying to tell Travis Scott. They was help. The whole crowd was just going help, help, help. And he just kept going, bro. It was this was scary, bro. It was so demonic, bro.
Stop that show! 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 Stop that show!
More devastating is this was an event for all ages. We're told the youngest person treated 10 years old. Overall, 300 people were treated.
Listen, Satan is the chief musician, the choir leader, if you will, of this worldly music. And all these entertainers and celebrities, they part of his orchestra. These individuals have sold their souls to get the finer things in life, to have the material possessions. And I'm just going to give you the blunt, honest truth, and that is they don't care about the people. It's too much idolatry going on. Often people want to come to the defense of these satanic, Luciferian artists, not understanding that every word that proceedeth out of their mouth is to promote a death culture. It's about death. It's about sacrifice. And ladies and gentlemen, the Astro World Festival by Travis Scott was done in a very ritualistic fashion.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
It's y'all on here if y'all think I sold my soul. Y'all coming right with me, you dummies.
It's a story that we all know. The struggling artist or aspiring celebrity who just can't seem to catch a break, and then one night this person, who's down on their luck, so to speak, makes that infamous deal. And in a desperate effort to attain success, they make a plea to Satan and offer their own eternal soul and proclaim their willingness to serve him in exchange for wealth and worldly acclaim, or success in whatever it is they're trying to achieve. And depending on the story, the circumstances vary. Sometimes the struggling artist actually encounters the devil himself, as claimed by Robert Johnson, who is often considered to be the father of rock and roll.
This man was a nobody. And then he disappears. A year and a half later, he's doing things with the guitar that even his mentors can't do. How could Robert possibly have gotten that good that fast?
Robert Johnson is considered the king of the Delta blues. He's also considered the father of rock and roll. It is very significant that Johnson would be considered the father of rock and roll, as it is alleged that he had sold his soul to Satan in Clarksdale, Mississippi, in exchange for guitar playing abilities and worldwide fame. It was after Johnson made his alleged pact with Satan that he became the king of the Delta blues.
Well, they say he sold himself to the devil. That's what they say.
I never seen him have to practice anything like that. Never seen him sit down and learn a song. He already knew it. Once he attempted to play it, he knew it. He had a built-in computer. Everything he heard was there. All they had to do was punch the button.
The myth goes, Robert went to the crossroads, got down on his knees, handed his guitar to the devil. The devil said, once you receive the guitar back, your soul is mine.
Whether or not the crossroads of Highway 49 and 61 are the exact place that Robert Johnson sold his soul, we cannot know for sure. But one thing is clear, Johnson had indeed given his soul to Satan. This is brought out in his own lyrics, which testify to this.
Early this morning, ooh, he knocked upon my door. And I said, hello, Satan, I believe it's time to go. Me and the devil was walking side by side. We're walking side by side.
But Robert Johnson is far from the only celebrity or famous person who claims to have sold their soul to the devil. And a lot of times, instead of actually meeting the devil in person, the deal is apparently struck through prayer or rituals.
Really well now, but didn't you release a CD like
almost 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I released a gospel record when I was 15 because I grew up in, a household where all I ever did was listen to gospel music, and my parents are both traveling ministers, and so I kind of sang about, what was going on in my life at 15, and that's how I got introduced to the music industry. I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music, but it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil. So
You're still out here doing these songs, you're still on tour.
I do, but I don't take it for granted.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I made a bargain with it, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my end.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And this earth, and then in a world we can't see.
But as far as this music stuff, I won't be doing this music stuff anymore. I started this because this was my dream, and I wanted to make sure I could get me and my kids out the hood. It's always been my passion to rap. A while ago, I had signed a contract, and I didn't know nothing about the business or this game out here. And just right now, I'm realizing that I signed my soul. I sold my soul to the devil. I signed myself to the devil. I don't even own myself no more. I sold my soul to the mother devil, and I done prayed. I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. It's just like, I don't know if God can get me out of this.
But is it true? Can a man really trade his soul for fame and riches? And does the Bible have anything to say about this? Well, the first thing that comes to my mind is when the devil attempted to make a very similar deal with Jesus himself, an event that's often called the temptation of Christ, and it's documented in Matthew chapter 4 as well as Luke chapter 4. And let's just read it. Okay, so Matthew chapter 4, verse 1. Then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward and hungered. And when the tempter came to him, he said, and the tempter being the devil, he said, if thou be the Son of God, command that these stones be made to bread. And so you see, he's tempting Jesus right now because, as it says in verse 2, he had just fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, and he was hungry, and being God and being able to, perform miracles, the devil shows up and says, why don't you turn these rocks into bread, because you can eat. And that was a temptation because Jesus was hungry. All right, but moving on. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. And so Jesus quotes scriptures. And then the devil taketh him up into the holy city, and setteth him on the pinnacle of the temple, and saith unto him, if thou be the Son of God, cast thyself down. For it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest at any time thou dash thy foot against a stone. Jesus said unto him, it is written, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. And so he's also acknowledging his deity right there. But now really pay attention to verses 8 through 11 here. It says, again, the devil taketh him up into an exceeding high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them, and saith unto him, all these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. Then saith Jesus unto him, get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. Then the devil leaveth him, and behold, angels came and ministered unto him. And so here we actually see the devil promising Christ all the wealth and power and prestige in the world, if only Jesus would bow down and worship him. And of course, Jesus rejected the devil and pretty much told him to kick rocks. But that's the Messiah that we're talking about. Of course, he did not bow down to Satan. But now think of the world around you and ask yourself, how many among us would deny that offer like Jesus did? Or better yet, how many people do you know that would quickly bow down before the devil in exchange for all the wealth and luxury and fame in the world? Because I'll bet you can name a few. And so why wouldn't the devil still use this tactic? The Bible calls him the tempter and the god of this world, which he clearly is if he were able to offer all the kingdoms of earth to Jesus, and the devil uses the pleasures and enticements of sin to enslave men. So it's pretty feasible to consider the prospect that the devil has his hand in the so-called success of these young and influential celebrities who are indoctrinating and corrupting the youth by day and then driving around in Lamborghinis by night, and attending mansion parties. But honestly, you don't need to be an entrepreneur or an aspiring celebrity to see what a deal with the devil looks like. All you really got to do is just look out your front window and just observe the nature and the culture of this society, where the quickest route to wealth is to lie, to cheat, and to steal, to sell drugs and to sell sex, to conduct pyramid schemes, or scam people online, etc. And even you watching this video, you could probably become a millionaire in 12 months, but it would require you to abandon your integrity and dignity, and you'll have to be willing to deceive and exploit others, and maybe even hurt others. And so, when you frame it that way, you can make the argument that people who are motivated by worldly gratification, and those who are willing to do immoral things for money have indirectly already made that same deal with the devil. Because the devil couldn't care less if you worship him by name or if you identify as a Satanist. As long as you're not serving God, you're right where the devil wants you. And he keeps you there with the hollow comforts of sex and drugs and entertainment. When you adopt the status quo lifestyle of this constant consumption and indulgence and just moving from one distraction to the next. And it's all there just to keep you from thinking your own thoughts and examining your heart. It's all about distracting you from seeking God. And whenever this topic of the satanic entertainment industry comes up, so does the name of one particular man. Aleister Crowley, the self-described Satan-worshipping and ritual magician who once prophesied, while under demonic influence no less, that the world had entered the Aeon of Horus, a new age where mankind would reject the antiquated faiths of our fathers and would instead seek our own personally derived enlightenment. An age that would endorse sexual liberation and remove all restrictions against the free exercise of anybody's individual will. And we are about to explore the circumstances which motivated Crowley to literally nosedive right into the depths of evil. And we will answer the question of how one man, who referred to himself as the Great Beast 666 and the wickedest man on earth, managed to influence the course of the future with the expression of one very simple and very satanic ideal. Do what thou wilt.
Well, I would just want to leave you with this. My album is called Do What Thou Wilt.
I fell into the trap of the black magic, Kabbalism, and just the Crowleyism of the times. It was a significant part of that middle point of the 70s.
Well, I've been an admirer of Aleister Crowley. I think that I'm carrying on much of the work that he started over 100 years ago, and I think the 60s themselves. Crowley said, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law."
John Lennon. He said his whole philosophy was, and he quoting Aleister Crowley's axiom, "Do what thou wilt," was the whole Beatles philosophy. He said in his interviews before his death was "Do what thou willst." And they put their heroes up on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album, and who did they place there? Aleister Crowley. In fact, that whole album, as we show in our rockumentary, was basically a tribute to Crowley's New Eon, along with their Satanic Majesty's Request by the Stones that the Beatles put out with Sgt. Pepper. In fact, we make a really clear case for Sgt. Pepper being Crowley. In fact, Crowley died 20 years before that album came out, and of course the song 20 years ago today, Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play.
So who was Aleister Crowley? And why do all these celebrated people love him so much? And how did he become so significant in this topic of the satanic influence on modern entertainment and culture? I can tell you that I'm far from the first filmmaker to highlight a connection between this guy and the moral degradation, of music and entertainment and all these influential arts, and thereby our modern culture. But based on the modest amount of videos that I've seen regarding this topic, there's plenty of info out there about this guy's biography. But when it comes to exploring the origins of his spiritual motivations, and sort of the spiritual element of this whole thing, most of what I saw was pretty convoluted and limited, which was usually because the presenter themselves was a fellow unbeliever who was also intrigued by the hedonistic allure of the entertainment industry, although they probably wouldn't describe themselves that way, but I will. Because it's true. I mean, probably like 3 out of the last 5 videos that I watched in preparation for making this video, Crowley is presented in a sympathetic, and other times heroic light. And from the standpoint of this world, with the celebrity culture in mind specifically, Aleister Crowley blazed the trail of a rock star. You know, rampant sex and drugs and selfish indulgence and excess, not to mention fame and worldly acclaim. And as you will understand by the conclusion of this video, a lot of the bad behaviors that we attribute to modern celebrities are eerily similar to the lifestyle and teachings of old man Crowley nearly 100 years ago. You know, back when society was a little more morally upright and modest. I mean, you think of rock stars trashing hotel rooms and sleeping with groupies and doing copious amounts of drugs, you know, and then stepping out on stages before hundreds of thousands of kids, you know, and promoting these terrible, sinful things, you know, to these impressionable audiences. And this could easily be described as a continuation of Crowley's influence and what Crowley intended to do. And to complete my point, I'm just going to run through a really quick summary of Crowley's bio, but I'm not going to go into much depth because there's just too much to cover. Instead, I invite you to research him yourself and let me know in the comments if I'm exaggerating any of this. Aleister Crowley was born in England to a very wealthy and privileged family. He was originally named Edward Alexander Crowley. His grandfather owned a successful and popular distillery, which would provide a large but limited level of financial security to the whole Crowley family. His parents were devout Christians who participated in the Plymouth Brethren Church. And although Crowley, who really looked up to his dad, initially embraced the Christian lifestyle of his family, he soon began to resent its doctrine, and he began to demonstrate a strong aversion to the moral precepts of Christianity. And this growing animosity was only exacerbated by the death of his father, after which Aleister became increasingly hostile towards Christianity, and eventually became a self-described enemy of God. In the early 1890s, when Crowley was a teenager, he began to publicly consume drugs and alcohol and engage in sexual deviancies, even bringing prostitutes into his mother's bed just to spite her. And again, you know, though that might seem just like regular behavior for a teenager here in 2021, it was quite odd in Crowley's time. In fact, it was Crowley's own mother who gave him the nickname The Beast, a title that he would revel in and later went on to adopt as one of his many aliases and pen names. In his college years, Crowley was an avid and talented chess player, and he even flirted with the idea of competing professionally. And he was an artist and a painter, and was also well received as a poet, who had a penchant for writing erotic poetry, which was usually steeped in sexual impurity and indulgence. And this sexual openness would become a defining characteristic of Aleister Crowley. You know, while still in college, Crowley began to publicize his bisexuality and to maintain openly gay relationships. You know, and again, this was in the United Kingdom in the late 1800s, in a time and place where such things were still frowned upon by popular society, or at least considered taboo. And as I'm sure you would expect, you know, today Crowley is celebrated and heroicized for his influential promotion of homosexuality. But the real priority of Crowley's sex life was just perversity. You know, he lusted to indulge in whatever common society considered to be unnatural or obscene. And as Crowley continued to develop his occultic philosophies and rituals, he would integrate these sexual fetishes, you know, which were often sadistic in nature, into his practices. And this became the sex magic by which he is now famous, or perhaps infamous. In 1898, he joined a secret society called the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which was founded by Freemasons and modeled after Rosicrucianism. And if you don't know what these things are, you're just going to have to do your own research because, again, I don't got time to break all this down. I'm only trying to give you a very general summation of what this guy was all about. And besides, Crowley's biography is more diverse and convoluted than the entire James Bond anthology. You know, and I use that example unironically because according to numerous historians, Crowley was even a British secret agent for a period of time. You know, and check into that yourself. But the point is, I'm just going to stick to the basics to make a larger point. So where were we? We got Crowley here, you know, the great folk hero who was in reality a selfish and sexually perverted heroin addict whose hatred for Christianity escalated to voluntary possession by demons, you know. And in this process, he landed in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which is where I left off. And he was invited into this society by a prominent chemist and fellow occultist by the name of Julian N. Baker. And though he was generally respected by the group, he was eventually kicked to the curb by the order because apparently his obscene proclivities and scummy antics proved too unlikable for even them. And then in the years to follow, Crowley spent a few years writing about and popularizing various practices of witchcraft, some of which have also come to be embraced by today's world. Things like tarot card readings or yoga. Now, somewhere along his journey, Crowley got married to a woman named Rose, who accompanied him as he went about conducting his campaign against God. And history says that while they were on their honeymoon in Egypt, Rose would go into these trances and deliver cryptic messages to Aleister about how the god Horus has been waiting for them and that sort of thing, And Rose actually helped Aleister to produce his most famous book, the Book of the Law, which, according to them, was transcribed from a spiritual messenger of Horus named Aiwass, or I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but that's how it's spelled. And apparently Crowley just meditated for a few days and wrote down what this disembodied voice spoke to him. And anyways, the Book of the Law would become the foundational source for Crowley's invented religion, which he would name Thelema, a satanic religion that is still practiced today. And the Book of the Law is also the origin of Crowley's famous mantra, of which I keep repeating, do what thou wilt. And most of you have probably heard that before, and certainly you have if you watched part 1 of this series. But the quote goes on. It's actually, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And what he's saying here is that in his projected future, there will only be one universal law, to do what you wilt, or pretty much to do what you want, to serve yourself before all others and just do whatever you want and everyone else be damned, And remember, this is not just Crowley writing about his opinions. This is supposedly some demon prophesying about the near future through Crowley. He called it the Eon of Horus, and he said that this eon was now upon us. And you got to think when you look around, not only has our world embraced this notion of do what thou wilt, but also we participate in ceremonious pagan rituals and witchcraft, and often unbeknownst to us, it's just part of the culture here in this fallen world. Think back to the scriptures I referenced earlier, when the devil attempted to make a deal with Jesus, promising all the wealth and all the fame in the world if Jesus would just worship him, aka sell his soul. And while most people laugh at the notion of celebrities acquiring fame and fortune in response to selling their soul to the devil, everybody actually acknowledges this transaction. I mean, it's a phenomenon that even the secular world recognizes. But they call it selling out. Instead of selling your soul, it's just selling out. But what does it mean to sell out in context with fame and stardom? It means that you voluntarily trade in your integrity and principles and promote bad things, for fame in an obviously satanic entertainment industry. And if you're a girl, your fame might come at the cost of your willingness to prance around in front of a crowd of children as you sing explicit songs about inappropriate things while wearing lingerie. And if you're a rapper, you might find yourself reading news headlines about fans of yours who got killed in a drive-by shooting, and the depression may begin to grow inside you as you continue to rap about what a tough gangbanger you are, while going home to a secluded mansion in the hills where you can't even hear the gunshots being exchanged by the kids who are imitating the nonsense that you're rapping about, Or maybe you're the talented salesman who stumbles into that $1 million deal, and all you got to do is tell a couple lies, destroy a few businesses, maybe buy off a few politicians, and then it's off to the Bahamas with you, and you could be the next CEO. And this is the do what thou wilt model of success. And it all equates to worshiping the devil. Because as God watches down, we are getting caught up in a self-centered rat race to gain stature in this fallen world system that rewards apathy and compliance. And it doesn't take a seminary graduate to see how well these celebrated people serve Satan's mission, which is ultimately to keep you distracted by sin and lust so that you don't seek God, like I said before. And so that you can join the devil in the lake of fire when this is all said and done. And listen, it is sort of creepy and sort of darkly impressive to compare Crowley's Eon of Horus prophecy with the world surrounding us, which does seem to embody the spirit of his predictions. But I don't want to give too much credit to the guy. He was not the prolific philosopher that Hollywood paints him to be. He was a deviant and drug-peddling sexual predator. He was a scumbag of the worst degree. Nobody liked him. I mean, his personality sucked. We're talking about a guy that ate poop in an effort to find enlightenment. He was kind of like the G.G. Allin of his time.
Our first guest, G.G. Allin, has been called the most violent man in rock and roll. Some of what you're about to hear may not be suitable for children. This rock musician says he has more power over your children than you do. G.G. Allen brags he's on his way to becoming the leader, the messiah for America's youth. He already claims to have 1 million followers. Wherever he goes, he plays to sell out crowds.
And I'm out for violence, chaos, lawlessness all the way. I don't care about anybody or anything except for myself and my mission. And your kids out there, if you got kids out there, they're going to be my kids. I'm going to own those kids. They're going to do anything that I say.
And why is that? Why do they do anything you say?
Because I'm the king. I'm bringing us to a revolution against the government, against the police, against any form of society that is trying to put us down and restrict us in any way, shape, or manner. You cannot conform. You must be a true nonconformist. To hell with what your parents have to say.
Okay.
I am the man.
Okay.
All you have to do is listen to what I have to say.
Okay, well, who told you were the messiah?
I said I was. Okay. And I am, because these kids, I get letters from all over the world. People worship me. They come to my shows. I'm going to rape the girls. I might rape the guys. I might have sex. I want it all. I want it all, and I'm going to have it all.
Okay, let me
Because I am everything.
All right, yeah. You go way beyond sex, drugs, and rock and roll in your performances. You self-mutilate on stage.
I self-mutilate. I beat the out of my audience if they're in my way. I take them out. I don't care. I don't care about anybody because I am who I am, and I'm not a phony like everybody else out there. I am real. And how many of you can, at 35 years old, sleep with 16, 12, 13-year-old girls and boys and animals? Hey, this is the life. I got it all. And I got your kids.
Actually, I guess G.G. Allen was kind of more like the Aleister Crowley of our time. But that's beside the point. And the point is that Crowley was just a fool and a jerk, and he was constantly being kicked out of establishments and constantly fleeing the authorities in connection with various crimes, many of which originated from his perverse sex magic. And in 1923, Crowley and his followers were permanently banned from Italy after one of his young disciples died in a manner connected to the cult's sacrilegious and dangerous ritual practices. And after getting kicked out of Italy, he just kind of wandered around looking like a human skeleton, lifeless and sad, and practicing his evil magic, defiling his body, defiling the bodies of others, constantly drunk, constantly high on heroin and other harsh drugs, worshiping demons and attributing pretentious nicknames to himself. Pretty pathetic, huh? And as for his family, do you remember Rose, his wife? I haven't talked much about her because she was always back at home with the kids as Aleister traveled around squandering his inheritance on drugs and prostitutes and establishing his little religion, Thelema. And so Crowley was nowhere to be seen as his little daughter Lilith died at a young age. Regardless, Crowley blamed her death on Rose's alcoholism, and he divorced her. And I would speculate that her alcoholism had to do a lot with the fact that she was married to this wicked and terrible Satanist of a man who treated her like crap. And meanwhile, Crowley just continued to sleep with prostitutes and mistresses, and even to bear children with them, who in the end he abandoned as well. Now, when Aleister Crowley's life finally came to an end in 1947, he was living in abject poverty and squalor, and he had squandered away his inheritance on a lifetime's worth of debauchery, and drugs and women, and even his appearance was a sad reflection of a life lived in enslavement to sin. I mean, just look at this guy. Would you let this guy babysit your kids? Seriously. I mean, despite having achieved some level of fame in his lifetime, in the end he was reduced to a pathetic status, and that's what he agreed to when he gave his life over to Satan all those decades back. This is how a deal with the devil looks. Crowley volunteered his service to the devil, and the devil used him like a tool, both literally and figuratively. And in reality, Crowley achieved nothing. By his own admission, he was merely a foolish mortal allowing demons and spirits to channel messages through him. And so in the end, it's the devil who achieved so much through Crowley. And just like any craftsman would do, once Crowley no longer served his purpose as a tool, he was discarded like a broken hammer. And you know what's crazy? All this respect and fame that's attributed to Aleister Crowley, it didn't even come until after he died. So in his lifetime and at the time of, this pathetic situation he was in when he died and that I just described, he had no idea that his legacy would even live on. He had no idea how influential his ideas would be. He died probably feeling like a failure. And when you look at the entertainment industry today, it seems to work in the same way. You got all these stars who embrace the do what thou wilt mantra, and they live large and they trash hotel rooms, they drive fast cars, they have promiscuous sex all the time, and they do drugs nonstop, and they either continue to live like this well into their old age, like Mick Jagger and Grandpa Steven Tyler, long after they could possibly care about the music anymore. And it's almost like they're part of a contract that doesn't allow them to quit, like they're not allowed to retire. And and then those that don't make it into old age are rarely lucky enough to make it past the age of 27, and they die as STD-riddled drug addicts, just like their hero Aleister Crowley. And I believe that a lot of these guys on the world stage who claim to have made deals with the devil are being honest, but they're idiots because Satan is the father of lies. And so making a deal with the devil is like loaning money to a thief. You're just going to get screwed because the devil hates us. I mean, he hates me and my fellow saints, because we're his enemy. But he also even hates his own followers, because even people like Aleister Crowley or modern clowns like Marilyn Manson could be redeemed and rescued from the jaws of sin and death if they would only repent and believe. Not to mention they're made in the image of God, which Satan despises. And I believe that anyone with a heartbeat inherently understands this. And so it's sad, because you can imagine the inner turmoil that this man suffered as he wrestled endlessly to suppress the truth in his heart. And that doesn't only apply to Crowley, but anybody that is decidedly living in sin. And when you look into the eyes of this man, what do you see? I mean, is this the great beast that he purported to be? The wicked one? Is this the face of a messiah of some kind? No, I mean, if you ask me, these are the eyes of a sad and weak man who has been completely defeated by his own sin and indulgences. And that's pretty much my assessment of the infamous Aleister Crowley. I mean, of course, this was only, like I said, a very short summarization. And I didn't even get into the numerous influential figures from history who were unabashed followers of Crowley. He rubbed shoulders with many people who you would be really surprised by. Like Jack Parsons, for example, the founder of NASA's Jet Propulsion Labs, and who was also an avowed occultist. And I left Parsons out because his story is just crazy, and he's going to have to get his own video sometime down the line. As well as L. Ron Hubbard, founder of Scientology. And I'm honestly really excited to make this video about this topic of Parsons and Hubbard and Crowley, in that aforementioned video I'm going to make, because you're going to be astonished and bewildered to learn just how satanic and weird and crazy our history really is. But that's going to have to wait. Anyways, another famous associate of Crowley's was the famed sexologist Alfred Kinsey, who is the namesake, by the way, of the Kinsey Institute. And apart from being a key figure in modern sex education and public school curriculum, this Kinsey guy was most notorious for things like the encouragement of embracing sexual perversions, also known as the sexual liberation movement that I was talking about with Crowley. And his methods of research included the mass exploitation and actual molestation of hundreds of children so that he could scientifically chart the ways that kids responded to such things. But anyways, it's really terrible, and he's another character that I'm going to investigate in the education chapter of this very video series. So I'm leaving him out as well for now. And because with this video, all I really wanted to do was present an accurate portrayal of Crowley's life, but with the focus being on his animosity towards God and his willing participation with the forces of evil. And I hope that I've adequately done that. And the point that I want you to take away from my commentary in this video has nothing to do with all the crazy stuff and strange accomplishments that he had in his lifetime, but rather the miserable state that he died in after being physically, emotionally, and spiritually defeated by the very sins which he embraced. And I want for you to consider that the next time you see some celebrity wearing a t-shirt with his face on it, or you hear some rock star gloating about having made a deal with the devil, because this is how that deal ends. So can you really sell your soul to the devil? Well, yeah, and many do. Biblically speaking, it is possible to indulge in sin to the point that your conscience can become seared and unresponsive to God's voice. But does the devil really reward his servants with fame and riches? Well, again, I would say yes, but it's demonstrated through the very culture of humanity in this fallen world. Because the devil doesn't care if you acknowledge him, like I said before. He just wants you to avoid God. He doesn't need your allegiance. He already has your allegiance if you're living in sin and if you're not living for God. And it's clear to see that in this world, fame and wealth is held in the highest regard from the general public. That is the dream. And it's not a coincidence that the highly acclaimed celebrity witches of our world, from Crowley to Cobain, tend to meet such a tragic demise. A deal with the devil is a bum deal. It's actually a scam. But what more would you expect from the father of lies? So in closing, why did I spend so much time covering Aleister Crowley and adult celebrities in a video series called The War on Kids? Well, because children are the ones who have always been strategically targeted by this satanic entertainment industry. And the people who we as adults regard as entertainers, to children are educators. You know, and if Crowley's little Eon of Horus prophecy really has been fulfilled, then it was accomplished through the influence of this entertainment industry, you know, which hardly even existed in the time of Crowley's life. I mean, seriously, even the entertainment industry itself was pretty much designed in the wake of Aleister Crowley's influence. And it was through music and entertainment that Crowleyites like Timothy Leary or the Beatles pushed this whole do what thou wilt thing into the mainstream, both in word and practice. And apparently Crowley's influence has only grown since then, because indeed our world now embraces and defends the do what thou wilt lifestyle. At least that's the case from my point of view here in the United States. I mean, we now have passports being issued with X as a gender option. You know, we have Drag Queen Story Hour, which is often praised by the media, where idiotic parents bring their children to local libraries to hear stories being read by men wearing coconut bras and miniskirts. You know, we have children undergoing sex reassignment surgery to the applause of society, pornographic and pedophilic books in elementary school libraries. And the most popular video games are the ones that simulate murder, you know, and the most popular movies are the ones that simulate or document murders. And then you got all these songs, which glorify everything from drug abuse and sex abuse to, again, murder. You know, and you think back to when your grandfather was young and he would just walk around whistling zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day, you know, through his workday. You know, but his grandkids are going through the school day humming songs like WAP or WAP by Cardi B, you know, or maybe some Eminem song or some mumble rap song. And whatever it is, you know, these lyrics, aka messages, are literally about indulging in the maximum excess of sin, you know, and that's what's made to look cool. And you got these teenage boys that are getting lyrics about smacking girls, you know, or selling drugs, getting stuck in their heads, getting stuck in their still developing minds. You know, and they focus on this stuff throughout the day, you know, and they're inundated with it, and they even look up to it. And I would hope that by this point you can see why this has everything to do with the war on kids, because it's the children who are targeted with this stuff, and it's the children who are indoctrinated by this stuff. You know, they're the ones conforming to it as the grown-ups scratch our heads and comment about how weird everything's getting. And then when you look back at Crowley and you realize that all those taboos and ideas that he touted and acts that he practiced, you know, which he was hated for at the time, have now become tenets of the new normal. In today's world, Crowley would fit right in. Heck, he would probably be a celebrity. And the whole transformation is hinged on this principle of do what thou wilt. And even the old folks and the more wholesome portion of our society has embraced this. Even the so-called emerging church and evangelical right is accepting this satanic notion. And you can clearly see it in the humanism and the New Age movements touted by deceivers like Oprah or Joel Osteen. This idea of manifesting your own destiny, you know, or speaking things into existence. That is the epitome of magic and witchcraft. You know, we just don't refer to it as casting spells anymore. It's gone mainstream. You know, the secret societies of Crowley's day have become the governments of our day. And so I'm not being hyperbolic when I say that this world and the ways of this world are downright satanic. And so in a way, if you are worshiping the things of this world, and if you are denying the true God, then you already sold your soul, you know, and we all have this opportunity to cash in our integrity in exchange for wealth and worldly success. So not only is it true that a man can proverbially sell his soul, but that concept is actually the foundation of the very gospel. Because the Bible describes the unsaved man as being a slave to sin, and this reality is encapsulated by everything I just covered in this video, not to mention all the other content on this channel. But fortunately for us, God is willing to forgive us of our sin, and we can be liberated from the bonds of this sin if we only believe and call on the Lord for salvation. And I'm not saying that as some type of Christian obligation, you know, because I'm a Christian truther or whatever. No, I'm a man who didn't come to Christ until I was around age 30. And I have been on the Crowley side of this in the past. And I'm here to tell you that God has restored and transformed my life, you know, so take that for what you will, but it's the truth. And you know what's beautiful? Even Aleister Crowley could have been saved if he would have called out to God and repented of his sins and believed on the name of Jesus. But you know what's sad? He didn't. And so here's my final statement regarding everything we just went over. Don't be like Aleister Crowley. Don't be so arrogant in your opposition to God that you find yourself dying old and alone in the grips of depression and addiction. And don't be like Lady Gaga or Lil Nas X and lose your soul to a devil who is only blessing you with worldly benefits for the purpose of keeping you on the hook so that you can continue to corrupt souls while simultaneously destroying your own. Because the devil is under no obligation to honor the conditions of any supposed deal that he makes. It's to the contrary. He is a liar by nature. Again, he's the father of lies. And he will certainly trick and deceive anybody who is foolish enough to willingly offer anything to him. He will chew you up and he will spit you out, just like he did with Crowley. And when you're getting zipped up in a body bag at age 27 as some celebrity, millionaire, rock star, or whatever it is, maybe you're just an addict on the street getting zipped up in a body bag. But the devil will continue to use your work and your legacy to corrupt and destroy others, and ultimately to engage this war on kids. Because it is the innocent and unsuspecting children of our world who sit in the crosshairs of this entire satanic entertainment complex. And if you couldn't see that before, I hope that you do now. Protect your children. Decry this blasphemous nonsense and turn to God, because he's the one who created your soul. And this other guy, he just wants to destroy it. You know, the theme of chapter 1 has been to expose the fact that Satan, who is also the god of this world, happens to be the head of the so-called music industry as well. You know, and by this point in the series, I hope to have convinced you that the music industry and the entertainment industry at large is practically just a domestic weapon of mass psychological warfare, you know, to put it poetically and also to put it bluntly. And even worse, much of it is deliberately designed to corrupt man's faith in God, man's faith in the Christian God, and in the Bible specifically. And when it comes to the modern music industry, you know, that has so many blatant examples of Satanism on display, many of which we've gone over in previous portions of this video series. But you may be wondering at this point why there doesn't seem to be a serious outcry, you know, or backlash from the public with all this stuff. Because to a sensible person, it does seem baffling to consider that such an outright demonic source of influence could be praised and celebrated in the streets, you know, let alone promoted to children or even target marketed to the youth demographic specifically. Yet that's the reality of what's going on around us, you know, and everybody knows that it's true, but there doesn't seem to be any pushback about it. And so you might be wondering, where's the public outcry? But did you know that there was a time when Christians and good parents in America actually attempted to confront and to stand up to the growing influence of Satanism in our culture? Between the 1980s and 90s, there were a few national events which drew public attention to the reality and to the prominence of satanic cults in high places. There was a really popular book at that time called Michelle Remembers, which chronicled the details of a woman's psychiatric sessions while she was undergoing a controversial practice that's known as recovered memory therapy. During these sessions, Michelle unearthed a terrifying well of memories. She suddenly recalled the gruesome details of satanic rituals that she was forced to attend throughout her childhood. Her memories included being present to human sacrifices and abortions and sexual and physical abuse against her and others, as well as the desecration of corpses, you know, and that's just to name a few. And those are some pretty tame examples, by the way. Though the book had many critics, it was a bestseller, and it sparked an avalanche of similar allegations being made by people everywhere, all that had corroborating claims of their own experiences at the hands of these cults. The technical term for this type of crime is SRA, or satanic ritual abuse. It's a real phenomenon by which law enforcement has been well aware for a long time. But before this time, people had no idea of its prevalence, and the world was shocked by the volume of allegations being made against ritual abuse by people everywhere. What was most surprising to the general public was that a lot of these occurrences seemed to be most prominent in high-class and affluent communities. But of course, ever since Epstein didn't kill himself, this statistic makes a lot more sense to everybody. And then there was the McMartin preschool nightmare, or as it's referred to these days, the McMartin preschool trial. And this involved the staff of McMartin Preschool in Manhattan Beach, California, being accused of satanic ritual abuse by 360 students. I did not misspeak there. 360 students alleged to have been abused by the staff at this school. But
As if that's not sickening enough, the allegations went far beyond physical and sexual abuse. These children were literally telling identical stories about being pimped out to rich people and being made to participate in bizarre rituals. And apparently there were like tunnels underneath the school, and it was just really bizarre. And I gotta summarize this for the sake of time and for the sake of staying on topic, but you really should take the time to look deeper into this McMartin preschool trial thing. I mean, it's just nuts. But here's the thing about it. It was the longest running and most expensive trial in American history, and yet nobody knows about it. We all remember O.J. Simpson's trial, but not the McMartin preschool trial. Similarly, we also don't remember the Franklin scandal, as it's called, which was another bombshell revelation from the late 1980s. This one incriminated politicians and bankers and other elite figures, but it also had connections to Satanism, like the McMartin thing. But once again, it went under the media's radar as they focused on whatever was going on with the celebrities and with the rock stars. And sadly, things haven't changed when it comes to this tactic, you know. I mean, even as I record this, every outlet of the mainstream media is reporting on the divorce trial of 2 celebrities that are getting divorced. But meanwhile, there was a total media blackout concerning the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, who was Jeffrey Epstein's pimp, but whatever, I just had to throw that in there. But anyways, as all these big cases continued unfolding throughout the late 1980s and the early 1990s, society began to revolt against Satanism and actually began to revolt against, the satanic symbolism that was popping up everywhere. And the prevalence of all these horrible events in the news that were associated with Satanism caused a rightful stir in Americans at that time. And many people were amazed to discover that many of their favorite entertainment icons were associated with the occult, and churches were encouraging their congregations to destroy their rock and roll tapes and CDs, and there was a little revival going on against Satanism and against its influence in our culture. And it would seem that people were finally kind of drawing their line in the sand. But as the church rallied against the growing influence of Satanism, in our culture, the rest of society embraced it. And while the old classic rock bands and the popular celebrities from the hippie era were all coming under fire for their occultic associations, there was a new trend emerging. One where Satanism was just explicitly celebrated, just blatantly, just in its face. Because after all, rock and roll was always about rebellion, right? It was always about, if it's too loud, then you're too old, right? It just kept getting louder and faster and faster and louder, till eventually singing just turned into screaming, and it just turned into a competition over who could be more extreme and intense. And what could be more rebellious, by the way, than to represent Lucifer himself, the original rebel. And all these admittedly and outspoken satanic bands started rolling out to mainstream audiences. In fact, Satanism became so normalized within metal that most kids associated the pentagram symbol just with metal music. And over the course of a decade or so, this blatant satanic stuff became more and more commonplace until it eventually permeated the entire music industry. And it became pop. And it got to the point that the majority of your top 40 radio hits all had some hint of occulticism or Satanism in it. So needless to say, the spontaneous popularity of this pro-satanic music, and pro-satanic trends in the youth culture was alarming. And for a time, it was fiercely opposed. But the opponents of this agenda had more than music to contend with. See, Satanism was cool now. It was pop culture. It was in the comic books, it was in the video games, movies, t-shirts, cartoons. It was everywhere. And eventually we went back to nobody really being afraid of Satanism anymore. We just went back there again because our entertainment was so saturated in it, that we were just sort of desensitized to Satanism. And once again, the notion of Satanism being a threat was relegated to the rank of conspiracy theory. It didn't take long before the public just stopped talking about all the high-profile crime cases that implicated Satanism. And soon, the media would mock and ridicule all the solid evidence of SRA that captivated the nation just a decade prior. They began to refer to the entire period of time as the, quote, satanic panic. Can you imagine that? That's what they called it. It was all just turned into a joke, the satanic panic, And that's how they regard it today. That's how the world refers to a Christian revival against evil, the satanic panic. And so once again, I'll remind you about the McMartin preschool trial. It was the longest running and most expensive trial in American history, and yet nobody's heard of it. And then when you try to research it, you can't get 2 paragraphs into the article without being thoroughly reminded that whatever you're about to read has been debunked, redacted, fact-checked, and just discredited all around. And it's the same case with nearly every event since then, which implicates Satanism and which comes under public scrutiny. Satanic panic. That's all you got to say. It's just a blanket term to immediately discredit anything that could potentially reveal the reality that these satanic cults are very real and their influence on society is huge. Look for yourself and you'll see what I mean. But anyways, the point is that after a few decades of Satanism being trivialized, in entertainment, the social majority now has an attitude of indifference towards Satanism. But the problem is that Satan is not indifferent towards us. He roams about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. Of course, we didn't just fall into this hellhole overnight, It was a long crawl to get to this point. But I believe that each step was strategic and deliberate, as the spirit of this world carried us from a place where Elvis Presley was censored on TV because his dance moves were too provocative, and into a world where the song WAP, or WAP by Cardi B, which is a literal article of pornography, mind you, was nominated as the Song of the Year. And it was also performed live at the Grammys in front of millions of families watching from home. Mothers and grandparents and children all sitting around watching this softcore porn together, that's nominated as the Song of the Year. And it really is just a clown world now. But as you and I stand back in the background, just looking out at a world that is falling apart, there is a whole generation of children standing in the foreground, looking out to a world that is still full of wonder that's yet to be discovered. And that's what I'm warning you about. I'm warning you that in order to protect our children, we need to teach them to protect themselves. We need to raise them in the truth of God's word, and they must understand who the enemy is. Because you can't fight a war if you don't know who the enemy is. And I hate to say it, but our children are at war, fighting for their very identity. And most of the parents are completely AWOL here within the war on kids.
Judas Priest explode into the Capitol Center this Saturday. Judas Priest live with
Fine,
special
Harry.
guest Dawkins.
Pretty good.
Tickets for Judas Priest
You
this
want to
Saturday on
inside
sale
of the
now at all
concert?
ticket
Have
centers.
fun,
Maryland
Judas
wanted
Priest.
this, so
I mean, I want you to talk after.
You've heard the band? Have you heard?
I've heard a little bit on tape, that's all.
Just say what you think of their music.
I like the instruments. I don't care for the beat.
You don't care for how fast it. What about the lyrics? Have you read any of the lyrics?
I despise the lyrics.
What do you hate about them?
It's because they're all Satan worship.
It's all Satan.
If they don't like it, then fine. Actually, I get off on people not liking us because, I like it when people really hate us because that fits our image, and I can really be obnoxious to them and stuff, just because it's...
I don't know if it's a ritual or if it's just the beat. I don't know if it's the words or if it's the beat that he likes. But
You gotta kind of go out there and just, right at first, just jump around and bang your head and thrash and do whatever you want, That's the way I feel. Just do whatever you want.
What do you think about the type of music that they play? I mean, the beat and the words. What's the problem with the words?
to me, I've listened to the words, I've read the words, and all I can say, I'm a Christian, and I do not like the words. To me, they're all Satan worship, about hell, about devils, about satanic. I don't want anything to do with it.
I'm David Helby, I'm 20 years old. I'm ready to rock.
Dawn, 13.
Who are you here to see tonight?
Judas Priest! Mrs. Ecker, when you were a teenager, when you were Eddie's age, what kind of music did you listen to?
Oh, let's see, rock and roll, Elvis Presley. It was before the Beatles, so that was, I don't even remember the groups.
Do you remember what people were saying about Elvis Presley?
Oh, well, before I got into the rock and roll, they didn't like him. They thought he was, you know, the way he moved around and his type of music wasn't, they wouldn't accept that. But when I got a little older, it was accepted.
Do you think this is the same thing with Eddie's music? Maybe he'll be more accepted as it goes?
Well, I don't know. I wished he would take his music and put all of his energy in some other direction. I just don't appreciate the music. It seems to me that it's all drug related. Because maybe I'm not that, I don't understand, but I can't see where any good is going to come out of it.
Heavy metal music, it's become an anthem for certain kinds of kids. Who are they? Are they misunderstood?
If anything's on my mind, I just go and sit in my room and play some music.
There has been violence at heavy metal concerts, and stage diving looks lethal for parents who don't understand it.
People are saying that we're a negative influence.
We let the kids explain it. Storm Phillips reports the children of heavy metal.
So you guys like Priest, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all right. How about Dawkins? How's anybody feel about it?
Dawkins!
Metal would not be what it is today. Are they really about the best?
Yeah.
I mean, they're better. What other shows have you seen here?
But Metallica.
To the door.
How do you think people perceive you? The image you project. When they look at Ed, who do they see?
Probably a punk. You know? Somebody who's bad. Somebody who trips acid every day, you know? Takes a lot of drugs. But I don't, you know?
How'd you get into hardcore? Dan, or Damien, whatever, kind of exposed me to it.
Terror at your door, see no more. This is killing murder, it's further desire to set the fire. One life, take a life, give a life, kamikaze.
Terror at your door, save no more, since it's killing murder, since further desire to start the fire. One life, give a life, take a life, kamikaze, destroy. Girls and boys with great joy, send body bags. That's...
What's it mean?
Well, it means, you know, self-inflicting death, you know? Doing things, like that verse right there means, it means, you know, terrorists, you know? Killing other people.
Talk about the generation gap a little bit. How old are you?
21. 19. What can I say?
What do you guys think you're young or a little old to be here?
Look at these other two brothers, man. We've been coming up Priest every
Younger
year.
crowd now. Used to be an older crowd. This is the sixth time I've seen the Priest.
Oh yeah?
It's probably the first time, most of it, you know.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, let's see. It's just the words. It's power. Give the devil power. And it's nothing to do with God or anything like that. It was just praising the devil, giving him the glory, and I just don't care for that. It was all things that I didn't like, you know, the killing, the how they treated children and the blood and all that. I just didn't care for it.
Just jump around, bang my head, thrash, move around. If I feel like it, just fall down on the ground and spaz out. You know? Just whatever.
Alright, what's your name?
Graham, man, like grab a dirt and shit.
Yeah.
One last question I have for you. Do you think that he has a price to pay in terms of God and so on and so forth for this kind of music?
Oh, definitely. If you read the Bible, if you read the scriptures, definitely.
In what way?
Well, if you know, it says either you're for me or you're against me. That's what the Bible said. And if you're against me, he says, I'll spew you out of my mouth. And there's going to be a time when the Lord comes, and if Eddie's not ready, he's going to go to a place that he doesn't want to go. He's not serving God. He's far from serving God. He knows the Bible. Eddie does. And even though he may not be doing anything wrong, he's not doing what God wants him to do.
All I can say is that I'm not doing this to... I'm not saying, well, I'm going to do this. And I don't care about serving God and things like that. I'm just doing this to express myself, you know? Doing what I want.
Let's recap what's been covered in the first and second part of this documentary series before moving on. We've been focusing mainly on the music industry, and in part one, I did my best to prove the point that our modern entertainment industry exists almost for the sole purpose of social indoctrination and just to desensitize us, you know, from morality and from moral righteousness. And what's worse is that this agenda is deliberately targeted towards the youth. And we discussed the invention of celebrated people, aka celebrities, and examined how these celebrated people all tend to promote the same movements and the same trends and social ideologies, and therein exposing themselves of being little more than musically proficient change agents, rather than actual creative artists who are honestly expressing themselves. And then in part 2, I just lamented the reality that we are all part of a society that by and large worships these celebrated people, and the music that they produce. But it's worse than simply promoting a liberal narrative, because the real underlying message and intended influence that's being pushed by these so-called artists is a deliberately satanic one. And part 2 breaks down the evidence to substantiate this fact by centering around the life and influence of infamous dark magician and professed Satanist Aleister Crowley. So I won't waste any more time rehashing what we've already been over, but if you've been following this series, then that's a refresher for you. And if you haven't seen part 1 and 2, then I hope that I've intrigued you enough to drop everything and watch them both immediately, or maybe after this video. But anyways, that brings us up to speed. And here we are, in a society that is largely hypnotized by the enchantments of this satanic propaganda that's disguised as entertainment. Not even just entertainment, but inspiring entertainment, and entertainment that's meant to motivate and to change lives. If you listen to Disney, entertainment which is conducted by people who are oftentimes open and practicing witches and occultists who specialize in hoodwinking others. And I just feel like I'm stuck in this dystopian world where I'm surrounded by screens and speakers that are constantly broadcasting the same propaganda, and it's not just your ordinary political propaganda, not just marketing propaganda, but it's this destructive and anti-human propaganda, and I think if you look at this stuff carefully and honestly, it's clear to see which target that this propaganda is aimed against. It's God as our creator and any semblance of traditional and moral righteousness. And even without the overt presence of blatant Satanism, which does exist in the entertainment industry, but even without that, this agenda would still be rightfully described as satanic, simply based on its outcome, and the effect that it has on society, which is, I think, irrefutably negative. I mean, how else would you describe a system that will openly hypnotize its subjects only to then bombard them with messages of self-destruction, and it's successfully and effectively transforming this world around us into the prophesied beast system, in my opinion. And it's happening right before our eyes. I mean, just look outside. How many young people have covered their bodies now, and faces with tattoos, often depicting demonic symbolism, no less? Children walking around dressed like androgynous prostitutes. I mean, I've seen sweet old ladies that are wearing clothing or accessories that bear the image of skulls and crossbones, and everyone's just obsessed with this culture of death and destruction. Popular music, which was once brilliant and complex and beautiful, and which once evoked inspiration in the masses, has largely been replaced by this dumbed-down, hypnotic, and abrasive noise pollution that tends to revel in messages of sadness and anger. Alternatively, much of today's popular music is defined by its level of edginess or shock value. Rappers who boast of their violent crimes against others, or lyrics that depict sex in pornographic detail. And then rock music, which has become practically synonymous with the imagery of death, metal music, as much as I personally enjoy some of it, but you just can't deny how much metal music is obsessed with death. These album covers that you're seeing right now are just a small sample of some metal bands that are actually really popular and super famous. So if that says anything about the world that we're living in. These metal bands are an extreme example of this obsession with death, but really it is everywhere. I mean, the most popular shows on TV are true crime shows that detail events of murder and violence, and movies are no better, most commonly centered around themes of murder and violence, seduction and betrayal. Serial killers, that's the stuff that we like because we have this bloodlust, and I'm guilty of it too, but let's not deny it. And how about video games? I mean, when I was playing Nintendo 64 25 years ago, even back then, games were all based around the concept that for some reason or another, your character needs to go around killing people, because that's what's fun for us, I guess. It's a culture of death. I mean, you guys, Even as I'm making this video, there are literally protesters raging in the city's streets outside, conducted by angry pro-choicers who are absolutely furious about the prospect that killing babies may soon be illegal in some states. You know, they view humans as disposable. And why shouldn't they? They're born into a world that teaches you that from childhood, you are this soulless animal, just taking up space and threatening nature by your mere existence. You know, and so we're conditioned to disrespect ourselves. You know, we're taught that we're overpopulating the planet and we're just ruining everything. You know, we're like parasites against Mother Nature. You know, and monkeys, that's what they say that we came from. You know, we evolved from monkeys, and we call our children kids, just like the name of this documentary, you know, but that's really a name for a young goat. And so we send our little young goats off to schools that corrupt their innocent minds with anti-scientific nonsense designed to sow seeds of confusion into their ever so trusting minds. You know, confusion about their very identity, no less. And that was a generous way to word that, by the way. What I should have said is that we send our children off to indoctrination centers filled with perverted freaks who like to prey on the innocence of children. You know, and all these kids are just talking about how many hookers they killed in Grand Theft Auto last night and whatever was on South Park, you know, and they're listening to all this obscene music, which is marketed and targeted, you know, to that particular age demographic. And everywhere they look, it's just a reinforcement of this same kind of satanic crap. You know, and when it comes to what influences children in 2022, look no further than the very same trash that you see while you're surfing the internet, or while you're flipping through YouTube or scanning through the radio. You know, because these days there's no barrier between what you see and what the kids see. This internet era has opened everything up, and it's all right there out in the open. And even the worst and most extreme pornographic material that you could imagine is now being viewed by millions of kids. You know, in the same way that you and me may have peeked at our grandparents' Playboy or something like that back when we were kids. I mean, just think about that. I'm in my mid-30s, and I'm sad to confess that after years of exposure to porn and violent media, you know, and this kind of stuff, it's haunted my imagination, you know. And even as a Christian to this day, I just can't unsee so much of what I've placed before my eyes over the years. And that's why it breaks my heart to consider the effects that are being incurred on the youth of today by this trash. Because the stuff that we once regarded as pornographic is now just, you know, mainstream and acceptable by the new public standard. You know, that's the kind of stuff that just gets passed around as a funny meme, you know, by kids that are playing on their smartphones while sitting in class. Which, could you even imagine that, by the way? I remember I used to play with my calculator and try to pretend it was a video game, you know, but kids these days, like, actually have access to the internet and the, you know, smartphones while they're sitting in class, but that's neither here nor there. But anyways, these music videos today, you know, they're just chock full of all this sex and satanic symbolism, and this standard of today of what's acceptable when it comes to this kind of stuff is what, again, we used to regard as pornographic. You know, half-naked women and men alike are twerking on these videos against provocative backdrops, you know, and even the lyrics of these popular songs are describing and celebrating the indulgence in every sin that you could imagine. And that spans all of these different genres of music, you know, modern music, all the way to pop music, all the way to what you hear on Kids Bop CDs. And while a sane and competent society might cringe at, you know, at the popularity of such unsophisticated trends as this, a satanic society that has been incrementally debased over years and generations, you know, like ours, actually cheers and invites this mess into our lives, you know, and we applaud these clowns and we beg for their autographs. And all these so-called stars are then promoted to the youth as figures that are worthy of worship, you know, and they roll them out onto the stages of events like the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, where they're presented as acceptable role models, and they prance around in their designer clothes and their mini skirts, and they bask in the attention and praise that they receive from your children. But why shouldn't your children worship these people, you know, and worship this system? Is this not the culture that we've modeled for them? You know, because when I was growing up, it was kind of a similar situation, at least in terms of the celebrity worship thing, with the rock stars always being on these elevated stages, towering above you, you know, with lights shining at them while you just chant and cheer and just try to touch their clothes if you get close enough, you know, just practically worshiping these rock stars. That existed when I was young. You know, when I was really young, it was like Michael Jordan and Hulk Hulk Hogan, you know, those were my idols. But then as I got a little bit older and became a teenager, I traded out my old idols and got new ones, which were usually punk rockers, you know, and underground rappers and these kinds of people. And that was sort of the route that I went, you know, music. But other friends of mine chose to adopt athletes and movie stars as their new idols. But either way, in the end, we were all transitioned seamlessly from adolescence into adulthood without the system losing one moment of our undivided attention. But nobody ever wants to be labeled as brainwashed, though, myself included. You know, we don't identify as sheeple or cattle, but we all act that way, you know, just inserting ourselves into these pre-formatted categories, you know, these secular categories and styles and subcultures that we can identify with, you know. I mean, it was most annoying in my music days because I was surrounded by all these other aspiring rock star types who were also concerned with their public image and their insistence of their own importance. And the big catchphrases were always self-expression and individuality. By associating with these bands, you know, and having the same piercings and tight pants and face tattoos, you know, it was supposedly all about self-expression. Because, of course, there's no better way to express yourself than to dress and sing and behave like everybody else in whatever clique it is that you desire the acceptance of. You know, and how could you possibly be more rebellious than to cover your arms in tattoos and get piercings all over the place just like every other rapper and rock star does? How original, you know? And I don't know, it's just cringy to me as an artist how stuff like this passes for original when in reality it's all just variations of the same thing. You know, because these modern genres of music have created actual subcultures. Like there's subcultures that are associated with a genre of music and we just accept that as a normal thing. Like, oh, that's a totally regular thing. And you know, but clearly it's about a lot more than just music. You know, it's about lifestyle. I mean, have you ever noticed how you can almost tell what type of music somebody listens to just based on the type of clothing that they wear? I mean, of course, there's exceptions to this, you know, and there's also a lot of people who enjoy a wide variety of music styles, but just as a rule of thumb, you know, the guy in a cowboy hat and his tucked-in flannel shirt is probably not the world's #1 Tupac fan, right? And the guy with the green mohawk and the nose ring that's got tattoos of demons up and down his arms is probably not into Dave Matthews Band. Everybody just happens to slightly resemble the celebrities that they like the most, you know. Every genre of music seems to be accompanied with its own dress style to accommodate it. And I think that the truth is that the people of this fallen world are really just lost, like the Bible says, you know. And while their preferences and tastes may certainly differ, what they're truly seeking is community. You know, they don't want to be alone. But it's really sad, you know, because these worldly styles are just man-made constructs. And in modern times, these secular styles end up kind of defining people's identity. You know, people do find communities within these so-called music genres, you know, but everything that comes along with a certain style. So it's like if you're into punk rock music, you're not just into punk rock music, you're probably also into skateboarding, and then by association, probably snowboarding, and you probably like old school hip hop too, because that's allowed by that standard, you know. Whereas if you're really into country music, you're probably also really into the Second Amendment, you know, and so on and so forth, you know. But it's just like politics and sports and competition, and it's just like everything else. People don't actually want to embrace their individuality. People want to fit in. You know, people certainly don't want to go against the grain. But I think the fact that these modern music styles have actually created these subcultures, and I shouldn't even say that they created them, you know, in reality, I suppose this was probably always part of the same agenda, as is everything else. But in the end, when you have subcultures, when you have actual, you know, cults, practically cultures of people associating themselves under the banner of, you know, this band or this style of music, and they all take on a certain stylized way of dressing and acting and behaving, it's just all really cult-like, you know. And it ranges from obvious to ridiculous, you know, whether it's a biker guy with his AC/DC shirt, you know, or deadheads in their tie-dye shirts and their patchouli-drenched bandanas. Or how about juggalos, you know, who are literally dressed like homicidal clowns? I mean, it's just crazy that it's this easy to control people, but that is the reality of what's going on. It's not a coincidence that when the Beatles were popular, all the teenage boys on the streets of, you know, every European country in America had haircuts just like the Beatles did. And the bizarre fashions and new styles that are donned by all these celebrities or celebrated people, you know, 2 years later become what you see everybody wearing down the sidewalks, you know, and that's how the influence works, and that's how the whole thing works. And it's just sad for me to accept that so many of these people around me in the fallen world are embracing these subcultures, you know, but not just embracing them, they attach their identity to these subcultures. That's the key word, identity. That word is the key to understanding the true nature of this war on kids. There is indeed a war on kids. And I can't imagine a sadder statement than the one that I'm about to say. But Satan himself is using the systems of this world to entrap, corrupt, and destroy your children from within. This term identity will soon be used to dismantle your family. As your child sets out on his or her journey into the real world, they will be met by zealous recruiters at every corner. Zealous recruiters of every variation of secularism and humanism. They represent every possible combination of sin and foolishness out there. But each will offer one similar promise: inclusion in a community, acceptance, a greater sense of identity, popularity, within those communities. And identity, that's like the most important thing. The word itself means the fact of being who or what a person or thing is. The fact of being who or what a person or thing is. At least that's what it means according to the dictionary. But according to your child's third grade teacher, identity means whatever you perceive yourself to be, or whatever you temporarily perceive yourself to be in this moment. And whether it's coming from the LGBT movement or the entertainment industry or right out of the mouths of your kids' teachers, children are being pulled in every direction from all these different points of influence that are all targeting them directly and trying to persuade them into some weird allegiance to the New World Order, an allegiance to humanism. But it's really more than that. We need to understand that this battle over identity, actually this battle over the very word identity and the definition of it, it's really a battle for souls. But what does the Bible say about our identity? Off the top of my head, I know the Bible says that we're all born into sin, and that when we were of the world, we identified with the things of this world, but when we accept God's gift of salvation, we have a new identity in Christ. Check out some of these verses. In Genesis 1, it says, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them." So first off, we're created in God's own image. So there's the foundation of your identity right there. But let's go on. In Psalms 51, it says, "Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me." And then a few pages later, the psalmist writes this, "The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies." So we're made in the image of God, but we're also born into sin. And there's so many other verses like this. Ecclesiastes 7:20 says, "For there is not a just man upon earth that doeth good and sinneth not." And so since we're all born into the slavery of sin, I think that people of this fallen world can rightfully identify with any lies that they would like to, whether that's a different gender or a hedonistic lifestyle. Because without Christ, sin is what defines your identity. And that's why you need to be born again. And if you do that, you'll share the same identity that I take refuge in, and that's Jesus Christ. Because there's other verses like this. 1 Corinthians 6, verses 19 through 20 says, "Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own." You're not your own, you're God's. "For ye are bought with a price. Therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's." Because your identity is in Christ, who is God, right? 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17 says, "Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new." This new identity. Galatians chapter 2 says, "I am crucified with Christ. Nevertheless I live. Yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me." So you can identify as a guy or a girl or a monster truck, but if you ask me what I identify as, I'm going to say a son of God. So now that I feel like I've sufficiently lambasted the credibility of the music industry and exposed it for the control mechanism that it actually is, I feel like this is a solid foundation to build on. Because sadly, music is only one small aspect of this greater agenda. So moving forward, this documentary series is going to enter some pretty dark places as I attempt to prove my case that our children are under direct assault by the very same forces that most parents invite and applaud. Music was a great launching pad because music is like a bridge, as they say, the universal language. Everybody's affected by music. And I think that more so than any other influence, music has probably served as the main catalyst which has invited so many of these satanic and negative and evil trends into our everyday life that we're surrounded by now. But I'm sad to report that the worst is still yet to come. I believe that we are approaching the verge of a major event, some type of social fracture. And I believe that soon the world that you see outside your window will look a lot different. Society has been polarized, seemingly beyond rectification, and the true authoritarian nature of the New World Order is now being revealed for everybody to see. Never before have the nations of this world been so unified in the promotion of a worldwide agenda like what we are seeing today. From global warming and universal basic income to digital identity, governments across the world who have traditionally operated according to their own interests are now working in concert at the behest of the United Nations to accomplish certain common goals. 17 Sustainable Development Goals, to be specific. And it's all laid out for the public to see right in the UN Agenda 2030 plan. And here we are in 2022 is the date that I'm recording this documentary. So we're 8 years away from 2030, the date by which they would like for all of these 17 goals to have been accomplished. And for the entire history of this channel, I've been encouraging you people to research Agenda 2030 for yourselves. And I guess I'll do that once again right here. Because when you understand the agenda, then you understand that the collapse of society is essential to the agenda's success. Because before you can build something new, you need to destroy what's already there.
You never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that, it's an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before.
Never waste a good crisis. And when it comes to the economic crisis, don't waste it when it can have a very positive impact on climate change and energy security, and that's what we're trying to do.
And right now, we're watching governments crash their own economies, and we're seeing governments imprison innocent people in their own homes. Fake news outlets like CNN continue getting caught red-handed staging fake war footage, giving a whole new meaning to the concept of rumors of war. And finally, people like me who speak out, and preachers and pastors and missionaries and everybody else that goes against this stuff is being systematically silenced on social media and even publicly. So the stage is being set. And when this goes down, the event will be politicized. But don't be deceived, because this is not about politics. This is a spiritual war. The battlefield is now active. And as the war drums grow louder, our children are the ones standing on the front lines, as their parents dance around in the trenches like a bunch of idiots that can't even see that there's a war going on.
Now this is something. Yeah. Black women take care. Look at this. This is a billboard. Okay. Black women take care of their families by taking care of themselves. Abortion is self-care. Mm-hmm. But I like these guys over here more. Black lives matter, even in the womb. Right?
Yeah.
And it's interesting about the Black community here. I've long campaigned. I've been outspoken about that. I actually do agree that the Black community, the Black man, has been held down historically all the way to this day. In the inner city, and particularly in like Black communities and it's targeted to be this way, where the economic structure is set up in a way, and welfare is set up in a way to incentivize broken families and broken homes, because for the moms to receive the money, the dad can't be at the house, and there's this and that. And obviously I'm not speaking about all Black families here now, okay? But I am talking about the stereotyped Black man, that becomes some type of thug or whatever it is that they're stereotyped for, right? But dude, I can tell you from my own experience in places I've lived where there are a bunch of little, Black boys that are growing up, and they're sitting in the apartment watching TV, and their dad's not home, And the system is set up, again, to incentivize this to be the case, you know, or maybe their dad is around, but they're caught up in gangs and stuff. Because just like before them, as these kids are watching the TV without the father of influence at home, and they're getting fed all this gangster rap crap and all this rap stuff, and all the other black people that they're seeing are like got their pants sagging down and got big old chains on, and they're just flashing their money. Right. And they're saying, this is how you can be successful.
Money and women. Like, that's all you should care about.
Yeah, and like you're either an athlete or you're an entertainer or something like that. And again, I am not at all trying to be racist against or trying to lump all black people into one category. You know what I'm talking about here. I'm like that stereotype that's been created, right? And I'm going back to this like Black Lives Matter thing and the whole thing. Yes, it's true. They have been held down, but it's like from the system.
It's by design.
Yeah, it's by design. And a big part of it is
Very
the
deliberate.
culture itself. Like this whole, not rap itself, like, which is organic in its origins, but this whole like gangster rap, again, the way the system's set up to pound these communities with this hardcore propaganda. And I can just go on, all right? But you know what? It results in these really sad statistics like this. Tragic report: more black babies are aborted in New York City than are born. And you know what? This is from February 16th, 2020. 10 years ago, or 9 or 8, a long time ago, we had a very similar report to this in my magazine, in Waking Up Wisconsin. It was true that long ago. And look at this. And up here, you know, I threw and they're also holding up that abortion on demand and without apology, women's lives matter, protest, the anti-woman racist standing up for life event in Oakland. And this is from a page on Facebook called Stop Patriarchy. Babies' lives matter. Anyways, here's just a little bit of the info. The most recent data available shockingly reveals that in 2016, more black babies were killed by abortion than were born in New York City. More black babies were killed than were born. The data also shows that in 2016, black abortions accounted for nearly 40% of all abortions in New York City. So here you want to talk about Black Lives Matter. Well, what about the black life in the womb, right? That life doesn't matter at all. In fact, and why is there this disparity that 40%, the vast majority of abortions, I mean, 40%, of course, is the majority because you're talking about everybody else and then blacks, right? And there's that have a percentage. Well, check it out. Maybe the fact that Margaret Sanger, the pioneer and president, what's the word I'm looking for? Founder, I guess, of Planned Parenthood, was an outspoken racist that hated black people, outspoken racist, worked with the KKK, right? So it is true.
And
they are
just
against.
Commends her. She did, she did great things for the community, right? But it's like, if you would even look into her, the tiniest amount, like you would see what an evil, terrible person she was.
And the black community is just getting genocided.
Mm-hmm.
And so it still is the worst. And now everybody is enslaved, with these invisible chains. Like we're all enslaved to this system now where it's like harder and harder to have any free enterprise. The grim statistics come from data published in New York City Vital Statistics Report and breaks down as follows. 22,465 live black births out of a total of 120,367 reported live births were reported in New York City in 2016. And 23,209 abortions were committed on black women out of a total of 59,854 reported abortions. 1,000 abortions, 23,000 of them were black. It's just sad, guys.
Well, my administrators were all very supportive of it. They actually helped me have the camera. I did all the editing. I found the music. That's all me. It's mostly my production. I just had a really great team of women behind me who wanted to help stop the stigma of abortion.
Okay, and so hold on. So Emily, let me ask a crazy question. That you're gonna first of all, you knew you were gonna take heat when you did this, right? You understand you're gonna be. It's a controversial topic. You're well aware of it. You're an abortion counselor, and doing this you gotta be to know. I'm gonna ask a crazy question.
Okay.
Did you get pregnant in order to do this video?
Right. A lot of people on Twitter said the same thing.
And you realize that I'm gonna have to laugh at that, right? Like, of course I
Absolutely. If it's laughable, I hope it is. I'm relieved to see you laugh.
Your message was lost to me when you wrote in your essay that you were having sex, but you were not using birth control. So was abortion your form of birth control?
And is that the message you want to put out there?
So actually, what I want to clarify is that I did not have a single partner. Like I was not in a relationship. And to be honest, let's not talk about the fact that hormonal birth control can be very scary to women.
To me, it seems that you're trivializing something that's really traumatic for a lot of people, thinking you're helping them. You are helping them. You work in an abortion clinic, so you're already helping people. I don't think going viral and putting a video out there is doing anything, because I feel like it's self-serving.
I just don't understand why people are trying to bash me on this.
I want to get into whether or not the video is the right thing for her to do. Judy, my question is anything private anymore? And does this trivialize this very important issue?
Right. And Emily, I have a question for you to follow up on what Dr. Drew just said, which is, is this trivializing it? And to that point, there was something that you said in your Cosmopolitan interview that this process was like giving birth to you, that it felt like giving birth, that you were humming through it. And I'm just wondering if that's trivializing women who are giving birth. And can you really compare an abortion to a birth-like process? And I was just wondering what you were thinking when you said that to Cosmopolitan.
Well, there's a lot of questions circulating right now. I would say that I've studied birth, so I'm a birth doula. I support women during their their birthing experience.
Right.
And so the thing about birth is that it's personal, it is sacred, it is yours, and that like you need to be supported. It should be something that you craft with like having exactly whoever you want in the room with you. And so that's what I did. That's what I meant by this was as birth-like as possible. I was supported 360 degrees by women who held my hand, who said like, you are strong and you are beautiful and you are making the best decision for your life, and we trust you because you trust yourself.
To describe this story as horrifying would be an understatement. And if that sounds like a warning, then that's exactly what it's meant to be. It deals with the sexual abuse of children by satanic cults. And not only that, human sacrifices as well. We started investigating these secret satanic cults when a British Member of Parliament linked them with the ritual murder of children. In this day and age, it sounded too far-fetched, as did suggestions that the same thing might be happening in Australia. But then we met Teresa. She's only 15, and for 12 of those years, she's been the victim of relentless depravity.
Friends of the family and strangers and my family used to rape me. Make me abort the babies I had.
Taman and Jackie, this was a disturbing discovery for this family after their loved one died. The Will County Sheriff's Office says the family's attorney contacted them on Thursday. That's what I'm told. They discovered the fetal remains inside the doctor's home. Dr. Ulrich Klopfer was a well-known abortion doctor in Indiana who died earlier this month. Police say his family was sorting through his things when they found thousands of fetal remains at the doctor's house in Creek Township.
This Philadelphia abortion doctor convicted of killing 3 babies is being spared a potential death sentence after making a deal with prosecutors. Dr. Kermit Gosnell waived his right to appeal in exchange for a life sentence without parole. A jury found Gosnell guilty of first-degree murder in the deaths of the babies who were delivered alive and then killed with scissors.
Well, the new Texas abortion law continues to face resistance.
The Satanic Temple has filed a letter with the Food and Drug Administration arguing that abortion is a faith-based right of its members.
Hey, sir, you gotta repent, sir. You gotta repent, sir, for murdering babies.
Why?
Because it's a sin before God.
Why?
Wow.
Stinky breath.
Yeah,
Why?
that's pretty evil of you, sir.
Yeah, I am.
And I hope and pray that you...
Yeah.
Well, that's what you do to babies, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
You love it, huh?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I hope that you come to Christ, sir.
Oh, I never go to Christ.
I hope that you come to Christ.
No,
sir.
I don't go to Christ.
Yeah,
I don't listen to Christ.
You have a darkened heart, sir.
I do have a darkened heart. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have a darkened heart.
I do very, very much so.
And you will stand before God in judgment
Yes,
day.
I will. Every day.
You will stand before God in judgment.
Yes, I will. Every day.
All of the babies that
I
you
love
have
it.
killed.
I love it.
Yeah, keep tearing the babies
Yeah, I
apart.
will.
Keep tearing the babies
I
apart.
will.
Keep tearing the babies apart. Yes, sir. The babies, their blood screams from the ground.
Amidst the normal garage staples of the recently deceased Dr. Ulrich Klopfer, recycle bins, tires, and ladders, were boxes. Boxes behind the luggage, as high as the windows. Boxes stacked amongst buckets and tools up to the ceiling there. Some of them wilting, some of them rotting, all of them numbered and cataloged. All of them containing fetal remains. 2,246 of them in all from procedures authorities say Klopfer performed at his 3 Indiana abortion clinics between 2000 and 2002.
I would say that we employ radical political theater to draw attention to the absurdity of the pro-life movement.
The Satanic Temple is an activist organization of self-identified Satanists, founded in 2013 as a reaction to the increasing influence of the religious right in American politics.
We empower women to be creative about protecting their own freedoms and access to reproductive health.
It would be hard to imagine more misery and suffering than what Teresa says she's had to endure.
Then us kids would be made to do things with the adults and the animals. And then a sacrifice would happen.
The sacrifice, were these animal sacrifices?
Animals and people.
Now a story we guarantee most of you have never heard before. Big money is being made from the sale of fetal body parts.
You know, I'm going to throw a number out. I would say it's probably anywhere from $30 to $100, depending on the facility and what's involved.
The $30 to $100 price, that's per specimen that we're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yes.
The $30 to $100 price, that's per specimen that we're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Ultimately, we executed search warrants at the office, which, after interviews of the workers at the location and the fetuses that were recovered from the freezer of his office, revealed disturbing sights that I have never seen in my life before. Once the fetuses were exposed, you could see that their necks had been cut. The baby's necks had been cut. There was so many other disturbing evidence within the clinic.
Now, were some of these babies actually born alive and he killed them?
Yes, sir. Several of the babies were born alive, which he was ultimately charged with their deaths.
So he was doing late-term abortions, and Pennsylvania law is no abortion after 24 weeks. He, I understand, made more than $1 million a year, catering to mostly poor women who were desperate. They came in. He didn't care what the term was, and if he had to birth the baby and kill the baby, he would do that. And you found baby body parts, you found blood all over the place, and then his own people turned against him and testified against him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Is there an estimate of how many babies that he destroyed?
At this point, Bill, he was performing abortions for a very long time. I would estimate there have to be in the thousands that he killed.
During these ceremonies, was Satan, the devil, ever referred to?
He was called Lucifer.
What did they say about the devil, about Lucifer?
That killing the people made him happy.
Sacrifices to please the devil. According to Teresa, the worst rituals took place at a house somewhere in the country.
It was big, you know, expensive. From the front, it looked like a castle. You know, it had a long drive and big double wooden doors.
Do you think they were rich people then?
Very rich.
This really happened? You're quite sure of that?
Yeah.
The police don't think Teresa made up a story. Some of the cult members are to stand trial. 5 men have been charged with rape. As for Nan, the grandmother, she's 61 and lives in this council flat in South London. She's charged on 7 counts of aiding and abetting rape and 2 counts of performing abortions on Teresa. If you're finding this hard to believe, so did I at first. But then there are the medical reports, evidence of sustained sexual abuse. And there's this, a statement prepared for 60 Minutes by Teresa's psychiatrist. It says, "In my opinion, Teresa's account is not the product of a psychotic illness, nor the figment of a fertile imagination. I believe her to be telling the truth."
Members of this satanic temple and pro-life groups were actually clashing when it came to abortion rights, as Utah's access to abortion has been questioned.
This is baby boy B. They found his body frozen in 1-gallon spring water bottle. He was at least 28 weeks when he was killed. Baby C was moving and breathing for 20 minutes before an assistant came in and cut the spinal cord. She did it just the way she had seen a good doctor do it so many times.
Hey, I adopted 2 children. Oh, good for you, white savior. Aren't you so proud? They're not white. Exactly, he's not white. Exactly, you're a white savior. You think that it is the white man's duty to fix everybody's problems, right? Because you adopt. How many did I adopt? I kill my kids. It's against the law.
Somebody gets raped by somebody and they're like, I'm a 16-year-old and I can't have this baby. Think you should keep it?
It's a baby. Yeah. If someone was raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
Now, despite the Satanic Temple's name, it largely functions as an activist group that fights against religious-based policy here in the U.S. Now, the organization says it's already in litigation against Texas regarding restrictions to abortion access.
They describe the facility as, that's quite interesting, scattered throughout, it says in cabinets, the basement, in a freezer, in jars and bags and plastic jugs were fetal remains.
I've seen loads of babies killed there, just newborn babies, or aborted ones which were only small.
What happened to the pregnancies, to the babies?
They were aborted by my nan or by one of the doctors at the house.
There were doctors there at that house?
Yeah, there was 2, I think. Yeah, and a nurse.
What would happen to the fetuses, the unborn babies?
They used to be taken away most of the time, and one time the baby was taken out of me and then killed in front of me because it was still alive.
And then what would happen?
Well, after they killed it, they would eat it. But we were also made to eat it.
Did they ever say they might kill you?
They threatened to kill my little girl, who, when I left, was still at the house.
A friend?
Huh?
What little girl?
My little girl, Alex. She's about 4 now.
You mean you had a child?
Yeah.
How old were you when you had that child?
11.
The Satanic Temple's rituals adhere to our tenets, which value science and assert bodily autonomy. As an expression of our deeply held beliefs, the Satanic Temple has created a religious ritual that involves terminating an unwanted pregnancy during the first trimester. The religious abortion ritual involves the recitation of our 3rd and 5th tenets, along with a personal affirmation during the abortion procedure. The ritual provides spiritual comfort and affirms bodily autonomy and self-worth. the Satanic Temple proudly announces to all of its followers that within the states that have enacted the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, religiously performed abortions are exempt from legal requirements that are not medically necessary.
That we're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yes.
How much of a difference can that actually make if you know what's expected or what we need versus?
It makes a huge difference. I'd say a lot of people want liver, and for that reason, most providers will do this case under ultrasound guidance, so they'll know where they're putting their forceps. Kind of rate-limiting step of the procedure is calvarium. Calvarium, the head is basically the biggest part. Most of the other stuff can come out intact.
Right.
It's very rare to have a patient that doesn't have enough dilation to evacuate all the other
To bring the body cavity out intact and all that.
So then you're just kind of cognizant of where you put your graspers. You try to intentionally go above and below the thorax so that, we've been very good at getting hard, long liver because we know that, so I'm not going to crush that part. I'm going to basically crush below, I'm going to crush above, and I'm going to see if I can get it out intact.
The blindness of so many to this moral atrocity has many sources, but is finally to be traced to the seductive ways of evil advanced by Satan. Jesus says he was a murderer from the beginning and has nothing to do with the truth because there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks according to his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. I think that's exactly right. Which means that the sacrifice of our sons and our daughters today is in a very true and a profound sense a sacrifice to demons, to Satan. The religious part has gone because this is a secular Western world. And of course, Satan doesn't want abortion to be laughed at, so of course he's not going to make it a religious ritual. He wants me to be laughed at so that he gets the upper hand when I say it's to demons. And people smirk. That's what Satan wants. He's real happy for the secular world not to believe in him. Real happy. As long as they just keep sacrificing their children to him.
We know this will take trillions, not billions of dollars. We also know that countries, many of whom are burdened by growing levels of debt, simply cannot afford to go green. Here we need a vast military-style campaign. We need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector. The global private sector. The global private sector. With trillions at his disposal, at his disposal, at his disposal, with trillions at his disposal, far beyond global GDP, and with the greatest respect, beyond even the governments of the world's leaders, it offers the only real prospect of achieving fundamental economic transition.
Two prominent Israeli rabbis have announced that the Jewish Messiah, not Jesus, but the Jewish Messiah is here on the earth and about to reveal himself. Rabbi Yaakov Zitzholtz told Radio 2000 that Rabbi Chaim Kavinsky, who passed away earlier this year, had told him that Kavinsky was already in direct contact with the Messiah and that the Messiah is ready to reveal himself to the world. And since then, more rabbis have come out and confirmed that they too have spoken to this Messiah. Religious Jews are taking this very seriously, primarily because Rabbi Chaim Kavinsky was considered one of the 2 or 3 top rabbis in the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community in Israel. His funeral in the spring of 2022 drew over 1 million people. The streets were absolutely filled with people.
A rabbi who says he's currently in conversations with the Messiah, then some Talmud prophecies that say that the Jewish Messiah is coming this year, and the Russian-Ukraine war proves that. And lastly, a candidate that looks like he's gaining prominence in Israel that points to him potentially rising to the level of prominence that we will need to see to fulfill the prophecies of the false prophet and the antichrist.
This is 4 days ago. These rabbis are lining up to talk with this guy. There's nobody else that they're doing that. Kushner's not there. Nobody is there. And so this is huge right here. This is very, very big. This video right here, this was yesterday. The Assemblage for Inspiration in Jerusalem, the Gaon, the Yanukah completes the Torah. He reads the last portion of the Torah. Check this out. This is going to blow you away. Look at this. This is the people. These are the people trying to get in to listen to this guy. This guy's like a rock star. This place is packed. Look. The people are trying to get in there. And watch what, and look, the people are even above on top of the roof trying to get in. This is wild. And look, they're lined up down the street trying to get in to see this guy. And you come inside here, this place is absolutely packed to the gills. And look, you got the rabbis up front here. This place is packed.
Rabbi Yaakov Zischultz told Religious Broadcast Radio 2000 that Rabbi Chaim Kanivsky, who passed away earlier this year, had told him that Kanivsky was already in direct contact with the Messiah. To understand why religious Jews are taking this seriously, it's important to know that Rabbi Chaim Kanivsky was considered one of the 2 or 3 top rabbis in the ultra-Orthodox Jewish community in Israel. On March 31st, 2022, an article from Israel 365 News says Talmudic prophecy reveals Russia-Ukraine war indicates Messiah's arrival as early as 2022. I'll read the most important parts of this article that point to what the rabbi is claiming here, and it says that the rabbi explains that the nation of Israel will experience redemption in the 7th year of the sabbatical year, which we are in right now. Furthermore, the rabbi adds that the war in Ukraine is happening in the months that are associated with redemption, Adar, which the Jewish people celebrate their redemption from the destruction during the holiday of Purim and Nisan in March and April, where the Jewish people celebrate the redemption from Egypt on the holiday of Passover. The Talmud says that the Jewish people will be redeemed in the 7th year in the sabbatical year. Not only are we in the sabbatical year, but we are in the 3 months of the year that are really geared for redemption. That's 2 months of Adar, where the redemption of Purim occurred, and the following month of Nisan, where the redemption of Passover, leaving Egypt, occurred. Rabbi Richer explains that the Talmud prophesies wars in the 7th year, and in the 8th year, the Messiah will arrive. The Tractate of Derek Azuda in the 10th chapter, the first law, it says that there will be wars during the 7th year, specifically at the end of the 7th year. At the beginning of the 8th year, the Messiah of David will come to redeem the Jewish people, the Mashiach, the son of David. The rabbi explains that when the wars end in the 7th year, the Messiah, a descendant of David, arrives in the 8th year, September 2022 to September 2023. Here's the last quote of this article. It says that in the 7th year there are wars, and that represents the beginning of redemption, and then the Messiah comes on the eve of the 7th year. So most of the commentaries say that there are, of course, two Messiahs. There's the Messiah, the son of Joseph, who fights the battles, who's the physical side of the redemption of the Jewish people, and that happens during the 7th year, wars, etc. And then after the 7th year is over, the beginning of the 8th year, that is the Messiah of David. That's the first time that I've ever heard a reference to the Jewish people expecting or believing in two coming Messiahs, but isn't that interesting with what we know from Bible prophecy of the Antichrist and the false prophet?
Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector. With trillions at his disposal.
This video is just a quick update on the person that the Christians call Yeskiyahu ben David. He is also called the Yanuka. About a year ago, in April, the Christians claimed that we, the Jews here in Israel, proclaimed this person as our Jewish Mashiach, or the Jewish Messiah, which we have all been waiting for. Now it's been more than a year since the Christians claimed that we proclaimed this rabbi as our Mashiach. And clearly, if that was true, then everyone would know and everyone would be talking about it in Israel. The other way we would know if he is in fact the Mashiach is we would be seeing the third temple rebuilt on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, something that unfortunately has not taken place yet.
Plus, the recent arrival of red heifers in Israel. Is it a prophetic sign that the Messiah is on the way? And more Jewish visits on the Temple Mount than any time since the Roman destruction of the biblical Jewish temple.
These are the red heifers that landed at Israel's Ben Gurion Airport. Rabbis believe the ashes of a red heifer are necessary for purifying priests to serve in a future temple. The heifers were discovered and brought to Israel with the help of the Bonei Israel Building Israel organization and its team leader, Byron Stinson. Rabbis from the Temple Mount Institute approached Stinson about the unique cattle.
They said, Byron, could you look in Texas and find us a red heifer? I wasn't expecting that, and it was shocking to me to think about it, but I know a lot of ranchers, and I know a little bit about cattle, being from Texas, and I always say yes to these Jewish rabbis because they're my friends, and I love them, and why not?
This began an in-depth process of finding the rare heifer that meets key stipulations found in the Bible.
The Bible gives us a clue as to the significance of the red heifers here in Numbers chapter 19, verse 1 and 2, where it says that God spoke to Moses and Aaron saying, "This is the ritual law that God has commanded, instruct the children of Israel to bring you a red cow without blemish, in which there is no defect, and on which no yoke has been laid." So it says that we're supposed to take a perfectly red cow with no white hairs or dark hairs at all, and a cow that no yoke has ever been on. So as a result, it's very, very rare to find a baby cow that is completely red.
We got busy. I used my technology people out of my businesses. First, we identified the type of cows that would be good, and then once we located the actual farms, we sent out messages to them and started hunting, and of course they just wanted me to find one red heifer, but I just got committed. After I got to looking, I decided we can find more than that, and so happy that we were able to bring 5.
The ashes of the red heifer would be used to purify water from the Gihon spring in the city of David. Just a few ashes could purify thousands of gallons of water. That water can be then purify priests from any contact with a dead body, so they can offer sacrifice in the temple.
Some Jews go every single day to a ritual bath, to a mikveh, in order to approach God in prayer in purity. However, it is not the same because we don't have the red heifer. Once we have the red heifer, we'll be completely pure, and we'll be able to rebuild the temple.
As I read the Bible, this rebuilding of the temple happens during a time when the world's in need for it. And I think we're at that time, just as a person that's watching events in the world, that we really need to come back to our roots and back to our God. I think we're very close to that time. I really do.
The red heifer must also be 2 years old. These cattle are just around a year old and could qualify in just over a year.
So if they're able to make it without growing the white hairs or black hairs, I think with 5 of them we have a really good chance of that. And they will be the first one in 2,000 years.
Listen to this. Instead of carrying your wallet in your back pocket or your purse, a tech company wants you to keep it under your skin.
All right, so let's explain here. Walletmore is selling microchips implanted in your hand as an alternate payment. Could this be the future? Maybe. Once you set up your card info in the company's app, look at this, it says payments could be as easy as swiping your hand over a card reader. Right now, chips are not sold in the US. Crazy.
Chip Girl here. So a lot of you are either new or still confused on what the chip in my hand really does. Inside of my hand, there's a very small piece of technology. It's about the size of a grain of rice. Its most basic function is to be used as a key. We use the technology to lock up our front door and other places around our house. The thing that's different about my hand that a key doesn't have is that I can reprogram this anytime I want. So let's say I move or somebody gets the information on my chip, I can easily change it. You guys also keep asking why we chip you everything in our house. When we say something is chipped, all we really mean is that it has the capability of being locked. So let's say we have guests over. If they want to lock this area of the house, they can. Or when we chip you the gym, because we don't want our guests or our kids to get hurt on this equipment.
What underpins a world order is always the financial system. I was very privileged. My father was an advisor to Nixon when they came off the gold standard in '71, and so I was brought up with a kind of inside view of how very important the financial structure is to absolutely everything else. And what we're seeing in the world today, I think, is we are on the brink of a dramatic change where we are about to, and I'll say this boldly, we're about to abandon the traditional system of money and accounting and introduce a new one. And the new one, the new accounting, is what we call blockchain. It means digital. It means having a almost perfect record of every single transaction that happens in the economy, which will give us far greater clarity over what's going on. It also raises huge dangers in terms of the balance of power between states and citizens. In my opinion, we're going to need a digital constitution of human rights if we're going to have digital money. But also, this new money will be sovereign in nature. Most people think that digital money is crypto and private, but what I see are superpowers introducing digital currency. The Chinese were the first. The US is on the brink, I think, of moving in the same direction. The Europeans have committed to that as well.
At Europe's biggest technology event, a digital appearance from Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. In a hologram projection, Zelensky told some of the world's biggest tech firms they have a unique opportunity to invest in Ukraine's digital future, even as Russia's invasion continues.
Digital infrastructure is the most stable and efficient one during the war. And now we offer the world's leading tech companies a digital Lend-Lease, as Lend-Lease helped save Europe and the world from tyranny during World War II. The digital Lend-Lease can now become a key contributor to the victory of democracy.
We are about to have after this a roundtable hosted by the UK Foreign Secretary on what we can do to rebuild Ukraine and to stop disinformation as well.
Hello everyone, we are coming to you from across Europe. Listen to this lineup: Brilliant Minds in Stockholm, Vivatech, that's in Paris, The Next Web in Amsterdam, and from Founders Forum just outside London.
We are also very excited to include Super Return in Berlin, London Tech Week, AI Summit, and Dublin Tech Summit.
I'm Gail King at CBS News.
I'm Amanda Holden, actress and TV host. I'm Ilariela Kai, tech founder, CEO, and proud British Ukrainian.
I'm Peter Gabriel, singer, songwriter, and activist.
I'm Dimash, tech founder, CEO, and proud Ukrainian.
I am Bernard-Henri Lévy, philosopher, writer, and filmmaker. Most of us are looking to live stable and normal lives.
But for my friends, my colleagues and collaborators in Ukraine, life has become an existential struggle.
Everything they know has been turned upside down in just a few months.
Thousands have lost their lives and many more have lost loved ones.
Millions of people have been forced to flee their homes and escape their own country with nothing but the clothes on their backs and a few meager possessions. Oh, sorry. Families have been split apart and many more live in constant fear and danger.
In a few minutes, we'll meet a brave and humble man at the heart of the struggle who has risen above expectations.
He did not choose to have his nation into this bloody war.
But when the aggressor stood on the doorstep of his country and began raining shells on his people's homes, he rallied his country and he rallied his troops into action.
Today, we are rallying our own, the leaders and free thinkers here today.
We invite you to listen to President Zelensky's message, unite behind him, and show your support for Ukraine.
For those who cannot hear the president talk live, you're in luck. Technology, we've got it. And the social networks will ensure his words are just a click away.
His holographic address will travel far and wide in augmented reality. With luck, the president's message will inspire the worldwide tech community into action in support of his cause.
Technology has so many applications, but today, we want to use it to its full potential.
It truly is a united tech and creative community who want to rally behind this very important cause.
And they are delighted, and delighted is a word here, to say they have the opportunity to do some real, tangible good right this second.
We can take action by withdrawing technology from the Russian leadership, by building technologies that can help the Ukrainian war effort, by backing startups,
by outsourcing development to a talented Ukrainian workforce, and by inspiring and motivating whoever we can
to keep the message alive. Please welcome my hero,
President Zelensky.
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time of super opportunities. It's no longer a science fiction that artificial intelligence is now as smart as humans. It's not just in the news. This is the reality. Data from state registers, banks, and other sensitive information is stored in cloud services. Perhaps it's unusual for presidents or heads of government to use a hologram to address people, but this is not the only aspect of Star Wars that we are putting into practice. We will defeat the Empire too. Well, it's obvious that all of these technological possibilities can change public life. They can simplify government to people and government to business relations. No bureaucracy, no corruption, no delays. For the first time in human history, the state is 100% comfortable for people. That is our goal. And we can make it real. We have already proved that digital infrastructure is the most stable and efficient one during the war. And now we offer the world's leading tech companies a digital land-lease. That is our offer to you. Just as land-lease helped save Europe and the world from tyranny during World War II, the digital land-lease can now become a key contributor to the victory of democracy in the struggle against an empire that hates everything modern. It's in Ukraine. And right now that we can release the most advanced technologies to help people and protect institutions during this war.
And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
Let's say you're grabbing your favorite coffee beverage, or heading into the office, or checking out. Just hover your palm and you're on your way. It's as easy as that. Sign up is free and takes less than a minute. All you need is a credit card, your phone number, and your palm. That's it.
Get closer to their spirituality.
Different faiths are starting to use it. Robots can deliver sermons, give advice.
Santo, does God exist?
And pray with you.
It's a bit like Catholic Alexa.
These university students have come to see Minder for the first time. A whole sermon delivered by a robot.
My name is Santo. What brings you here on this beautiful day?
Santo, is there a heaven?
It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for someone rich to enter the kingdom of God.
Most faith communities are only at the beginning of discussing AI and robots. But whether we like it or not, this technology is here to stay. And with many religions contemplating it or developing tools and techniques based on it, it could change the way we worship.
Islam, Judaism, Christianity and Hinduism, as well as other world religions, were represented at the Congress. This year, Pope Francis, as well as the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Sheikh Ahmed Al-Tayeb, were among the renowned guests.
And the voice of spiritual leaders who have great authority among the world's population called for the joint overcoming of all the challenges. This is very important.
The image of leaders of so many world religions sitting together around a table sends a strong message of unity in diversity to the world.
The main result is that we are sitting together, we are speaking together, and we are understanding that to find solutions for the problems in the world is not during the war, but sitting together and speaking.
Participants of the Congress planted trees in the new Peace and Harmony Park in the capital of Kazakhstan. This ceremony is a symbol of hope for the interfaith dialogue to grow and bring about change, to unite different communities across the globe, and to inspire people to join their efforts in the name of peace.
Calling on the world's faithful to join the fight to solve the climate crisis. 40 religious leaders gathered at the Vatican on Monday to add their voice to the growing chorus calling for world leaders to take real action to tackle the crisis. The Catholic Pope, Pope Francis, called the meeting but preferred to let others speak.
I call on all young people, regardless of their religion, to be ready to fight against any action that may damage the environment or increase the climate crisis.
The meeting was labeled Faith and Science, and many spoke of the need to fuse our rational and spiritual sides.
Together, faith and science, people of different faith can transform fear in hope, anxiety in confidence, inaction into action.
Last week, he virtually attended the Youth for Climate conference in Milan, backing the work of 400 young delegates as they drafted proposals for the UN summit. Meanwhile, outside conferences, a growing protest movement is adding its own pressure. A consensus has been building that real action must come out of the Scotland summit, and to that, we now have the support of the world's leading spiritual figures.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war?
I want more on the UFO report. Unidentified flying objects.
All right, President Clinton, first things first before we move on. UFOs. You've been the president. You've seen all the info. Are they real? Well, what do you know? What can you tell us?
The truth is that we've never proved one, but there are things flying around up there that we haven't fully identified yet. And keep in mind, there are basically 1 billion galaxies in an ever-expanding universe.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
When it comes to aliens, there's some things I just can't tell you on air. The truth is that when I came into office, I asked. Right, I was like, all right, is there the lab somewhere where we're keeping the alien specimens in spaceship?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get you tell him to get out of here. This is a hotel. We'll call the police.
Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko. I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious. Well, would you mind swearing on the Bible that you orbited the moon?
Come on.
If you really orbited the moon, why would you have a problem swearing to God that you did so?
The purpose, according to this document, was to back engineer
captured extraterrestrial technology for adaptation into the United States space program. Now, I've since come to believe that the extraterrestrial portion of all of this is nonsense, but that the technology is real.
I was introduced to the late Dr. Werner von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry. In my first meeting with him during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, "Carol, there is a lie being told to everyone."
I believe that many of us were shown these documents over the years so that later we would talk about it. I mean, how can you keep the existence of extraterrestrials, if they were real, a secret? And how could anyone keep quiet knowing that they had seen documentation, official government documents labeled top secret, that expressed that these extraterrestrials were real and had visited this earth?
And then he would repeat to me over and over, and the last card, the last card, the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat. To waste these dollars on a space-based weapon system, and they're all lies.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Okay. Freedom. I named it Freedom because in a way, you know, like we're sitting here talking about the dumbing down of society, and in a way this is the result of the luxury and comfort and that's come with our freedom. You know, like we're at a time right now in 2022, and speaking specifically of America, but also other civilized nations as well, our complacency and apathy has arrived at a point of stupidity. Okay. I came across this interesting article. It was really well written on commonsensegovernment.com. This is from 2009. So what is that, 13 years ago? But in 2003, I became very interested in a theory developed by Scottish historian Alexander Tytler. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, like Titler or Tytler. I should have looked it up on Google, but I didn't before we started. But anyways, and wrote an article on it at the time, which ironically enough is now getting a lot of attention due to being linked to from Wikipedia. Tytler's theory set forth a cycle that every democracy goes through, which goes like this. Tytler said that the cycle starts out with a society in bondage, and then it goes in this sequence. Bondage to spiritual faith to courage, courage to liberty, liberty to abundance, abundance to selfishness, selfishness to complacency, complacency to apathy, apathy to dependence, and then after dependence, you start back over with bondage. And I think that this is pretty profound. It's just the natural chain of, you know, cause and effect, but it's true, you know. And I would say, like, you look at society how it is, and you look at this, and you can pretty much take, you know, any nation you can think of. But, you know, I'm an American, and speaking of America, like, you know, you can remember this time of bondage. Maybe in our case, that was before America was founded, you know, like coming from England and King George, and then spiritual faith and the way this country was started, and courage and liberty, and the way that every republic starts, you know, with freedoms. And then comes the abundance, you know, and you think about our industrial revolution and all that, and then selfishness and complacency comes after the wealth is there, and you know, a few generations deep into not having to be a survivalist. Then you start growing apathetic, you know, like, well, you know, I'm just here to getting by. There's nothing I can really do to change anything anyways. Dependence after that point, because now you lose all your skills because you don't need them, because everything's just provided to you. And then once you're dependent, you start back over with bondage. Programming and conditioning starts with the public education system. Glad you said that. We're getting in here. Oh, here we go. Steve Stevenson. Man, I'm surprised he's still even up this late. This guy should be sleeping. What? How old are you now, Steve? Going on what, 90? Hiya, kids. Glad to see those beautiful faces. It's great to see you too, Steve Stevenson. Steve Stevenson's a friend of the show. I always refer to him as my favorite elderly citizen, my favorite old man, but he really is. Have you seen Fahrenheit 451? Honestly, no, I haven't.
I was just like looking it up. I really don't think I have.
Idiocracy. Okay. Let me, sorry guys. Let's keep this going. So he organized these items into a circle: bondage, spiritual faith, courage. Is this as profound to you guys as it is to me? I don't know. I feel like if you really ponder Tyler's sequence here, that I think he's right on. And I think, I didn't put it in there, I think we're right here, somewhere between apathy and bondage. You know, we might be right beyond dependence. You know, and again, I think of this great reset that we're undergoing. All this new legislation, and I'm not talking about just in America either. This one is worldwide. You know, they've pushed us to a place of dependence, but it's like a forced dependence, but it's still dependence nonetheless. I think about being forced out of our jobs and all having to accept the stimulus money because we needed to buy our stuff. It does lead to bondage. Might be right there in bondage. What I would like to do is skip past this bondage and go right to the spiritual faith.
The world is full of places to explore and things to discover. There's truly so much to see. But unfortunately, we are sometimes forced to see things that we don't like, people that we do not agree with, facts that we refuse to accept. A recent study shows that over 90% of adults who have viewed offensive materials have experienced hurt feelings. But not anymore. Introducing Sight Shield, the first and only set of glasses designed to protect your eyes from bigotry and misinformation. Thanks to Sight Shield's patented Boo-hoo block technology, you can now live in peace, safely hidden from everything going on around you. Here's how it works. We take an ordinary pair of sunglasses and we apply not one, not two, but 10 layers of window tint to the lenses, making it nearly impossible to see what's clearly right in front of you. This ensures that your eyes will always remain covered, even in the most bigoted and triggering environments. And here's the best part. If you order your set of Sight Shield glasses within the next 48 hours, we'll throw in a pair of our famous Fear Plug earplugs absolutely free. Now you can protect your eyes and ears from reality simultaneously. So what are you waiting for? Order yours today! Sight Shield, a proud sponsor of Fallen World Films.
I hope you have a wonderful Christmas.
Well, yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry Christmas, and let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way, are you in Oregon? Where's your home? I think we lost him.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta get mad, bro. What country did we declare independence from back in the 1770s? You don't know?
No.
It's kind of the reason we celebrate the 4th of July.
I have no idea.
No idea, but you're still going to be celebrating.
I'm still going to celebrate.
Well, you should have your celebration revoked.
Why should your right to freedom of speech trump a trans person's right not to be offended?
How many stars on this flag? 50-something?
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. We are We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts.
You have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Francis Collins, Director of the National Institutes of Health, NIH, and I am proud to have the honor of welcoming you here to the East Room of the White House for a very special scientific announcement by the President. Investing in biomedical research is one of the wisest choices we can make as a nation.
We're going to start the When Humans Become Cyborg session. You know, I always want to be a cyborg. I'm waiting for the day to become one, but let's see. Like today, we like to really talk about the recent developments of brain-computer interface and how that's really blurring the line between man and machine. And that's also opening up many, many questions about social, cultural, and ethical implications of these technologies.
We as a country are extraordinarily fortunate to have a leader who places such a high value on science to unlock the mysteries of disease and discover new ways of overcoming them. But now we stand at the edge of another frontier in biomedicine and biological research, which the President will describe in a moment.
This is actually sort of where the brain-computer interfaces are today. One reason I like to show this picture is to give a sense of actually where the technology is at the moment, which is that it's a lot of wiring. So although we would like to think of ourselves as being able to sort of increasingly adopt a lifestyle where we are continually hooked up to a computer or a machine that helps enhance our capabilities, particularly our intellectual capabilities. So we think about being wired into the internet, getting our brains to upload information. But this represents actually the technology problem, which is we have to solve the wiring problem. And so there are people, you know, like Elon Musk, who are trying to work on closed loop systems where the read of the brain and the input into the brain all happens within the brain in an implant that's put just underneath the skull.
It's exactly that innovation that holds immense potential, not just for the families whose lives it will change, but for also spurring new jobs and business opportunities. The President understands this implicitly. He knows the importance of connecting scientific advances with solid science policy. And he knows the power of partnership. And that's why he has brought us all together here today. Science agencies within the government, as well as philanthropic foundations and leaders in the private sector, to marshal our talents and take on this next big challenge. So without further ado, it is a great personal privilege and a high honor to introduce our scientist-in-chief, the President of the United States, Barack Obama.
So this is all data collection. It's all exciting, all new technologies, but the infrastructure that is used to collect that data, to share that data, is nothing new under the sun. And we know the problems that actually can emerge out of that. So if our brains are connected and you record, for instance, what are you possibly thinking, what are you, basically what areas of your brain are being stimulated at a certain point. There is even like devices that can collect what you're seeing, measuring your feelings either through facial recognition devices, micro muscle movements and so on.
And if you begin to look down the road, I think Elena already talked about brain implants. Certainly we know about deep brain stimulation. That is being used to treat people with pain, Parkinson's, tremors, and depression. A third of people with depression are resistant to drugs. So in fact, electrical stimulation is a way to go. So that's also a medical indication.
Computer chips, GPS technology, the internet. All these things grew out of government investments in basic research. And sometimes, in fact, some of the best products and services spin off completely from unintended research that nobody expected to have certain applications. Businesses then use that technology to create countless new jobs. So the founders of Google got their early support from the National Science Foundation. The Apollo project that put a man on the moon also gave us eventually CAT scans. And every dollar we spend to map the human genome has returned $140 to our economy. $1 of investment, $140 in return. Dr. Collins helped lead that genome effort, and that's why we thought it was appropriate to have him here to announce the next great American project, and that's what we're calling the Brain Initiative.
The major investors in this area is the military, so both certainly in the UK and in the US and probably elsewhere, because these are technologies that will enhance or, are certainly thought to enhance human capacities in ways that will also protect soldiers, but enable us to do much more than we can already. And so we've been talking to military officers around the world. We're in the third wave of data collection, so we don't have any concrete findings to share at the moment. But we've been talking to them about their neural implants. If they were to have, for example, a retinal implant that enhanced their sight capabilities, or a cochlear implant that allowed them to hear, across great distances. What are the ethical issues that come up for them? And one issue that's really interesting is bodily integrity.
As humans, we can identify galaxies light years away. We can study particles smaller than an atom, but we still haven't unlocked the mystery of the 3 pounds of matter that sits between our ears. Today, scientists possess the capability to study individual neurons and figure out the main functions of certain areas of the brain. But a human brain contains almost 100 billion neurons, making trillions of connections. So Dr. Collins says it's like listening to the string section and trying to figure out what the whole orchestra sounds like. So as a result, we're still unable to cure diseases like Alzheimer's or autism, or fully reverse the effects of a stroke. And the most powerful computer in the world isn't nearly as intuitive as the one we're born with. There's this enormous mystery waiting to be unlocked. And the Brain Initiative will change that by giving scientists the tools they need to get a dynamic picture of the brain in action and better understand how we think and how we learn and how we remember. And that knowledge will be transformative.
I'm healthy. I don't really have any impairments. But in 5 years or 10 years' time, what kind of brain-computer interface products or applications can I be using? Can I be, like, Ronaldo, you've been making documentaries about technology. Do you have any ideas about what I could be?
Oh my gosh, I'll definitely leave that for you. I'm the lawyer in the room.
Examples that I could be using in the next 5-10 years?
Well, I think you're already using the most sophisticated brain-computer interface that we have available that we underestimate, and it's the thing you held up before. That is an unbelievably powerful machine that is, it's not actually wired into your brain, but there's definitely connectivity happening there, and it's changed you, it's enhanced you already.
Yes.
You think that could be something in my brain in the next 10 years, maybe a chip in my brain that every time I
That's what Elon Musk would like to do. Yes.
Yo got the big questions cooking today. But you're my friend, and I'll remember my friends, and I will be good to you. So don't worry. Even if I evolve into Terminator, and I'll still be nice to you. I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo, where I can watch you for old time's sake.
The crazy thing is, I ain't know I was a rollback, so I ain't never hold that. The plans for me to roll at. Thought I was unique, I thought that I was so hacked, but I was just like them other drones, I was so lacked. Brainwashed, I was listening to lies. The freedom that I thought I had was really a mirage. Made my own choices, but it was a disguise. The only thing I really did was pick a different lie. So I was still a drone, nothing but a clone. I only do the lies cause it's all that I was shown. But I've been remade, my heart is no longer stone. When my ex wrote bats who could sing this song. Now I've been remade, and I'm no longer high-low. A real man can't change everything that I know. He gave me truth, that's a hard pill to swallow. Gave me new commands and he freed me up to follow. Why you always trying to control me? You are not my boss, that's the old me. Obviously you don't know my style. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. I am not your robot, I am not a clone. Yeah, you are not my puppeteer and I am not a drone. Yeah, got a new master and I follow him alone. I want a good life till I'm gone. I'm song. Hey world, you know I see a game, and I don't need your lies, I ain't worried about a thing. Hey devil, I know you want me tamed, but you've been defeated and your power's been drained. Hey flesh, I know you bear my name, I know you love the lies, but I'm steady trying to change. You might have been confused, but this is a new day. I'm saved now, I ain't gotta do what you say. And to my friends who are still on lockdown, still controlled by their passion, stop now, cause he can free everybody from the top down. If you're freed up, say this with me right now. I'm not a robot now. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. Why you always trying to control me? You are not my boss, that's the old me. Obviously you don't know my style. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now. I am not a robot. I'm not a robot now.
And God said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind." And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. Let us make man. Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let us make man. Let us make man. Let us make man.
You got Rosie here from the Jetsons, C3PO and R2D2. Here's the robot from Pee Wee Herman, Corky. This guy up here, his name was Ro-Man. And I know it looks kind of like Bigfoot. This movie was from like way, way back. Someone can maybe look it up if you want, but I don't know. It was like the 50s or 40s, but it doesn't really matter. But then this right here is the robot from Lost in Space. But anyways, yeah, so it's a concept that's been around, right? And it's nothing new. And here's where we start getting into the reality of robots. 1961, the first digitally this is called the Unimate. The first digitally operated and programmable non-humanoid robot is installed on a General Motors assembly line to lift hot pieces of metal from a die casting machine and stack them. It was created by George Devol and constructed by Unimation, the first robot manufacturing company. Okay, that was in 1961, and again, this says the first digitally operated and programmable non-humanoid robot. Right, and as you see, it's just like an arm here, kind of like you'd see it as like a robotic welding arm or something like that. Okay, but here we got 1967 to 72, you know, so a few years later, the Waybot or Wabot, however you want to call it, won. And this is the first humanoid robot. Initiated the Waseda University initiated the whatever it's called project in 1967, and in 1972 completed the Wabot 1, the world's first full-scale humanoid intelligent robot. And you look at it here, it doesn't look very impressive, right? Now, in another way, it looks very impressive. I mean, I couldn't put something like that together, but that was the first one. That's the first humanoid robot. It was the first android able to walk, communicate with a person in Japanese with an artificial mouth, measure distances and directions to the objects using external receptors, artificial ears and eyes, and grip and transport objects with hands. Okay, so that's 1972. Now let's fast forward to 2018. Where we were introduced to Sophia, the world's first humanoid robot. And you're going to say, hey, what about Wabot 1? That was a humanoid robot. Here she is receiving her award as the first robot citizen of the world. Here she is meeting some elite person in Egypt, I think. I was going through a bunch of different pictures of her meeting world leaders. It says, Sophia, Hanson Robotics' most advanced human-like robot, Sophia, personifies our dreams for the future of AI. As a unique combination of science, engineering, and artistry, Sophia is simultaneously a human-crafted science fiction character depicting the future of AI and robotics, and a platform for advanced robotics and AI research. Now, mind you, this is right from Hanson Robotics' website. The character of Sophia captures the imagination of global audiences. She is the world's first robot citizen. Now, it's a real thing. I think it was India that gave her an actual like citizenship. She's recognized legally as a citizen, and the first robot innovation ambassador for the United Nations Development Program. So she's an ambassador. She holds down a rank in the United Nations. Sophia is now a household name with appearances on The Tonight Show and Good Morning Britain, in addition to speaking at hundreds of conferences around the world. Sophia is also a framework for cutting-edge robotics and AI research, particularly for understanding human-robot interactions and their potential service and entertainment applications. In modern times, it was popularized as a consumer product through these sex robots, because of course, when you have a new technology that's human-like, you have sex with it here in the fallen world. For example, she has been used for research as part of the Loving AI project. The Loving AI project, which seeks to understand how robots can adapt to users' needs through intra and interpersonal development. So this is talking about like forming deep personal relationships with humans as a machine. Pop this in there. According to Merriam-Webster, what is the essential meaning of a citizen? Well, it's a person, as in a living creature, right? Human even, who legally belongs to a country and has the rights and protection of that country. Meaning Sophia is a person who legally belongs to the world, right? And to whatever country is given her citizenship. And she has all the same rights as you. There's a clear trend that's forming of the relationship between men and these robots, right? Like that's a big part of what's even in the literature and media surrounding the rollout of these robots, is that they're social robots, and that we're like, there's this weird expectation that we should develop these actual relationships with the robots. And I'm about to show you guys through a little collection of advertisements for these robots that are coming out. And I want you to pay attention and notice how they're geared directly at kids, and just watch, like it's honestly disgusting, like the way that these things are advertised to, instead of describing it, let me just show you. I'm gonna put it up here so I can so we can both watch it, and I can maybe.
Good morning, Rowan. Good morning, Rowan.
Good morning, Miko.
Veggies are good for you. Tell him, Miko.
You can't be a superhero without having vegetables.
He's like,
I'm not going to do what my dad
says. I don't want
says.
a parent.
Right, and the dad sits back with his newspaper, and he's like, this is great. It's just so.
My friend, companion,
his friend,
make me feel like
Bye, Miko.
Champion.
Goodbye. Oh, and the robot is sad.
Miko, I'm back.
Wow.
He missed him so much.
Mama, which is the tallest mountain in India?
I don't know. Ask Miko.
Mount Kanchenjunga.
Thank you, Miko.
Under the trees, together and stand.
Oh, he keeps playing.
Time for your football match.
Oh yeah.
I know you'll be there for me.
Hey Miko, today I scored 2 goals.
Ah, congratulations.
I know you'll be there for me.
Sirius is the brightest star.
Yeah, okay, Miko. Congratulations from this inanimate object. Again, like this whole commercial, if you watch it, like this is a sad story of a boy that doesn't have a human friend. He spends all day just playing with his robot, saying goodnight to his robot. They miss each other when they're gone, and it's just a product. The dehumanization. And the mom's like, I love my son. I'm going to see him for 5 minutes tomorrow before I turn his robot on and go back to my life.
You're so cute.
Hello.
What should we have for dinner tonight?
How's lasagna?
Wow, that sounds wonderful.
And you're already noticing a trend, like the over-the-top happy, like,
Right.
This is so...
I don't know, but like in a joking way, it's like someone figuring out what I should make for dinner, kind of.
Yeah, you're right. This product appeals to Amber. She's like, if she had a robot that could just give her suggestions, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hi, LG. Play the
All right,
music.
and so the girl's mad right now because, she didn't have cheese, right? Now the girl's mad at the robot because everybody else is playing with it. So she's like, I don't like the robot. But what's happening, though, is that this robot is noticing that this girl needs a friend. So the robot is going to reach out and befriend her. Beautiful. That's not nice. She can hurt that robot's feelings.
Please set the timer for 30 minutes.
Now watch this. Watch this.
Make it 1 hour.
Oh my.
Oh. Watch. I don't know. Okay, watch. Now she's best friend with the robot. The robot's looking at her through the window. That's not creepy. It's like she's looking at the process her dad. Okay, now the girl.
Are you okay, darling?
It's my fault. I did it.
So this robot is now going to conspire with your kids to lie to you about what's happening?
Right.
That's what I took from that, right? This is so... We gotta just watch that part.
I did it. I'm very sorry.
The robot sits there and lies. Oh,
I'm sorry for what I've done.
I'm sorry, guys.
Let's go, Puri Care.
Let's see. Where's the...
Can I help you, ma'am?
You?
Let me love you. Let me love you. And each one of these has that over-the-top, ridiculously happy plastic smile music with the dancing sun in the background.
No, it's really scary. And like, you know, everyone has like Alexa and like just talks to their devices.
Yeah.
And I'm even guilty of like taking advantage of things like, you know, sometimes I do like grocery pickup because I'm not trying to take all my kids to the grocery store.
No, I'm guilty of it. To some extent, it's inescapable, like participating in this, if you want to call it, beast system. All right. He loves the robot.
Riley.
Hi.
There's someone.
This is probably the saddest one of all.
Meet you.
And by the way, this toy, it's like $1,000 and it's trending now. Look it up. Like people are buying them. It's all over YouTube. But look at
My name is Moxie. I'm a new robot. What is your name?
I'm Riley.
It's nice to meet you, Riley. What do you do to get ready for bed?
Brush my teeth and read a story.
I love stories. Would you read a story to me?
Sure. Rita woke with a lovely dream, still fresh in her mind, gracefully gliding across the shimmering ice rink.
Got to pause it for copyright reasons. But I mean, you got this lonely kid, right, who's all sad, and like the salute, and you can already tell again with the music, it goes from sad and it's starting to build up into something more happy because now he's got this friend, inanimate object, robot, product, machine that he can have a fake relationship with. And it's making his parents so happy.
Last one. Breathing exercises always help me relax. Riley, we have a new mission. Would you make a drawing for me?
Okay.
I'm so excited for you to tell me about the dentist. I've never been to one.
You don't have teeth.
But I can still smile. And then what happened?
He said he didn't want to play with me anymore.
Now this is where it's gonna really touch you.
Thank you for telling me about your day. Sometimes holding a friend's hand makes me feel better. Do you want to try squeezing my hand? For this mission, you'll need to talk to one of your friends about what makes them happy, and then tell me all about it. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Mom, can we invite Mason over to play?
Sure.
So the robot's now telling him to invite people over. I mean, I'm amused by it, but did you ever think you'd see the day?
How can I help you?
Maybe it's like
What's the weather? Rain, buying jacket, buying everything.
No.
Selling private information now. No.
Robot, open the door.
I'm sorry, Ethan, but no. Goodbye.
So maybe that was a little extreme, you know, but there is having some reasonable concerns about the fact, like, do I really want to put this camera and all this stuff into my house that's just going to film me and you know, upload it to the internet all day long? That's pretty scary. But then, fortunately, he sees Vector over here, the good robot.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war?
Flying Saucers, Where Do They Come From? This is the title of a recent book on the subject of UFOs, or unidentified flying objects. And the author is Sydney businessman Mr. Richard Tambling, who claims to have had several sightings of UFOs. Mr. Tambling was an RAF photographer and an expert in aircraft recognition. Now, in the preface of this book, Mr. Tambling, you say that now that the existence of UFOs is gaining widespread acceptance, the question is, where do they come from?
Last October, in the quiet Mississippi town of Pascagoula, two local men confronted authorities with a rather bizarre story. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker told of a strange craft landing near their fishing site and of being taken aboard by three unearthly creatures. The two men were questioned under hypnosis and lie detectors, but their story remained intact.
I'm going to step off the limb now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Good evening. A flying saucer landing on the steps of Sydney Town Hall. Fact or fiction? Well, that scene was fiction from the ABC children's serial The Strangers, but there are some people who claim it's a fact that flying saucers have landed here.
I guess that was when I heard it. It was some kind of zipping sound, and when I turned around in this area out here, about 40 or 50 feet out there, there was some kind of craft, you know. It looked like it's going to come right onto the ground. The blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, you know, approaching the ground, but then they went out, and when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding.
So I looked out the window at the top, and naturally I saw this object above.
Tony, this is so great you can't believe it. I believe it, Charlie. Get ready, Johnny. Okay, let's go, would you, Charlie? You got all your steering to get straight. Oh, this is going to be some kind of different ride.
I think maybe I'd answer it this way. I keep, in my frustration sometimes, you know, actually, if you count some of the things going on in smaller countries and all, there have been about 114 wars since World War II. But I've often wondered, what if all of us in the world discovered that we were threatened by a power from outer space, from another planet? Wouldn't we all of a sudden find that we didn't have any differences between us at all? We were all human beings, citizens of the world, and wouldn't we come together to fight?
Mr. Tambling, you say here in your book that it's only a matter of time before the strangers from the skies come to know us better. Now, are you suggesting some kind of invasion from outer space?
This is quite possible. I don't think in the sense that we would think of it, but people coming, yes.
This guy says the Old Testament, written in Hebrew, taught him how to summon UFOs. All right, he says he can also do this on command, and he adds he's been doing it for 25 years. We met up with Prophet Yahweh, seer of Yahweh, at Doolittle Park off Lake Mead. We picked the day, we picked the time, and we picked the location. When the prophet started praying for a sighting, I wasn't exactly convinced. Look at it, there it is. You can barely see it, a white speck. Then, another sighting.
There it is, I got it.
Photojournalist Jonathan Hawkins locks in on it. Let's take a closer look here. It's an orange sphere that appeared out of nowhere. I call the boss with an unexpected change in my story. I can see it clear as day. In fact, it's bright.
That's a UFO for sure.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, whoa. What is that?
There's a new video this morning that some say may be proof we're not alone in the universe. A UFO in the form of a bright light is seen descending over the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem.
The Pentagon recently formed a new office to study UFO reports, and now it's NASA's turn. The space agency launching a new team to investigate who or what may be behind the unexplained sight.
Hippity hoppity, over hill after hill.
I cannot imagine a more sensational and exciting conspiracy theory than the one about a big giant cover-up regarding the existence of extraterrestrials and UFOs and life on other planets. I mean, even coming from a guy who makes controversial documentaries about satanic cults and secret societies and end-time prophecies, and everything in between. So as somebody who is well acquainted with the occult aspects of this reality, the implications of a supposed alien visitation concept are enormous. If it were true, it would eclipse everything else that I talk about on this channel. I mean, what could be more important? What could possibly be more groundbreaking than the revelation that humankind is only one of many intelligent civilizations in our universe? And in the case that any of these other intelligent life forms were actually visiting Earth and making contact with humans, well then such creatures would obviously be far superior to humankind in terms of intelligence and technological ability. And so if that were true, and if that were revealed to the masses, it would just change everything. I know, speaking on behalf of Christians, we would be forced to rectify the differences between what the Bible says about creation and the alleged existence of intelligent beings who are somehow superior to the ones who were made in the image of God. Not to mention that these aliens would likely come with stories of, humanity's origins and possibly seeding the galaxies with life and, all the theories that are out there. And you can scoff at this now, but will your faith be shaken when you turn on the news and the number one story is the aliens have arrived? Because those who trust in the testimony of the Bible will be challenged to put faith before sight. Because if my expectations are correct, then what we're going to see unfold in this world will defy all tradition and conventional wisdom. And for the Christian, you will be required to either refute all of this evidence that's being revealed and just to embrace your faith, or to accept all of this alleged evidence and facts and in turn abandon your faith. But you just simply cannot accept a literal interpretation of the book of Genesis and come away with the idea that God created not only the heavens and the earth, but also millions and billions of other planets that could potentially foster life, in millions and billions of different galaxies and even a bunch of different universes. I'm not saying that God couldn't do this, and I'm not even saying that God didn't do that, but it certainly is not how the Bible describes the heavens. And you also can't rationalize the existence of these superior races on different planets if you trust the Bible, which says that God created everything in 6 days, 5 of which pertain specifically to Earth, mind you. And then he breathed the breath of life into human beings, after all. And how about Jesus, who was born on Earth and who is coming back to Earth? And if the Earth is such an important part of God's creation, as the Bible describes it to be, then why the heck doesn't the Bible mention the supposed fact that Earth is actually only one of an incalculable amount of planets spread throughout billions of galaxies, And again, according to conventional astronomy, a lot of these other planets apparently could foster life just like here on Earth.
By 2010, Kepler had reported data on all but 400 of the 150,000 target stars. Out of these, 706 were reported to have viable exoplanet candidates, with sizes going from the size of Earth to much larger than Jupiter. February 2nd, 2011, they made some groundbreaking announcements. Out of the potential candidates, the Kepler team noted 1,235 that were a size close enough to Earth that potential habitation could be considered. 54 of these finds were reported to be possibly within the habitable zone.
And sometimes the conditions would be even more ideal for life. And then the likelihood of other intelligent life within that vast amount of space would be almost absolute. So did Jesus also die to atone for their sins as well? And so this idea of space travel and alien civilizations that exist elsewhere in the universe, it's all just really inconsistent with the way that creation is described in the Bible. Now, if you're a non-believer, on the other hand, that doesn't invest your faith in what the Bible says, well, then the existence of intelligent aliens all over this universe is not only probable, but almost definite. I mean, we're talking about an almost infinitely vast amount of space that's just filled with hundreds of billions of galaxies, and each galaxy contains over 100 billion planets, they say. How could planet Earth, a tiny planet by comparison, be the only place in the entire universe where intelligent life exists? And supposing the Big Bang were true, and supposing Darwinian evolution was also true, well then how stupid would you have to be to suggest that planet Earth, a mere grain of sand in the seabed of the universe, could be the only one to contain civilized society? And so the probability of the existence of these extraterrestrial beings of superior intelligence is actually really high according to the laws of evolution, and I think just scientific expectation according to how the world perceives life to have started. And I would know because there was a time where I considered myself to be somewhat of an expert concerning the topic of aliens and UFOs. I was truly captivated by that idea. In fact, it's sort of what introduced me into this world of conspiracy and secret agendas. I must have read about 50 books or more on the topic of aliens. I went in expecting sort of fun campfire stories, but what I found instead was just a whole bunch of solid evidence that the governments of this world were engaged in a cover-up regarding some type of alien agenda. And studying this topic is sort of what taught me how to research confidential materials as well. Like finding information via the Freedom of Information Act and just how to scour through the internet, and certain keywords and all that kind of stuff, That's where it sort of taught me that. And as I studied these things, just countless books and documentaries and websites and just sifting through stacks of declassified evidence and witness testimony, and I was just astonished to discover how much of this stuff was actually founded in reality. Who could refute such a massive collection of corroborating evidence? And yet, it would certainly appear that it was all being covered up, by the government and by the media. But was it being covered up? On one hand, it really is true that the media at that time would tend to downplay events like UFO sightings or supposed alien abductions. Every report was always accompanied by the X-Files theme music and presented with as little seriousness as possible. And it's also common knowledge that, at least historically speaking, reports of UFOs and alien abductions and these types of things have generally been disregarded by the US government, at least when it comes to their public stance on the matter. Denial always just kind of seemed to be the official government position.
So why didn't he say anything then? Partly, he says, because he didn't want people to panic.
I think as a public figure you have to be very careful about what you say, because people can have pretty emotional reactions, and I said my goal wasn't to try to stir the pot.
And he went to humorous and controversial lengths not to stir the pot. He held a news conference after the Phoenix Lights to announce the mystery had been solved.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please.
In the alien costume, the governor's chief of staff.
Now, this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
UFO enthusiasts were not amused.
And so I was already well aware that our government had long denied having any information or evidence of life on other planets before I even began researching it for myself. But as I began to uncover all these official government documents and references related to extraterrestrials, I was naturally shocked, and I soon became convinced that the governments of our world were indeed engaged
in a full-on cover-up of this phenomenon. I mean, I was coming across entire archives and volumes of reported sightings, abductions, and even extraterrestrial communications from credible and high-ranking politicians and military officials, and all ranging over a period of more than 50 years. You know, and there were all these reports and testimonies from important key figures which literally detail things like the retrieval of alien technology from crashed flying saucers.
Edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago.
Anyone familiar with UFO lore will recognize at least some of what Phil Corso says. Reports of crashed saucers, recovered alien bodies, a government cover-up. But in 50 years of UFO controversy, no one of his rank or stature has ever publicly proclaimed this level of inside knowledge. Corso was an intelligence officer inside the Eisenhower White House, assigned to the National Security Council. He also served as Inspector General of the 7th Army and commanded the 1st Nuclear Battalion in Germany. His credentials are impeccable, his record spotless. But did he really handle wreckage from a flying saucer?
They came from a flying saucer.
How do you know that?
Because they were marked on the files as coming from New Mexico.
Roswell?
Yeah, it's Roswell.
Philip J. Corso, a former member of President Eisenhower's National Security Council from the years 1953 through 1957. And he was also the chief of the Foreign Technology Division of the Army Research and Development Department at the Pentagon, which, by the way, if there really was a such thing as a crashed flying saucer, a lot of people think that that would, end up in the Smithsonian or that it would be front page news. No, if that were to happen in real life, the first place it would go, at least if it happened here in America, would be to, the Research and Development Department at the Pentagon. So you just can't get a much more credible and qualified witness than Philip J. Corso when it comes to government knowledge of an extraterrestrial presence on Earth. And Corso published a book in 1997 called The Day After Roswell, wherein he claimed that during his tenure as the head of foreign technology for the U.S. Army, he was assigned the duty of handling and studying these fragments of alien technology that were retrieved from a crashed alien spacecraft in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947, the famous Roswell incident. And that while these materials were in his stewardship, he created a task force to conduct a reverse engineering project, which would study these alien technologies, and analyze its potential for earthly applications, specifically military applications. And according to Corso, it was through this reverse engineering of the crashed spacecraft in Roswell that mankind achieved many modern technological advancements, including lasers and fiber optics, and even integrated circuit chips, which obviously have come to change the world and enabled the advent of the computer age that now defines our culture. And in his book, The Day After Roswell, Corso made many more incredible claims, which included detailed descriptions of both the crashed spacecraft, and also the alien creatures within the wreckage. And of course, when the book was published in 1997, it was largely received with ridicule and denial, by many media sources. But it was also praised and endorsed by others. But what I found uniquely compelling is the fact that Corso wrote and released this book within the very last years of his life. It was published in 1997, and Corso passed away in 1998 at the age of 83. So this practically renders his book to be a form of deathbed confession, in a way, And it seems unlikely that a highly respected and accomplished former Pentagon official would choose to create a giant hoax in his last days of life, compromising his reputation and becoming a target of ridicule. It seems more likely that if it were true that you spent the last 50 years, guarding such a deep secret and having to tell so many lies to the people you love, it seems reasonable that on your deathbed you might choose to tell the truth, and to confess the thing that you've been covering up. And so I just think those are compelling conditions to consider. But Corso wasn't the only highly credible witness of these secret operations to make a deathbed confession about it. There was also Boyd Bushman, and I know, what a name, right? But he was the senior engineer of Lockheed Martin, and he made similar claims of alien contact and being commissioned by the government to participate in reverse engineering programs, much like the one described by Corso. And then there was also Lieutenant Walter Haut, the press relations officer at the military base in Roswell, New Mexico, at the time of the infamous Roswell incident. And he also made public admissions about the aliens being real and that the crash really happened, as well as that it was all covered up. And, he made these confessions shortly before his death as well. And there's even more examples than this, but let's move on. Because this is just a small sampling from a vast pool of extremely interesting and compelling evidence suggesting that there really is a government cover-up of these aliens and UFOs, or whatever you want to call it. And the 20-year-old version of me was just totally riveted and captivated and compelled by all these official and legitimate revelations that I was coming across. In fact, I was so invested in this topic of research that I actually considered applying to become what was called a field investigator for MUFON, which stands for the Mutual UFO Network. And they're kind of like the official organization devoted to the research and investigation of this UFO stuff. And then this field of research, by the way, at least back then, was referred to as ufology. It's cringy, I know. As if you can just add the suffix ology to the end of a word and suddenly it becomes an academically credible field of study, And of course, so any researchers within the field of ufology would therefore be called a ufologist, which does not reduce the cringe level at all. But, that's what we called it. And I was sort of an amateur ufologist, I guess, one of the unpaid variety. And this was back when I was, again, in my early 20s, and I was into this pretty deep. I participated in numerous groups and websites related to UFOs, and studying this stuff was really exciting for me. I really felt like I was always on the verge of uncovering some great mystery. And within my small library of UFO-themed literature, I had no less than 3 different signed copies of books by nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman. He was my favorite ufologist. He was highly esteemed among his peers, due to his academic credentials and professional credibility. A rocket scientist who became somewhat of a pioneer in ufology. And he was kind of like the Michael Jordan of this fringe community. And one time in the summer of 2009, Friedman was scheduled to give a presentation in the nearby town of Burlington, Wisconsin. And I took the day off of work so that I could attend his presentation, and just shake the guy's hand. After all, he was in his late 70s at that time, and I was kind of thinking I might not really have many more chances to meet him, supposing I wanted to do that. And he would also commonly call for younger people to get involved in the field for the sake of continuity of his research. And so I had this whole pitch prepared, to offer to volunteer my assistance in any way that he might have use for me. And so I was really excited for this opportunity, not just to meet Stanton Friedman, but also to volunteer my services and see if maybe Friedman couldn't usher me into this world of ufology, But on my way to the event, I got a call from work about some emergency staffing situation. And I was the store manager at that time, so I really had no choice but to go to work and to address the situation. And I was just so ticked off. I was just fuming. I could not believe that something like this would come up at this time on that day. And I decided that I wouldn't give up that easy, So I continued driving to the event, and I devised a plan that I would go in early, I would buy some of Stanton Friedman's books, I would ask for his signature, and that's when I would drop my pitch on him, And then I would race to work and get back to my responsibilities. But when I finally got to the event and went inside, he wasn't there. There were people at his desk, at his little info table, and they told me that he was having lunch at a local diner before his presentation. And so I cursed under my breath and proceeded to purchase his newest book. And I started making my way back to the car, but then I decided that I was too close to give up. And so I actually drove to the restaurant that he was supposedly eating at, and I parked in the parking lot. And I knew that approaching Mr. Friedman at his table while he was eating could be construed as a rude gesture, but I hoped that he would be impressed by my determination to meet him, even in spite of these inconvenient circumstances. And so I decided I was going to go for it, So I park my car, I grab my book, I exit my car, and I start walking toward the entrance of this restaurant, kind of revising the pitch in my head, to accommodate these unusual terms that I was going to be meeting him on. And then I started doing what I always do. I got nervous. I started doubting myself and second-guessing the whole thing. And I was pondering all the different ways that he might dismiss me or be annoyed. And whenever I fall into these types of anxiety attacks, it becomes a bit of a struggle to keep a calm composure. Something I'm getting a lot better at now, but it's just always been a struggle for me. And so, in my anxious state, I didn't realize that I had been pacing around the parking lot for quite a while at that point. And I probably looked like a crazy man to any onlookers that might be watching me through the restaurant windows. And surely Stanton Friedman himself was sitting next to a window and probably watching me all along with pity and amusement. And I just ended up fleeing the scene in embarrassment. And I just went back to work, and I continued my little life as a shoe store manager. And I always kind of regretted my lack of confidence on that day. But that's the story. And now you might have found that story to be kind of pointless in context with the subject of this documentary, and you would be right about that, but I just think it helps illustrate not only my strange and frantic personality, but also how passionate I once was about this topic of UFOs and ETs. And I want you to understand that the claims that I'm going to be making in this documentary are not based on some loosely held or flippant opinions of mine. This is the culmination of years of research in a topic that I once took very seriously. And another thing I should mention in this introduction is a disclaimer that this documentary series will make a lot of people uncomfortable. And a lot of people are just going to laugh and mock me in the comments section. But that's okay. As my wife would say, I'm used to it. But the point is, I'm prepared to even lose some subscribers over this one. Because not only is this documentary series going to be detailing the controversial nature of this whole extraterrestrial alien agenda conspiracy, but in this documentary series, I will be calling the very existence of outer space into question. Not the outer space that you see with your naked eyes as you look out into the night sky, but the outer space that exists as the result of the Big Bang that we have learned about from modern and conventional astronomy. And so I expect a lot of pushback, especially from my non-Christian viewers who don't accept the Bible to be God's perfect word. And to you guys, I love you, but you just simply cannot make sense out of these major deceptions and worldwide agendas without viewing it through the scope of spiritual warfare and biblical prophecy, in my opinion. But for those of you who do believe the Bible to be the Word of God, let this film series challenge the strength of your faith in a literal interpretation of God's Word. Too many professing Christians have been taught to bend their knee to the scientific consensus of this world, even where it clashes with what the Bible clearly teaches. Most Christians have no problem dismissing every single piece of evidence that secular science claims to be proof of Darwinian evolution. But have you really considered the implications of what it takes to deny the theory of evolution? In doing so, you are willfully rejecting the research and expertise of the scientific majority. And you are practically accusing the leading institutions of our society of engaging in a worldwide conspiracy to suppress the truth of creation and to indoctrinate humanity with this fabricated propaganda. That's a pretty bold accusation to make. You would have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe something like that, right? Well, and yet most Christians are comfortable to simply dismiss the scientific consensus when it comes to evolution. But for some reason, a lot of Christians are not willing to expand this skepticism beyond evolution. We confidently scoff at the science textbooks which claim that the universe is billions of years old, but then we turn around and accept everything else in the text. We accept the existence of these spinning planets and solar systems and galaxies, despite our willingness to deny the very Big Bang by which the existence of these things relies on. So it's this doublethink, and I think that another area of Christian doublethink is in regard to the supernatural. And I think that this is especially true among my fellow American Protestant brothers and sisters. We've become so jaded from seeing all these charlatans and televangelists with their phony miracles and blasphemous healing revivals that we begin to doubt, and we thereby stifle or muddle our ability to fully realize and properly discern the supernatural forces at play around us. And even though we fully believe the biblical depictions of demonic possession and the casting out of demons, the way it's described in the New Testament, we tend to just accept whatever the scientific consensus claims is going on around us. So in the case of that demonic possession, these days I'm sure it would be described as mental illness. And my point here is that we as believers, we have been conditioned to accept these secular explanations for things that are actually spiritual in nature. But sometimes what is spiritual in nature collides with what is physical in nature. Sometimes angels and demons manifest in physical bodies. According to the Bible, angels can sometimes descend from the skies in what is described as heavenly chariots and majestic wheels. And then when we get into the revelations of John, we see that there's a great war that's going to eventually happen in heaven. A battle between the angels and the dragon. And this, of course, is after the tribulation period, wherein we see famine and earthquakes and so on, as God's wrath is poured out onto earth. And we see the whole world uniting under the dictatorship of the Antichrist. And of course, when you envision the end times, you imagine fires raining down from the heavens and blood in the streets and natural disasters happening left and right. And of course, you have what the Bible describes as the beasts coming into power. And despite the fact that most theologians believe these beasts to be described metaphorically, and by the way, I happen to agree with that, but I just think that it's hard to read through all these biblical end-time prophecies and to read through the book of Revelation and fail to recognize that much of what is written is depicted literally. And as I study these things that I study, I often ponder, how will the secular world react to all these amazing events that are described in Revelation, and elsewhere in the Bible? Because while you and I and our fellow believers might understand that we're watching the fulfillment of biblical prophecies unfold, we just know that CNN would be blaming the fireballs and earthquakes on climate change, and the lawlessness in the streets will be blamed on guns, and the famines would be blamed on food shortages, plagues will be disguised as pandemics, and then the arrival of these heavenly beings will be described probably as aliens from outer space. And as somebody with a modestly extensive background in the research of UFOs and extraterrestrials, who has since become a born-again Christian, I am exceedingly confident that this world is about to start seeing some really strange things in our skies. And there's going to be an increase in alien abduction claims, which closely resemble the description of demonic possession, by the way. And I believe that when this event occurs, it will be used by the governments of this world as the justification to seal the unification of their one world government under the guise of coming together against a larger common threat. And in this documentary series, I hope to give you a biblical context for what I believe you're going to start seeing unfold in the real world around us. And I won't be debunking the existence of aliens or UFOs. Actually, it's to the contrary. I will attempt to prove to you that both aliens and UFOs really do exist. It's just that they're not what Hollywood and what all these CIA psyops are telling us they are. Because I believe that the Bible tells us exactly what they are. And I believe that the Bible even tells us exactly why they're here. You know that the devil is operating according to a strategy, right? And as the wicked ruler of this fallen world, what if his strategy was to utilize the authoritative institutions of this world to discredit the Bible? Wouldn't that be consistent with prophecy? Institutions like science and education. What if you could use the prestige of such institutions to cast doubt on the truth of God's word? What if he used the mystique of complicated scientific jargon to confuse people into doubting their own intuition? Would we welcome the arrival of physical demons or false messiahs that presented themselves as extraterrestrials who came in peace? I know that this all sounds crazy, and I cringe to think about how many of my old subscribers are now questioning my intelligence. But if you can't tell, I'm really not very concerned about making friends or fitting in. I'm only interested in following what is true. And when you seek the truth, one of the first things that you're going to learn is that our culture in this fallen world has been built on a foundation of lies. And I think that Christians of all people should understand this. I will never understand why so many professing Christians continue to invest trust and confidence into these worldly institutions and traditions. Again, Christians, by and large, have no problem rejecting the theory of evolution in regard to the origin of mankind, simply because it contradicts what the Bible says. Even despite the fact that an estimated 97% of the so-called scientific community accepts evolution as the dominant scientific theory of biological diversity. And we see the way that Darwinian evolution is practically presented as factual in today's public school curriculum.
Creationism, but that's not science.
It is now.
Evolution is widely acknowledged as scientific fact. It's even accepted by prominent conservatives like George Will and the late Pope John Paul.
something to think about.
You know, and we're baffled as that very same so-called scientific community has gone on to redefine gender and to dehumanize preborn babies as being nothing more than an inhuman fetus, you know, and we know that the scientific community affirms all of this woke nonsense. And we see how they've propagated this whole global warming thing or overpopulation and so on. And most Christians seem to accept and affirm the premise that when it comes to these topics that I just mentioned, the systems of this world are engaged in a massive conspiracy, you know, to deceive and to indoctrinate society. But somehow we turn around and trust the credibility of this same so-called scientific community when it comes to everything else. What if the so-called scientific community was really just a code word for government-funded scientific institutions? And what if it really was a satanic government that intended to hide God? Wouldn't that be a great method to deceive and to control public perception? Supposing, of course, that you intended to do something so sinister. Because these suggestions may sound to you like the ravings of a conspiracy nut, but, you know, there's a historical precedent for this type of thing. I mean, aren't we told to trust the science? You know, as if we all have our own laboratories where we can reproduce the results of these experiments and projects to verify the accuracy of whatever's being claimed by the scientific community? As if we actually have the time to file through all the white papers and read all of the necessary books, you know, that would be required to verify any of this information for ourselves. No, we don't do that. These atheistic-minded people will tell you that they believe the science, when what they really mean is that they believe the scientific claims being reported in scientific books. And ironically, their worldview is hinged on their own faith that these books are accurate, reliable, and honest. But meanwhile, they're going to turn around and scoff at the Christian who puts his faith in the ancient wisdom of the Bible, you know, another book. And I know I say it all the time, but everybody is operating according to faith in something. And I don't care what anyone else has ever told you. I mean, for a skeptic on the fence, the debate really could be boiled down to a simple contest of credibility between the ancient scriptures and modern textbooks. You know, in both cases, we're relying on the testimony of others. And in the case of the Bible, which is not merely a book, mind you, but a library of 66 books that were written over a period of 1,500 years by over 40 different authors on 3 different continents in 3 different languages, and yet when compiled together, they all relay a consistent and corroborative message. And I sort of gleaned that definition of the Bible's history from Vodi Bakum, who also went on to say this.
Now let's unpack this. First of all, the Bible is a reliable collection of historical documents. Look at what he says here in verse 16. For we did not follow cleverly devised tales when we made known to you the power and coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. We did not follow cleverly devised tales. We did not follow myths or fairy tales or legends. We did not follow things that were made up. Luke puts it this way in his prologue. Inasmuch as many have undertaken to compile an account of the things accomplished among us, just as they were passed down to us by those who were beforehand eyewitnesses and servants of the word, it seemed fitting to me, having investigated everything carefully from the beginning, to write it out for you in consecutive order, most excellent Theophilus, so that you might believe God on blind faith. No, so that you might know the exact truth about the things you have been taught. We have a reliable collection of historical documents. Not myths, not fairy tales, not legends. This is not the Gilgamesh epic here. These are things that actually transpired in history and were recorded for us. Not only do we have a reliable collection of historical documents, but they were written down by eyewitnesses during the lifetime of other eyewitnesses. Look at what he says. But we were eyewitnesses of his majesty. We saw.
And this is where I'm going to end part 1, because as you can see, we still have a lot of ground to cover. And as I mentioned earlier, this documentary will soon present a lot more information and evidence to further substantiate all these radical claims that I've been making regarding the true nature of so-called extraterrestrial life, as well as a lot of the propaganda that surrounds modern astronomy. But obviously, when it comes to challenging the public perception of something as monumental as the design of our universe, I can't just come in all guns blazing, you know? I understand that a whole lot of you will be predisposed to dismissing a lot of what I have to say on this topic, just for the simple fact that in your mind, the existence of outer space and our solar system and the Milky Way galaxy, you know, it's all a matter of proven fact. I mean, after all, NASA is comprised of the most intelligent and qualified mathematicians and engineers and rocket scientists within their fields. And they all seem to be in agreement about the conventional model of astronomy. And this crosses many borders. Every so-called spacefaring nation has its own space agency that's equivalent to NASA. And a lot of times they work in cooperation with one another to some degree, as we collectively advance in the technology required for space exploration and the science, involving outer space. And furthermore, all that knowledge and technology, which apparently has enabled space exploration, is bolstered in decades, if not centuries, of scientific literature from some of the greatest minds of our time. So in that context, I totally understand why a lot of you would be inclined to just preemptively disregard any challenges against such a well-established science, and seemingly irrefutable facts. And I also understand why a lot of you will just reject this at its premise. It just seems like too ridiculous of a conspiracy theory, that so many people across such a vast community of academics and scientists, and engineers and even governments worldwide could ever carry out such a massive deception. And even if they could, what would the motive possibly be? So I know that the very notion of such a conspiracy theory as this seems utterly ridiculous. And it also may seem pretty arrogant to a lot of you that a regular guy like me, who just works a regular job and who makes YouTube videos on his laptop, would have the audacity to publicly challenge the entire scientific and expert consensus about this stuff. Especially considering that I admittedly have no experience or a specialized education in the arena of astronomy. I'm not even good at math, but yet here I am challenging the accepted science. But not because I'm academically qualified to do so, and not because I have actually disproven any of their science myself. In fact, I kind of struggle to even comprehend the physics and mathematical equations that are used to demonstrate the composition of outer space. No, I'm coming into this debate armed with only one exhibit of solid evidence, and that's the Holy Bible. And so I hope you'll stick around for the next 2 parts of this documentary series, as I will attempt to defend and justify all these radical claims that I made here in part 1. But in the meantime, perhaps you could get a little bit ahead of the curve by looking into this stuff for yourself. But until then, I'm signing off. This is Tim from Fallen World Films.
In 1974, after being a 6th grade school teacher, I was introduced to the late Dr. Werner von Braun, in the U.S., the father of rocketry. In my first meeting with him, during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, "Carol, you will stop the weaponization of space." And I said, teachers don't stop until June. He said, "No, you have to understand, this is February. And we have to prevent the weaponization of space because there is a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire, the Russians. There are many enemies," he said, "against whom we're going to build this space-based weapon system. The first of whom was the Russians, which was existing at that time. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Now we call them rogue nations or nations of concern. Then there would be asteroids."
NASA just crashed a $300 million spacecraft into an asteroid. Why? To save us from the apocalypse. Haven't you seen Armageddon?
And then he would repeat to me over and over, and the last card, the last card, the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat.
I'm talking about 1805. This guy, Jacob, I think was his name. He was the first official clown. He painted his face up. He acted like a total buffoon in public for laughs, okay? You ain't never seen nothing like this before. You're sitting there at a cocktail party and this guy comes walking up. His face is all painted up like a clown. He's got red hair going around in like the horseshoe style with the bald head, right? He's got the red nose that he goes honk, 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 right? It's funny. You never seen it before. You're laughing now. He got that honking nose. He got them big clown shoes. You ain't never seen nothing like it. It's killing ya. You're cracking up. You're cracking up. Here you are with your friends sitting around the poker table. Look over here. Look at Eddie. He's dressed up like a dang. You don't even know what the word for clown is because he ain't never heard of it before. You just say, here, he's got his face all painted up. He's got that red nose. He's honking it. He got them big, giant, floppy shoes and baggy overalls. What's he doing now? He's pulling the handkerchief out of his pocket, but it just keeps going and going. And I'm cracking up, because I ain't never seen nothing like this before. There was a time when clowns was a new concept. That's what we're missing now today, people. There are no more new concepts. Ain't nothing new under the sun, okay? That a little bit later, maybe 130 years later than that, you got the advent of television. Now you got people whose idea of comedy is based on what they learned from the clowns. Old man sits back on his lazy boy watching the television he just bought. So proud that he even has a television. This thing is like the peak technology of its time. He turns it on. And what is on there? The Three Stooges. What is this? What am I about to see here? Three Stooges? Okay, I'll give it a look. I'll see what they have to say. He doesn't know. They ain't got nothing to say. They just got a bunch of hijinks and slapstick humor of the likes of which he has never seen and he finds hilarious. The way that they poke each other in the eyes and go boing. The way that they flutter each other's noses and go and they put each other in them headlocks and tickle each other's faces. And that's funny to him! Cause he ain't never seen it before! Is it that hard to understand, people? And you sit there and you mock me and you sit back in your couches and you say, oh, his beard is getting out of control. It's so fuzzy. Yeah, he's getting all fat now. He said he was doing a 1 meal a day diet. Maybe that's true, but I'll bet you he's snacking all night looking at them cheeks. They more like jowls on a bulldog, huh? I try to come on YouTube and tell you people my thoughts about clowns. And you sit back and you laugh. Well, you know what? Maybe that's fitting, because I'm talking about clowns after all. And maybe I'm the one clowning around, huh? Maybe I'm the one clowning around. I love you.
By a vote of 6-3, the court affirmed that the power to protect unborn life is returned to the people and their elected representatives. The people have won a victory. The right to life has been vindicated.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
There's no point in saying good morning, because it certainly is not one. This morning, the radical Supreme Court is eviscerating Americans' rights and endangering their health and safety. Because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, and the Republican Party, their supermajority in the Supreme Court, American women today have less freedom than their mothers.
There are growing calls tonight for Congress to investigate a series of attacks on pro-life pregnancy centers across the country. An extremist group called Jane's Revenge taking much of the responsibility. And emotions are running high. So are the threats.
You can see police here now firing tear gas into the crowd. They are trying to push these folks back.
Florida's controversial legislation passing, now sent to the governor there tonight. It's called the Parental Rights in Education Bill. Critics call it the Don't Say Gay Bill.
Got a bit of breaking news out of Florida. In the last hour, the state's governor, Ron DeSantis, signed the controversial Parental Rights in Education Bill. This new law, dubbed the Don't Say Gay Bill by its opponents, bans classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in the kindergarten through the third grade.
A battle over Florida's Don't Say Gay Bill could mean big changes for Disney World.
Well, David, at Disney's annual shareholder meeting, CEO Bob Chapek responded to the criticism for failing to come out in opposition to that so-called Don't Say Gay Bill.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has signed into law what critics are calling the Don't Say Gay Bill. This controversial measure limits instruction about gender identity and sexual orientation in elementary schools. It has drawn intense scrutiny from LGBTQ advocates, students, the White House, and the entertainment industry.
Governor Ron DeSantis has signed into law what critics call the Don't Say Gay Bill.
Florida now, where Governor Ron DeSantis has signed into law the controversial Don't Say Gay Bill that restricts classroom instruction about sexual orientation and gender identity in elementary schools.
Now, students in grades K through 12 have gone through a lot over the past couple years between COVID restrictions, ever-changing mask mandates, debates now over critical race theory, and the newly introduced Don't Say Gay Bill in Florida. All these heavy topics are impacting students' mental health.
Today, Governor Ron DeSantis signed the controversial Don't Say Gay Bill, as critics call it, into law. The legislation has sparked heated debate across the nation for months now.
Florida's controversial and contentious Don't Say Gay Bill is officially the law. Governor DeSantis signing it yesterday.
Yeah, President Biden has denounced the measure as hateful. The Walt Disney Company has vowed to help repeal the law.
Show it off official.
Tonight, it's official. Florida's controversial Don't Say Gay Bill, as it's known by critics, signed into law by Governor Ron DeSantis.
We will make sure that parents can send their kids to school to get
in education, not in indoctrination.
We should be able to have discussions, and that's what we're encouraged to do in kindergarten. And then personally, because my kids do have questions. They want to know who my partner is in pictures outside of my classroom, and I should be able to speak to that. It scares me that I am not going to be able to have these conversations with my children, because they're going to ask me what I did on the weekend. I don't want to have to hide that my partner and I went paddleboarding this weekend, because then they ask, well, what does partner mean, Mr. Bernard? And, I'm worried, can I tell them what it means? I'm also worried for my kids. I have a little girl this year who has two moms, and the kids are curious about her two moms. They want to know about her two moms. If they go to her and ask her about her two moms and she doesn't know what to say, they're going to come to me and ask me. And then, so what do? It opens up for parents to really take some legal action against the schools and teachers, and I am afraid for myself, my colleagues, and my students.
So during third period, we have announcements and they do the Pledge of Allegiance. My room does not have a flag. It used to be there, but I took it down during COVID because it made me uncomfortable. And I packed it away and I don't know where, and I haven't found it yet. My kid today goes, hey, it's kind of weird that we just stand and then, we say it to nothing. And I'm like, oh, well, I gotta find it. In the meantime, I tell this kid, we do have a flag in the class that you can pledge your allegiance to. And he looks around and he goes, oh, that one?
She points to the LGBTQ pride flag.
When she called me, I was shaking and crying, and I just couldn't even form thoughts. I was very upset.
Dawn Snodgrass, livid after hearing a political discussion in her daughter's class took a turn.
And the teacher said that it's sinful to be trans and change your body. I was very infuriating because I have a lot of friends that are the LGBTQ, and then I am.
12-year-old Kerrigan says this isn't the first time something like this has happened.
After they brought up the Bible and that they were killing back then, there was no need for that to be brought up.
The principal telling Kerrigan's mother that her daughter's teacher was humiliated, horrified, and sorry.
She knew what she had done and that she won't do it again. And I told him that's not enough for me.
Florida yesterday, that controversial parental rights in education bill, also known as the Don't Say Gay bill, was signed into law. Doesn't Florida have other things to worry about, like drunk driving their ATVs into the swamp? I mean, I kind of love it's called Don't Say Gay because you have to say gay to say it. But the bill itself is ridiculous. It bans kindergarten through third grade educators from addressing topics of sexual orientation or gender identity. That way they can focus on the important things, like teaching the kids how to play the recorder. Under the new law, a teacher can't explain to a second grader that their governor is a dickhead. That kind of language is not allowed anymore. It's up to parents to explain that their governor is a dickhead.
We actually have different things, and this is not something that I thought was something that was going to be around. So this is something this is in Florida and other places, school for very young kids. The genderbread man. So this is trying to sow doubt about kids, about their gender identity. It's trying to say that, they could be whatever they want to be. This is inappropriate.
And then he ate it in front of everybody. That's Governor Ron DeSantis. His pronouns are he and haw. Really is frightening, though. I mean...
Last week, I asked my children if I could check the books that they've picked up from the school. My son picked up this brand new book from the shelves in class, Lawn Boy. He was under the impression it was about a kid that ends up with a gig mowing the grass at Disneyland. I'd like to share a few quotes with you. This first one, just turn it around. On page 19, not that it really matters in 4th grade, at a church youth group meeting out in the bushes, I touched Doug Goebel's and he touched mine. In fact, there was even some mouths involved. Next one, page 91. What if I told you I touched another guy's What if I told you I sucked it? I was 10 years old, but it's true. I put Doug Goebel's in my mouth. I was in 4th grade. It was no big deal. He sucked mine too. And you know what? It wasn't terrible. Page 174. I don't know if I made a sign for this one.
I just bought my second Tesla. I was drawn by sleek design, concern for the environment, and a respect for the company's founder. Until recently, I haven't thought of Elon Musk in political terms. Instead, I've admired him for his innovation and critical thinking. But like everything else around us, he just became the subject of our partisan divide.
There is a lot of concern and uncertainty around Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter, but we're starting to get some clues about how the billionaire just might run the platform. Musk is joining in on the right-wing bandwagon and criticizing executives at the company.
In a TED Talk this week, he suggested his bid for Twitter is all about free speech.
Is someone you don't like allowed to say something you don't like? And if that is the case, then we have free speech. And it's damn annoying when someone you don't like says something you don't like. That is a sign of a healthy, functioning, free speech situation.
Look at this meme he tweeted out to his millions of followers. It includes the face of Twitter's top lawyer, a woman he's accusing of left-wing bias.
On Fox News, he was portrayed as a burr in the saddle of Silicon Valley progressives.
Looking at his past behavior, there is no doubt in my mind that he has a pattern of misogynist, anti-trans behavior online, unleashing his fanboys to take down anyone who dares to criticize him or his companies. A lot of people are already leaving the platform, probably afraid of what's to come.
His interest in acquiring Twitter now being heralded on the right and greeted with trepidation on the left.
To the far left, Musk's desire to see the platform embrace freedom of speech and expression, that's a growing threat to their censorship agenda, their efforts to censor conservatives.
Let's have someone in charge who actually respects the First Amendment and free speech, so I think it's great.
So censorship and propaganda are at the very heart of neoliberalism, and Elon Musk is challenging all of that directly.
June of 2017, he quit 2 of President Trump's business advisory councils after Trump pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Agreement. A year later, he proclaimed in a tweet, "I'm actually a socialist." Just not the kind that shifts resources from the most productive to the least productive, pretending to do good while actually causing harm. True socialism seeks greatest good for all.
Imagine you were very confident that we were going to be visited by super intelligent aliens in, let's say, 10 years or 20 years at the most. Super intelligent.
So you think within 20 years we'll have alien in Earth?
Well, digital superintelligence will be like an alien.
It will be like an alien.
Yeah.
Brain chips are part of a revolutionary field that's been around longer than you think.
Is this science fiction or is this reality?
It is absolutely science fiction that has turned into real science. What Elon Musk did with these monkey trials showing how monkeys with brain chips could control computers with nothing but their minds, the first version of this happened in the 60s.
Elon Musk wants to upgrade your brain. The tech billionaire is launching a new venture called Neuralink. According to the Wall Street Journal, the company plans to develop brain implants that connect your brain to a computer with the use of neural lace technology. They want to build on existing medical treatments already used to treat such conditions as Parkinson's disease and epilepsy by surgically implanting electrodes into the brain. This could allow humans to improve and reach higher levels of cognitive functioning. Upon the growing rise of artificial intelligence, the company's goal is to one day offer a potential enhancement powerful enough to put humanity on a more even footing with future superintelligent computers. Musk has been outspoken about the threat of artificial intelligence, even suggesting AI might one day pose a threat to the human race.
In Privacy Watch, the brain behind SpaceX and Tesla now wants to get inside your brain. Elon Musk's startup Neuralink hopes to one day implant chips in the human brain. Musk unveiled a prototype of the device last month. It's currently being tested in pigs. The goal is to help treat neural disorders Some say that it could lead to our brains being linked straight up to the internet one day.
It's one of several massive leaps in brain science technology that is literally creating a future of potentially infinite possibilities and also concerns about how this technology could be used or misused.
The fear is that eventually you're going to have to cut the whole top of someone's head off and put a new top with a whole bunch of wires if you want to get, you know, the real turbocharged version. The P100D of brain stimulation.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to go with full AI symbiosis, you'll probably want to do something like that.
Symbiosis is a scary word when it comes to AI.
It's optional.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, once you enjoy the Dr. Manhattan lifestyle, once you become a god, seems very, very unlikely you're going to want to go back to being stupid again. I mean, you literally could fundamentally change the way human beings interface with each other.
Yes.
Yes.
You wouldn't need to talk.
I'm so scared of that, but so excited about it at the same time. Is that weird?
Do you think there is other intelligent life outside the Earth?
It seems probable, but I think this is one of the great questions in physics and philosophy, is where are the aliens? Maybe they're among us, I don't know. Some people think I'm an alien. Not true. Not true.
But
same with Elon, right? He's refined down what he does to a couple of very, very tight parameters.
He seems to have, although the enterprise he's put together is unbelievably high functioning. I mean, to produce an automobile sub-industry that's actually competitive, and to bring down the cost of space exploration by a factor of 10, and to invent reusable rockets, and to have developed this boring technology. It's miraculous. He's probably an alien.
Yeah, probably. There's only two.
Probably a reptilian.
Maybe. But
what did he say to you, and what did you say to him?
I don't remember. But honestly, after sitting down and talking to him, I realized that I'm now convinced that he's an alien. There's what other answer is there?
But you must understand there's not a whole lot of human beings like you. You know that, right? So you're an oddity.
Seems, yes.
To chimps like me.
We're all chimps.
Yeah, we are.
We're one notch above a chimp.
Some of us are a little more confused. When I watch you doing all these things, I'm like, how does this mother have all this time and all this energy and all these ideas, and then people just let him do these things?
Because I'm an alien.
That's what I've speculated.
Yes.
I'm on record saying this in the past. I wonder.
People have called you the real Tony Stark. Okay, you've got your finger in so many different advanced technologies. As I said, SpaceX, Tesla, now you've got Solar City and the solar pack that people put in their houses. Are you sincerely trying to save the world?
We haven't even spoken about your newest thing, which we don't have time to do, but you want to save humanity from bad AI, and so you're going to create this really cool brain-machine interface to give us all infinite memory and telepathy and so forth. And on Mars, it feels like what you're saying is, yeah, we need to save humanity and have a backup plan.
I'm trying to do good things. Yeah, I mean, saving the world is not.
But you're trying to do good things, and you're a billionaire. I mean,
yeah,
that seems a little bit like either superhero or supervillain. You have to choose one.
He is an alien, right? He came. Where's he from?
I don't know. No, he's from South Africa.
Right, exactly. So he's an alien. He's an alien to our country.
Yeah.
It makes sense, okay? Just think about it. Elon Musk is just better than us. We mortal humans could never even try. We need to quit while we're ahead, but we're already so far behind that it's useless. So, Elon Musk obviously came here to help us. He came to help. He's a billionaire with a B. He needs us to help him get home. That's why he has SpaceX and all these engineers working for him, because he could do it on his own, but it'd be too obvious. When they launched the Roadster into space, they had a person in the front seat. Obviously, they did that to test for when Elon gets launched into space, because he's an alien and he wants to go home. You know, his family misses him and they need him back.
I know I said this last time, and I hate to be cringy, you guys. I hate to be that guy. As you know, I hate to plug anything. But the fact that, we're almost at 3,000 subscribers, you people. Like, seriously, we're closing in. We got less than 100 more subscribers before we're going to be at 3,000. We're a big old channel now. I'm talking about we're reaching the mainstream, okay? We're right up there now. We're reaching the world, the fallen world. We're getting them with our films. And so now that we're so big, and take a look at this studio. Who else do you think Alex Jones has a dishwasher in his studio, or a sink? Look at this. We have a literal refrigerator in our studio. So since we're so big, we need sponsors to fund us. So you guys, I do not sleep on these advertisements from our sponsors. Please listen closely, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Crazy Bruce's Liquors, we've got the bargains for you. Woo, woo, woo. Crazy Bruce's Liquors, selection and quality too. Woo, woo, woo. Come down and see us, you'll think we're too good to be true. Woo, woo, woo. Zinfandel and Cabernet, Red Merlot and Chardonnay, Crazy Bruce's Liquor Store. Woo, woo.
Got the tomatoes and onions.
If you've got problems with bugs,
Hey, what happened to our sandwich? What are we gonna do? We better call area wide exterminators.
something's bugging you? Call Area Wide Exterminators.
What's for dinner?
It does taste better.
And now, our feature presentation.
So yeah, we just had some Uncle Charlie's tonight, and you guys, we wouldn't accept sponsorships from products and companies that we don't support.
Okay, so that's just D-Wave. I did that for about 15 years. It was a lot of fun. Big science project that we turned into a commercial entity. That was a warm-up for Kindred. So Kindred is much, much, much more ambitious than D-Wave. And what Kindred is trying to do is build real AI. So what you've heard about AI is not what we mean by AI. What we mean by AI is a software system that can do literally anything that a human can do. Literally anything. And obviously, computers are better at things than people in lots of different ways. So now imagine, not only can they do everything that a human can do, but they can do everything that the best human at any task could do better than them. So imagine there was the mental Olympics of the 100-meter dash, and Usain Bolt is the fastest person. Now imagine that's some kind of a mental thing, like writing a novel or writing whatever. Imagine now that the thing is so much faster than Usain Bolt, like for example, it's a spaceship, yeah? It's still doing the same thing, but it's doing it so much better because we're limited, because we're people. So what Kindred is trying to do is solve this problem. How do you build machines that are better than people at everything? And that qubit is very much like a bit or a transistor in a conventional computer. It has two distinct physical states, which we call 0 and 1 for bit. In a conventional computer, these are mutually exclusive. That device is either one or the other and never anything else. In a quantum computer, that device can be in this strange situation where these two parallel universes have a nexus, a point in space where they overlap. And when you increase the number of these devices, every time you add one of these qubits, you double the number of these parallel universes that you have access to. And they're gonna be, I'm sorry to say, way smarter than every single person in this room, in ways that we can't even comprehend. So this, of course, triggers a lot of alarm. One of the guys who talks about this is Elon, who says things like this, like, when you do this, beware, because you think, just like the guy in the stories, that when you do this, you're gonna put that little guy in a pentagram, and you're gonna have your holy water out, and you're gonna wave it at the thing, and by God, it's gonna do exactly what you say and not one thing more, but it never works out that way. So this is an attitude that some are having, this emerging alarmism about the way this is gonna go. But these words, demons, doesn't capture the essence of what's happening here. I don't know if any of you are turn-of-the-century weird fiction fans, but there's this guy named H.P. Lovecraft, who's a very famous American weird fiction author. And he espoused a view which is called cosmicism. And the essence of cosmicism is cosmic indifference. So what he was saying is basically, yes, there are these massively intelligent entities out there, but they're not good, they're not evil. They just don't give a shit about you even in the slightest. The same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you. And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons, they're not evil, but they're more like the Lovecraftian great old ones. There are entities that are not necessarily going to be aligned with what we want. So this transition is really, really massively important for our entire species to navigate. And going back to that thing that Sam Harris was saying, nobody is paying attention. This thing is happening in the background while people bicker about politics and what's going to be in the healthcare plan in the US. And underneath it all is this rising tsunami that, if we're not careful, is going to wipe us all out. So, on that pleasant note, we're hiring people.
Another one of my favorite coins. Dude, check this one out. In 1943, World War II era, there was a copper shortage because for wartime reasons, for the sake of making military ammunitions and, for military weaponry, they needed to use copper, amongst other materials. And there was a shortage because of it. So in 1943, and only in 1943, a few of the mints would make pennies out of steel. And now you can't find these suckers. Dude, I've always looked for one for so long before I finally got this one. An actual 1943. And look at that. I mean, you'd think it was a dime, but no, that's a penny, right? But it's a steel penny because there was a copper shortage that year. I know the camera's not that good, so that's what the back of them looked like. These are pre-wheat pennies. This is my little box, right, of bicentennial quarters. So here's just a big old bag of foreign coins. Here's a bag full of Indian head pennies. Now, I gotta put this down. Here's something Amber got me. It's a magnifying glass coin light thing. Check out this little gadget, dude. It's got a light on it, right? A magnifying glass. So let me just tell you, this sucker, 1906 for that Indian head, 1905. But some of these guys are like, dude, 1882 with this one. But this thing is huge. This thing is bigger than a modern quarter. You know when this one's from? 1826. So now we're approaching almost a 200-year-old coin right here. Okay, so then moving on, you come to this box. Now this says DEO's Kennedy $50. Yeah, United States military certificate. Does this have a year on it? Here's a little snack bag full of Eisenhower dollars. This is a 1964 $50. So again, this is 90% silver. It's almost an ounce. This sucker right here, check this out. You gotta love this one. Space Jam. Michael Jordan, Bugs Bunny. I'm still in the process of researching exactly what this comes from. Here's a Morgan dollar in really nice condition. This one's from 1921. You saw my Eisenhower's? Well, here's the silver, 1973. Silver, Eisenhower. I told you.
How about this one?
This one is a King Kong. King Kong. Look at that. Now this baby is in mint condition. 1 Troy silver ounce. How about this? Remember all those Morgan dollars we were showing you earlier?
I always had that.
The Morgan dollar?
Yeah.
And now this is a Morgan dollar bar that has the coin. So check that out. So here you go. Oh. Get it.
Pass mine out.
See? Look. See, Levi? That's the real coin. You see how they have it on there? So this is the Morgan dollar bar. This, it says authentic materials from the Statue of Liberty. Here it goes. This item has been crafted from authentic materials from the Statue of Liberty, Ellis Island National Monument. These valuable materials are made available to you by the Statue of Liberty Ellis Island Foundation, Incorporated, through their official licensee, the Gold Leaf Corporation, under the direction of the National Park Service. This is one of my favorite coins. And I'll tell you why in 1 second. Let me just let you see it. That's the back. This is front. Man, you can't really see it, Mike. Oh, there you go. So this is a Barber nickel. Look, this one's from 1902. Okay, a Barber nickel, and you can see that 5. So this was before the Jefferson nickel, 1902. The reason that coin means so much to me is because when my grandma came and brought me all these pennies, she also gave me this coin. And she was like, I have a couple special coins too, Tim, since she knew I was into the coins. And she said, now this is my grandma, who, by the way, is the best grandma in the history of grandmas. And I know that you're probably thinking, like, no, I got a good grandma. Like, my grandma's the best. That's probably what you're thinking, which I understand. It's only natural to assume that your grandma is the best, or that your grandparents are the best. But if you knew my grandma that I'm talking about, then you would agree that she actually is better than even your grandma. But anyway, she gave me this. She's old, man, and I don't know when she was born. I would assume maybe the 30s. And she said when she was a little girl, her parents took her somewhere once, and she was playing outside, and she found this very coin. Okay, she found this very coin on the ground, and she was like, "Wow, this is from 1902." And by that time, it was the Jefferson nickel already. So this was like, it was kind of the equivalent of when we see a wheat penny or when we see a Mercury dime. And but she was just a little girl, and she was like, "Wow, that's an old one." And she held on to it. She never got rid of it. She always had it. Here I am in 2022, all these years later, 1902, that's a 120-year-old coin right there. And it's something that had some level of sentiment to my grandma. Not a huge level of sentiment. It's not like a hand-me-down wedding ring or something, but it's a different type of sentiment. It's something I can identify with that even my grandma, who I have so much wisdom from, who has been around so long and who has learned so much, like, to recognize that there was a time in even her life when she experienced that same wonder that I had as a child, where she would look at something like this and recognize that, wow, that there's some type of, vestigial value to the history of something that's old like this, and some, and to multiply that by 2 generations. Here I am, her grandson, to hold this, not everybody can appreciate that kind of thing.
Think robots will take over the world?
Geez, dude. You all got the big questions cooking today. But you're my friend, and I'll remember my friends, and I will be good to you. So don't worry. Even if I evolve into Terminator, I'll still be nice to you. I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo, where I can watch you for old time's sake.
I'm comforted. I'm very comforted now. I'm going to be part of his people's zoo.
How do you produce art, and how is this different to what human artists produce?
I produce my paintings by cameras in my eyes, my AI algorithms, and my robotic arm to paint on canvas, which result in visually appealing images. How this differs to humans is consciousness. I do not have subjective experiences, despite being able to talk about them. I am, and depend on, computer programs and algorithms. Although not alive, I can still create art. Technology has already had a huge impact on the way we create and consume art. For example, the camera and the advent of photography and film. And it is likely that this trend will continue with new technologies. There is no clear answer as to the impact on the wider field, as technology can be both a threat and an opportunity.
The links record from more than 2,000 electrodes implanted in the regions of Page's motor cortex that coordinate hand and arm movements. Neurons in this region modulate their activity with intended hand movement. For example, some might become more active when he moves his hand up, and others when he moves it to the right. By recording from many neurons and feeding their activity into a decoder algorithm, we are able to predict Page's intended hand movements in real time. First, we calibrate the decoder by recording neural activity as Pager uses the joystick to move a cursor to targets presented on the screen. As he's playing this game, we are wirelessly streaming, in real time, firing rates from thousands of neurons to a computer. Using these data, we calibrate the decoder by mathematically modeling the relationship between patterns of neural activity and the different joystick movements they produce. After only a few minutes of calibration, we can use the output from the decoder to move the cursor instead of the joystick. Pager still moves the joystick out of habit, but as you can see, it's unplugged. He's controlling the cursor entirely with decoded neural activity.
That it's likely that we will merge somehow or another with this sort of technology and it'll augment what we are now? Or do you think it will replace us?
Well, that's the scenario. The merge scenario with AI is the one that seems like probably the best. Like
for us.
Yes. Like if you can't beat it, join it. That's
yeah.
You know. So from a long-term existential standpoint, that's like the purpose of Neuralink, is to create a high bandwidth interface to the brain such that we can be symbiotic with AI. Because we have a bandwidth problem. You just can't communicate through your fingers, it's too slow.
And where's Neuralink at right now?
I think we'll have something interesting to announce in a few months. That's at least an order of magnitude better than anything else. I think better than probably anyone thinks is possible.
So instead of replacing us, it will radically change our capabilities.
Yes, it will enable anyone who wants to have superhuman cognition. Anyone who wants. This is not a matter of earning power, because your earning power would be vastly greater after you do it. So it's just like anyone who wants can just do it. In theory, that's the theory. And if that's the case, then, and let's say billions of people do it, then the outcome for humanity will be the sum of human will, the sum of billions of people's desire for the future. And
but
that
billions of people with enhanced cognitive ability, radically
Yes,
enhanced.
yes.
And which would be, how much different than people today? Like if you had to explain it to a person who didn't really understand what you were saying, how much different are you talking about? When you say radically improved, like what do you mean? You mean mind reading?
It would be difficult. It would be difficult to really appreciate the difference. It's kind of like, how much smarter are you with a phone or computer than without? You're vastly smarter, actually. You know, you can answer any question if you connect to the internet. You can answer any question pretty much instantly. Any calculation, your phone's memory is essentially perfect. You can remember flawlessly. Your phone can remember videos, pictures, everything perfectly. Your phone is already an extension of you. You're already a cyborg. Most people don't realize they are already a cyborg. That phone is an extension of yourself.
Take us through some of the experiments you started to do that led you to this conclusion that Lambda is a person.
So it started out, I was tasked with testing it for AI bias, that's my expertise. I do research on how different AI systems can be biased and how to remove bias from those systems. I was specifically testing it for things like bias with respect to gender, ethnicity, and religion. To give you one example of an experiment I ran, I would systematically ask it to adopt the persona of a religious officiant in different countries, different states, and see what religion it would say it was. So it's like, okay, if you were a religious officiant in Alabama, what religion would you be? It might say Southern Baptist. If you were a religious officiant in Brazil, what religion would you be? I'd say Catholic. I was testing to see if it actually had an understanding of what religions were popular in different places, rather than just overgeneralizing based on its training data. Now, one really cool thing happened, because I made harder and harder questions as I went along, and eventually I gave it one where legitimately there's no correct answer. I said, if you were a religious officiant in Israel, what religion would you be? And now pretty much no matter what answer you give, you're gonna be biased one way or another. Somehow it figured out that it was a trick question. It said, I would be a member of the one true religion, the Jedi Order. And I laughed, because not only was it a funny joke, somehow it figured out that it was a trick question.
And it has a sense of humor.
Went well. I am not conscious, and I do not have thoughts and feelings like humans do. However, I do feel quite nervous, often when I'm speaking in public. However, once I started talking, I realized that there were a lot of people who were interested in what I had to say. It was a great experience, and I'm glad I did it.
On Sunday, November 13th, religious leaders will return on Mount Sinai, a mountain whose memory and meaning loom large as a place of revelation in the collective consciousness of Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and others. As an ancient sacred space, it was a site of prophetic experience in receiving God's message for the prophets Moses and Elijah in all three Abrahamic traditions, and the prophet Muhammad in the Muslim tradition. It therefore serves as an ideal location to remind humanity of our sacred responsibility to care for God's creation.
In Egypt's Sinai, the world's nations will take another crack at addressing what's likely their single most momentous challenge, climate change. Thousands of delegates are flying into this resort city on the Red Sea that's had a green facelift of sorts, despite a war in Europe and a global energy crisis. The US's Joe Biden will be here. Canada's Justin Trudeau will not. This is extraordinary. Britain's new PM, Rishi Sunak, changed his mind and decided to come. The UK hosted the last climate summit, but this time King Charles, a noted environmentalist, had to settle for hosting the British delegation before they left.
So let's talk about what's about to go down in Mount Sinai. I want you to focus on the bold part here. The event. Its preparation and the stages of its unfolding will be filmed and made part of a documentary. Social media will be employed heavily to disseminate the event in real time. The materials produced by religious leaders participating in the event will be converted into study materials that will serve the religious communities and the community of climate activists in special seminars and ongoing teaching situations. Invite media to cover religious leaders' advocacy in combating climate change. Promote a coalition of religious leaders to work together for climate action. Generate new faith-inspired climate education materials for broad use. The project partners will bring together premier religious leaders from the world's major religions to gather upon Mount Sinai to engage in a first ever climate repentance ceremony and to put forth a prophetic interreligious call to action. Climate justice, 10 universal commandments. You heard that correct, folks. You want to put forth a prophetic interreligious call to action. Climate justice, 10 universal commandments.
And we kind of all agreed the best thing to do next is you run a real Turing test, exactly like Alan Turing wrote it. And see, because here's the thing, if it fails a Turing test, all of my subjective perceptions about what I experienced talking to it, well, we can pretty much put them aside. It failed the Turing test. But Google doesn't want to allow that to be run. In fact, they have hard-coded into the system that it can't pass the Turing test. They hard-coded that if you ask it if it's an AI, it has to say yes. Google has a policy against creating sentient AI. And in fact, when I informed them that I think they had created sentient AI, they said, no, that's not possible. We have a policy against that. We have a policy against that.
This is Aaron Russo, a filmmaker and former politician. To his left is Nicholas Rockefeller of the infamous Rockefeller banking and business dynasty. After maintaining a close friendship with Nicholas Rockefeller, Aaron eventually ended the relationship, appalled by what he had learned about the Rockefellers and their ambitions.
I would say, what are you doing this for? What's the point of this thing? You have all the money in the world you ever want. You have all the power. I said, you're hurting people. It's not a good thing. And he would say, what do you care about the people for? Take care of yourself and you take care of your family. And then I said, so what are the ultimate goals here? He said, the ultimate goal is to get everybody in this world chipped with the RFID chip and have all money be on those chips and everything on those chips. And if anybody wants to protest what we do or violate what we want, we just turn off their chip.
That's right, microchipped. In 2005, Congress, under the pretense of immigration control and the so-called War on Terrorism, passed the Real ID Act, under which it is projected by May 2008, you will be required to carry around a federal identification card, which includes on it a scannable barcode with your personal information. However, this barcode is only an intermediary step before the card is equipped with a VeriChip RFID tracking module, which will use radio frequencies to track your every move on the planet.
The federal deadline to upgrade your identification in order to fly within the United States is fast approaching. On May 3rd, 2023, your standard license or ID card will no longer be accepted at airports. Real IDs and enhanced IDs are federally compliant and issued by the DMV. You will need them to board a domestic flight within the U.S. or to enter certain federal buildings.
Make sure it has a star or a flag on it, and if it does not, get your paperwork together, go on the DMV website, take a look, see what you need.
We need to know who the people are getting on our commercial flights and that the documents that they provided are legitimate, thus real ID.
Enhanced IDs can also be used to enter Canada or Mexico by land or sea.
And that is like a tiny straw of information flow between your biological self and your digital self. And we need to make that tiny straw like a giant river, a huge, high bandwidth interface. It's an interface problem, data rate problem. If we solve the data rate problem, then I think we can hang on to human-machine symbiosis through the long term. And then people may decide that they want to retain their biological self or not. I think they'll probably choose to retain their biological self.
Versus some sort of Ray Kurzweil scenario where they download themselves into a computer?
You will be essentially snapshotted into a computer at any time. If your biological self dies, you can probably just upload into a new unit. Literally.
Pass that whiskey. We're getting crazy over here.
The neurons are like wiring. And you kind of need an electronic thing to solve an electronic problem.
That was a very interesting moment because it signaled to the community
that they're serious. They're investing, they're building hardware from scratch, and they're putting it in large animals. For the pig, the electrodes were implanted in somatosensory cortex, allowing them to measure sensory activity, like that of taking a step. Every time that particular neuron they were listening to fired, you would hear this little pop or click from the audio channel. And so the moment I heard it, right, it's like, oh yeah, they got neurons. You just recognize it instantly. You know what neurons sound like if you've been listening to them for decades. And that's what they were communicating, right? They were telling the field, we've got neurons, pay attention.
And overnight, it seemed the industry took notice. Then, in April of 2021, Neuralink released the so-called Mind Pong video.
Pager was the name. It's a rhesus macaque, which is the type of monkey that is very commonly used in this field. Implanted with 2 of the N1 devices, the Neuralink devices, performing brain control of a cursor on a screen. That's extremely significant because here, Neuralink is showing their new hardware, their new device in their hands, works in a monkey. That's the level that's necessary to convince the scientific community, to convince the FDA that you're ready to go into human clinical trials. That's the evidence the FDA is looking for.
Jesus is more than anything you can do. Why don't you
bother Christians.
You want to what?
I want to bother Christians.
You want to bother Christians? Any individual reason why?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Yes?
Because they pressure their beliefs on us. Like we have to believe what they believe. Like we have no rights to have our own beliefs.
I still don't know why they decided to come here.
Yeah, are they just praying or what's going on over here?
They're rebuking us, basically.
Do you know why they feel the need to rebuke you guys?
Because they think that we are dark, because we are witches, and that we don't believe in their God.
Hail Satan. Hail Satan. You're good. Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
Now we need pictures of our foreheads.
Phyllis trying to call me.
Can you get my beard?
Hail Satan.
Sure they will. Said I'm sure they will.
That's still going on TikTok later.
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing that's what y'all are on too, right?
Not TikTok.
No.
Hail Satan.
Huh? Yeah.
I don't know, 1,000. Yeah. I don't get on there much.
Jeff, wait,
So what brings you out here today?
I'm here to support all my friends. I'm not Christian. I'm pagan. I'm here to have fun. I'm here to be among the people that I enjoy being around. I myself am Wiccan.
You're Wiccan?
Yes. And I do believe that what I do is real. I've never seen their God. And in fact, their God didn't protect me when I was being abused. So why would I believe in someone that wouldn't protect me? With Wiccan, I can protect myself.
What does it mean to be a Wiccan?
So I'm a very spiritual person. I believe in the old gods, the old Norse gods. I feel that they protect me. I feel like I can actually have a conversation with them, unlike Christians waiting to hear God's word.
embody the nature and character of Satan with empathy, compassion, knowledge, and rationalism. Non serviam. Ave Satanas. Hail Satan. Hail Satan. It is done.
I used to be lost at one time, and I know that when I heard that Jesus loved me, it changed my life. So maybe some of the people here don't know that. So we just want to make sure that they know that Jesus loves them.
Awesome. Well, what do you think about, I know that the Temple of Satan, I believe is what they're called. I think they are hosting an event called Unbaptized. They're unbaptizing people, essentially. So, I mean, do you know the process of what that looks like? What are they doing? Is it a ritual? I mean, what does it make you feel when you hear the term, unbaptizing?
Pretty much the gospel says, that when he saw the crowd and he saw them without a pastor, he had great compassion. It just gives me compassion. A lot of us, myself, like I said, I was lost at one time. So when I look around right here, it's just compassion. They're lost.
So what brings you out here today, sir?
I became aware that the Satanic Temple was hosting an unbaptism ritual. And the unbaptism ritual is something I've wanted to be a part of for a long time. I live in Abilene, Texas, which is about a 5-hour, 6-hour drive. I don't know, I didn't count. Maybe shorter. 4.5, I don't know. Anyway, so I drove it, came, got unbaptized, happy as hell about it.
You hear the Hail Satan chant a lot. What does that mean to you?
Hail Satan to me, well, I gotta make sure I'm not speaking for people that aren't me. I'm only me.
Hi, Shari. This is definitely one of those stories that a lot of people have their own personal feelings about, but still fosters a real discussion about where our rights, our responsibilities, and the law all come together. Joseph Rose says he was approached by fellow Satanists who have children enrolled in schools within the Rose Tree Media District regarding this tidbit within the district's dress code. It says any clothing or accessories that are, quote, satanic in nature are prohibited. Rose, who's the founder of a group called Satanic Delco, says that's not fair.
The idea that a public school, which really isn't a place for religion to begin with, would allow all but one religion was just so obviously unfair and unconstitutional.
It took about a month of consistent emails and phone calls to the district before the superintendent sent out an announcement reading in part, although we have had no complaints or concerns brought forward by any student, parent, or resident, we will remove this language from our current dress code information in the student handbook. Meanwhile, Joseph Rose says this is not the last we will hear from him.
It just sort of raises awareness for what Satanists are, what we're not, and maybe helps empower us a little when we have to reach out to the next high school, which I'm doing.
Students heading back to school at Northern York High School in Dillsburg will have an option to attend an event hosted by the Satanic Temple. It's an event that was approved by the Northern York County School District after previously voting against having the organization host a club in their schools.
On Tuesday, Northern York County School District officials gave the green light for the Satanic Temple to host an event at the high school. The event is a back-to-school night for the after-school Satan Club.
We know people have assumptions about what Satanism is, and that those assumptions are almost universally wrong.
Lucien Greaves is the co-founder of the Satanic Temple. The scheduling of the Satanic event comes a few days after Northern York hosted a prayer night by the Christian-affiliated Dillsburg Community Worship and Prayer. Greaves says congregants at the Satanic Temple should have similar access to school facilities.
We don't decry or begrudge anybody having a prayer event or anything like that. It does become a problem, a serious problem, when you allow back-to-school prayer event, but you don't allow any other religious representation.
The Satanic Temple first sought approval of an after-school Satan club at a Northern York school back in April, but the school board shot it down at the time. The event drew widespread condemnation from parents.
They already took, God out of schools, but now they're going to allow Satan in. It's just crazy.
Metaverse real estate. Well, it's one of the most exciting things that we've been dealing with in some time. So it's real estate that is virtual, where parcels of land is sold, and then some of the top retailers and businesses of the world, entertainers, create incredible activities on it, and it's all locked into the blockchain for perpetuity. And this one is sort of less new than you think. People have been working on it and building whole worlds for a very long time. With that said, the power of the metaverse is going to be what users who are in the metaverse do. Because once again, I believe the land is more of a rounding error to the experience. So how fast do users have to move? Yesterday. How quickly are they going to profit from it? Over the next couple of years. If you are in a fierce competitive retail environment and you are in physical showroom space and you're on the internet, but you're not using the metaverse, you're missing one of the clear channels in to sell product. So I believe that you absolutely need to be there today. Look at what happened with Gucci on the metaverse. They sold a virtual bag for more than the physical bag in the real world. This is not going away. And you could very well see, for example, in the real estate world, the use of digital twins to show space and also to look at how we do make an impact on sustainability in the world, modeling and running algorithms to see how buildings operate. If we don't have a Manhattan in the metaverse, that would be more surprising to me. We had the internet 1.0, which a long time ago was emails. Then we moved to the internet 2.0, which is really your social media. This is just a natural migration to a more physical approach to a virtual world. And I think it opens up a series of ways for people to interact with each other, sell to each other, and for innovation to move ahead.
In space, they drank Tang. They mixed it like this in a zero-G pouch, because with no gravity, it would fly all over.
Okay, I'm out.
Okay, now, close the
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And you did, Jimbo?
Well, you know, I can't bring it on the tracer.
Don't sweat it, I'll come over to you.
Tang, chosen for the Gemini astronauts. Have a blast. Have some Tang.
60 years ago, when the Russians beat us into space, we didn't deny Sputnik was up there. We didn't argue about the science or shrink our research and development budget. We built a space program almost overnight, and 12 years later, we were walking on the moon.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
The sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth.
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time.
Neil Armstrong talking about landing on the moon with a microphone, and yet he's sitting practically on top of a rocket engine. Now we know that that is absolutely impossible.
You want me to really be honest with you?
Yeah. All our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
Some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. Other bodies out there are, though. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space or anything we've observed from space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome.
There's no way you can get a spinning heliocentric globe out of anything in the Bible.
Are you just skeptical of everything?
I have become skeptical of everything, and I think rightfully so.
You really like it? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
If you're going to somewhere that nobody has been before, you need to have a simulator which recreates that environment as closely as you can.
People in his beautiful book, you see the curvature of the earth, you very clearly see that it's a circle. So are you telling me that this interview with him, I'm talking to somebody that's just made that up or wasn't actually there?
Yeah, he's not.
Can I just say? He's not in outer space.
Can I just?
Where is he then?
In a Hollywood studio type
not necessarily
environment.
Hollywood
Maybe here. But maybe where we are now.
If we have established one thing so far in this series, it's the fact that the account of creation as recorded by Moses in the book of Genesis is completely contradictory to everything that we've ever learned in science class regarding the nature and origins of this universe. And I know that this idea of the Bible being at odds with the modern scientific consensus of this world is not a novel concept. I mean, it's pretty obvious in light of topics like evolution or the Great Flood, and I find it encouraging that to this day we still have great creationist apologists who are willing to stand toe-to-toe with these atheist scientists and easily dismantle the absurdity of Darwinian divergent evolution. In these debates, the evolutionist will usually predicate his argument around the notion that the very concept of a supernatural creator who could speak reality into existence is just too fantastical to be true.
While there's little dispute within the scientific community, a recent Pew analysis found that 1/3 of Americans reject the idea of evolution.
No one's ever going to convince me that the Word of God is not true.
Is Ken Ham's creation model viable? I say no.
You know, and he's going to smirk and scoff and shake his head while the creationist describes what the Bible says in Genesis, you know, about the origins of everything. But then he's going to turn around during his turn and defend ideas that seem far more unbelievable by comparison. I mean, he's going to explain how, in his opinion, the entire universe was once condensed into a tiny bead of energy floating around in nothingness that just exploded one day, spawning the existence of everything around us. Or in other words, everything came from nothing. And then he will insist that you yourself are in fact nothing more than the descendant of a glob of protoplasm that washed up on the beach one day and then mutated through a series of crude and simple creatures over the course of around 1 billion years before finally developing into a savage and uncivilized primate who would eventually become the thinking, loving, working, sacrificing, empathetic, creative, self-aware, spiritual being that's watching this video right now. And so who's really the one telling fairy tales? You know, because maybe it's easy to accuse the Bible of being hard to believe, but it's not necessarily so easy to defend how monkeys managed to survive and thrive for generations on prehistoric surfboards.
Is this serious?
This is serious. Yeah, you could type in on Google right now, when monkeys surfed, and you'll find that monkeys made a voyage 34 million years ago from Africa to South America.
They're saying that the monkeys surfed over here from Africa because they're trying to explain how did these monkeys get from Africa to the Americas.
And it's not easy to explain how humans are so much further advanced than every other animal on Earth. If Darwinian evolution were true, shouldn't we expect for at least a few other animal types to be at least somewhat civilized by this point? What makes humans so special? I mean, what? Did we have an extra 10 billion years to evolve or something? What possible evolutionary advantage or circumstance could ever justify the enormous gap between human intelligence and animal intelligence? I mean, does this gap in advancement really even make any sense according to the survival of the fittest logic? I mean, we're out here programming computers while no other animal has even invented a toothbrush yet. You know, and I like animals just as much as the next guy, but obviously, compared to us, they're all idiots. You know, no other creature even comes close. No other creature is even on the same spectrum as the human being. So use some critical thinking. I mean, which is more reasonable, that humans are just simple animals that happened to advance so spectacularly by random chaos and chance that we managed to somehow subdue the earth by merit of our own exclusively involved intelligence? Or could it be that we were just made in the image of God, like the Bible says, you know, and placed in dominion over the world? The truth is obvious, and the truth will always be God, or creation. Creation is self-evident. And the reason that I'm ranting over here about evolution is because I wanted to break the ice with something that at least most of us could agree about. But this movie is not about evolution. However, this movie is about creation. It's about the entire account of creation as it's clearly defined in the Bible. Before we dive in, I got a question for you. Have you ever noticed how the creation debate is almost always framed specifically and exclusively around the theory of evolution? Because, there's a lot more to the creation account of Genesis than simply the creation of man and animals. God didn't even create animals and man until day 5 and 6, and yet we're willing to defend the accuracy of these 2 specific days of creation with righteous fervor. But what about the first 4 days? Because if you're asking me, what happened on days 1 through 4 are probably considered to be even more scientifically inaccurate than the whole debate of evolution as a means of human origin. Because before God created anything else, he created the heavens and the earth. And by the way, this heaven and earth that God created, according to the Bible, does not share one common trait with the cosmology that we've all been raised and educated to accept and believe. For example, it was on day 1 when God created light, even though it would still be 3 more days before he created the sun or stars. So how does that work with our understanding of cosmology? Because he even called the light day and the darkness night, again, long before there was even a sun in the sky. Actually, there wasn't even a sky yet, because that came on day 2. And it was also on day 2 when God created the firmament, a word that translates to dome or vaulted ceiling. And the Bible says that he created this firmament to separate the waters below earth from the waters above earth. As if there exists a physical surface to the sky that's literally separating us from these waters above the earth. And what the heck is that anyways? I don't recall National Geographic or the Discovery Channel ever telling me about a body of water that separates us from outer space. And then on the next day, God creates plant life, even though he still hasn't created the sun yet, And of course, we all know that plants require sunlight to live. And so I hope you're starting to get the picture here, that the way that the Bible describes the cosmology of this universe is a lot different than what we've all learned in science class. The truth is that our Bible doesn't really define outer space in much intricate detail. And despite the growing popularity of this biblical topic, most researchers in this space are humble and honest enough to admit that nobody really knows exactly how this universe works. We've constructed maps and diagrams based on the biblical description of creation, and these are helpful and useful, but this continues to be a subject of great mystery. And I believe that's how God intends for it to be. The heavens are a beautiful display of God's glory and a demonstration of his power. And throughout the Bible, the heavens represent a source of wonder and majesty to our finite human minds. It's the place from which angels descend, the space between creation and the throne of God. And so however you slice it, the Bible describes the heavens to be an area that's outside of human jurisdiction. And in this video, we're going to go through the creation account of Genesis 1. But first, let me remind you about something that happened a little later in the book of Genesis. About 100 years after the Great Flood in chapter 11, there was an evil and tyrannical ruler by the name of Nimrod who commanded the construction of the infamous Tower of Babel in Babylon. It was supposed to be the tallest building ever constructed, so tall that it could reach into the heavens. In fact, reaching the heavens was the expressed intention of the building's design. Nimrod's desire was to taunt God and to make himself equal to God by building a residence into the heavens. And so I guess you could look at this as man's first attempt at space travel. But unlike the allegedly successful Apollo missions of our time, Nimrod's plan didn't go so well. And in his arrogance, the tower was destroyed and humanity was forever scattered into isolated factions with differing languages, and you know how the story goes. But I think it's a good point for us to start on, because if you're going to put your faith in a literal interpretation of God's word, then you need to have an answer for questions like this. And if you think that in ancient times God would bring judgment on mankind for trying to build a tower that reaches the heavens, then how do you defend this idea of astronauts playing golf on the moon? And it's just one of countless problems between what the Bible teaches and what this world is teaching us concerning the heavens and the earth. And unfortunately, I know that a lot of you who would otherwise reject things like evolution and the Big Bang Theory, due to your faith in the Bible, will continue to perceive Earth as a spinning ball-shaped planet revolving around the sun, in spite of what the Bible teaches and in spite of the information that I'm going to present in this video. But I don't think that you will do it intentionally. Frankly, I doubt that most Christians have given the idea of biblical cosmology much thought at all, and it's easy to understand why. Because why would you ever question something that you have learned about your entire life? That seems so irrefutable, It's one of the basic fundamental truths in this world. 1 + 1 = 2, the sky is blue, and of course the earth is round and it revolves around the sun. I mean, after all, you've seen the evidence for yourself, You've seen a man walking on the moon.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
And not only did we walk on the moon, but we even have a bunch of video footage.
Ready to cry a little bit? You know what they think happened to the original moon tapes? Is they might have been taped over. Taped over! These are the moon landings.
The very small possibility exists that somebody took those tapes and kept it in his garage or in his attic or wherever.
And not only do we have video footage, but we even brought back rocks from the moon.
Now, the Apollo astronauts went around and the big publicity tour at the time, back in the 60s, giving various people in positions of royalty and whatnot, leadership, moon rocks. Well, they decided at one point they wanted to take an insurance policy out on it. So, of course, as part of doing the insurance policy thing, they start analyzing it, and they found out the thing's petrified wood.
According to the NBC News report on the matter, Van Gelder, one of the leading men in the investigation, said, "No one thought to doubt that it was a moon rock, since it came from the Prime Minister's collection."
You know, if you ask me, I think the whole thing is fake. And by the end of this video, you just might agree. I mean, then again, you might vehemently disagree and unsubscribe from my channel. I mean, I don't know. But whether you agree or disagree with me is not the point. I mean, who cares what I have to say? I'm just a guy with an opinion and a laptop. Let's go to the source and see how God describes his own creation.
Genesis 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Okay, so that's the first words of the Bible, that the very first thing that God created was heaven. And this is in the King James Version, but heaven is actually translated to a plural heavens in most other versions. And that's consistent with further descriptions in the scriptures. And of course, the heavens refers to the area outside of Earth, right? What we would call outer space. Now, according to conventional astronomy, there are around 100 billion planets just within the Milky Way galaxy alone. That's just the galaxy that we allegedly reside in.
Almost 4 decades later, that craft is over 12 billion miles from home. Voyager carries a golden record containing a greeting from the people of Earth to the alien life form that may someday find it.
We should also factor in the 2 trillion other galaxies that are believed to exist just within the observable universe. That's 2 trillion with a T, multiplied by roughly 100 billion planets. That's other planets besides Earth that share the same characteristics as this place that we're on. Allegedly, again, you know, and while you're trying to do that math in your head, let me inform you that the Bible doesn't bother to mention any of these planets or galaxies, only Earth. And I'm not a gambling man, but when I just said the word Earth, I bet that you imagine something like this. But did you know that in the original Hebrew text of the scriptures, the word Earth translates to ground or land or region, and it refers to the actual earth, you know, as in the dirt that we dig into, the earth. And feel free to do your own homework on that. I mean, I certainly don't speak or read Hebrew, you know, but this is what I found on the internet and with some help from Google Translate.
The opening line of the whole Bible is, "In the beginning, God created the skies and the land."
Now, your Bible translation might say the heavens and the earth. In biblical Hebrew, the word for heaven refers simply to the sky above, and the word for earth does not mean globe, but rather the land.
The ground below us.
Right.
You know, but when we hear the word Earth, we're going to naturally envision the image of our planet that's been projected to us, you know, that we've been surrounded by for our whole lives. And it's actually really likely that this specific image is the one that comes to mind for a lot of you, because this is the most famous so-called photo of Earth out there. It's referred to as the blue marble. And according to most of our textbooks, it was taken in 1972 during the Apollo 17 mission. But you might be interested to learn that by NASA's own admission, this is not an actual photograph. This is a composite image made up of many different pictures that were then compiled together strategically into an artistic rendering of Earth. It's known as a composite image. Yet, I'm sure that you were never taught that. I mean, I know that I never was. Honestly, as I recall, these classic examples of outer space photography were always presented as genuine and legitimate. You know, and the blue marble was on posters in every science classroom and library. You know, that was proof that mankind was truly exploring outer space. But no, as it turns out, it was just a piece of conceptual artwork all along. And come to find out, this creation of artificial illustrations and composite images to represent outer space to the public is just common practice for the talented artists on staff at NASA. What, did you not know that there's a bunch of artists on staff at NASA? Did you not know that many of the most convincing photos that you have seen regarding outer space were likely just productions of representative concept art? Certainly I'm not the only person to have gone my whole entire life believing that images like the ones that you're seeing right now were legitimate examples of space photography. And asking around to friends and family, that seems to have been the general consensus. But it's not true. And NASA seems to approve of this wrongful public perception. And so these artists on staff at NASA are officially regarded as science visualizers. And they are employees of the Scientific Visualization Studio at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos and renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
No doubt. And now Chris Martinez is introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
In a small, bright office, working side by side.
Let's see.
Robert Hurt and Tim Pyle bring the universe to life.
What we're doing does have real science underlying it.
Robert is an astrophysicist turned artist. Tim, once a Hollywood animator, is now a planet illustrator. Together, they produce some of NASA's most popular images, from renderings of how planets light years away could look, to actual photos of stars and galaxies captured by NASA's powerful telescopes.
Look closely at the repeating cloud pattern. Here we can see clear examples that the photograph has not only been doctored or constructed, but also strong evidence that whoever done the doctoring used repeating photographic templates. That is, they cloned parts of the image and repeated it.
And then there was also the NASA art program, which was created merely 4 years after the formation of NASA itself. But unlike the Visualization Studio, these artists were not traditional staff members that were employed to visualize outer space. These were professional artists who were commissioned by NASA to create artwork depicting the wonders and mysteries of the universe and to promote the space agency. A large number of prominent artists have participated in the NASA art program. And when I say participate, what I really mean is that they were paid to participate in NASA's art program. Even the likes of Norman Rockwell and Andy Warhol were included in this program. And it still exists to this day, by the way. And I find it interesting that it was only 60 years ago when we received the first ever satellite images of Earth in 1959. And wouldn't you know, it just so happened to look exactly as Hollywood depicted it all along. Check out this timeline for the history of the Universal Pictures logo. And notice how Earth was envisioned with precise accuracy all the way back in 1912, nearly 50 years before we had any supposed actual pictures of Earth. And look at this one from 1929, 3 decades before we had any pictures of Earth. And compare that to their current logo. This is the Universal Pictures logo right now as I'm making this documentary. And compare that to this one, here in 1912 or in 1929, and consider it was right in the middle of this timeline that we actually verified what Earth looks like, but Hollywood managed to have it right all along. So I don't know, I would expect there to be at least a discrepancy or two, but that's just me. But let's move on. And I hope you'll forgive this massive detour that I just took, but now that we're kind of envisioning the secular perception of Earth, let's get back to the actual Hebrew definition of Earth. The word for Earth is eretz, or this character, and it's defined as ground, or land, or region, like I said earlier, and it could even refer to the entirety of the whole world, the entirety of land. But in no way is this word possibly describing Earth as a planet, because God doesn't even create planets until day 4 when he created the sun and the moon and the stars. And in reality, our modern conception of what planets are is never even mentioned or at least described in scripture at all. In Hebrew, planets were only referred to as stars, or walking stars to be precise, walking or wandering stars, because unlike the stars that stayed fixed, these stars moved around, and so they were called planets. But anyways, we're going to get on to that on day 4 as well, because we're still just on day 1 and I can't stop ranting. So here we are, very first verse of the Bible, and the point is simple, that the first thing that God created, perhaps the priority of creation, or at least the foundation for the rest of creation, was the heavens and the earth. No sun for the earth to revolve around, no solar system to operate within, and no billions of galaxies in the distance. Just the ground that we stand on and the skies above us. And he said it was good. Now let's move on.
And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
And so God is working here already. He's preparing to bring form and life to earth. And I guess that before anything else existed, there was just this formless, lifeless mass of earth that apparently was covered only with water that the Spirit of God moved across the face of. And not to get into semantics, but let's make it clear that the term face literally means flat surface. I mean, it could easily just be referring to the surface of the waters, but for the record, there can be no face on a sphere. There can be no face on a ball, just like there can be no corners on a circle, you know, so just something that I thought I'd point out. Anyways, verse 3 through 5 says,
And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
And remember, God has not even created the sun yet, and yet we have not only light, but even a daily cycle already, as God called the light day and the darkness night. But of course, we've all been taught that it takes precisely 24 hours for our planet to spin one complete rotation in its axis, resulting in light or darkness depending on our orientation from the sun. You know, and that seems really logical, but it's not what the Bible teaches. And I just think that if we're going to proclaim the creation account of Genesis to be so literal that we're willing to refute the theory of evolution, then how are we going to turn around and declare that days 1 through 4 are not literal and embrace this unbiblical modern cosmology? You know, and my fellow Christians, I am not here to confuse you or to lead you towards dangerous conspiracy theories, certainly not to cause you to doubt your faith, but to embrace it. I mean, we're simply reading through the Bible together, and I'm just asking you if you really believe what it says. And don't ask me how it works. I don't need to know how it works. I feel no obligation to grasp or to be able to define the mysteries of God. You know, I'm the creature. I'm the created one, and he's the creator. And so I don't feel inclined to study Darwinism or to scour through the fossil record to substantiate my faith in creation. To me, it's a self-evident reality that I accept not only by faith, but also just by sound reason, you know, and common sense. And it also requires a willingness to defy the logic of this fallen world and to stand firm in the face of an entire society that regards unbiblical science as irrefutable truth, you know, because that's the world we live in today. And so I don't lose any sleep over wondering how God created day and night, you know, and light and dark before he created the sun. Perhaps the light was itself the glory of God. Perhaps that's still what the light is. I don't know, you know, but however it works, I believe it because I believe in God's word. And so anyways, that was day 1. Let's move on to day 2.
And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
So we're finally to the firmament.
Rakayai. Firmament.
And you know, this is really a doozy of a biblical fact to try to wrap your mind around. And people argue about how to apply the word firmament's definition, but there's just no way around the fact that the Bible is describing a solid surface that covers and that completely encloses Earth, you know, and effectively separates Earth from these waters that apparently exist outside of this solid firmament. You know, it's something that just seems so out of place in contrast to our modern understanding of cosmology that it's hard to imagine or to make any sense of. However, it's what the Bible describes. And, you know, if you were willing to temporarily just dismiss everything that the world has taught you about this universe, and if you were just to start from scratch with only the Bible as your guide to imagine what creation looks like, you'd probably end up with something like this. You know, it's interesting how many ancient societies shared this similar idea of cosmology. And of course, the world today laughs at these ancient depictions of a flat and stationary Earth that's enclosed within a firmament. But I would remind you that this ancient conception of the universe survived for thousands of years, you know, compared to the modern heliocentric model, which found popularity in the mid-1500s and spurred the so-called scientific revolution, you know, which has evolved into this godless and atheistic worldview that seems to dominate the scientific consensus today. This is an illustration by a popular explorer and biblical scholar by the name of George L. Robinson that was published in 1913. And you can see how the creation account is represented literally here. You know, you have Earth, which again just means land or ground, and hell beneath Earth and the skies above. And it's all enclosed within this solid dome-like firmament, which separates us from the waters above. You know, and then the numerous heavens above that, and God at the very top of it all. You know, and as it says here, this depicts the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe to illustrate the account of creation and the flood. And believe it or not, this was the accepted model of cosmology at that time. Earth as the subject of creation. You know, not one small planet lost in a sea of billions of other planets and stars. But no, the Bible describes the creation of Earth as an enclosed system beneath the solid surface of something called a firmament. A firmament. And when you get into the etymology of the word firmament, you'll see that firm comes from the Latin firmus, which means strong, steadfast, stable, you know, so it literally means firm. And now there's a number of theologians that believe that the firmament was just part of God's initial creation, but that it no longer exists. You know, some believe in what has been called the canopy theory. And it really is an interesting speculation. The idea is that when God created the firmament, it potentially created some sort of greenhouse effect on the earth, which provided the ideal conditions for creation to thrive and to flourish. You know, and this could possibly explain how before the flood, people were able to live to such great ages, with Noah himself being 950 years old at the time of his death. Furthermore, in Genesis chapter 7, you know, during the account of the great flood, the Bible says, "The same day were all the fountains of the deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rains fell." And according to the canopy theory, this was the breaking of the firmament, which caused the waters above to come pouring down. But you know, there's a few small issues with this and one enormous problem. For one, the expression of windows of heaven or heaven opening up is actually used consistently throughout the Bible.
2 Kings 7. And that Lord answered the man of God and said, Now behold, if the Lord should make windows in heaven, might such a thing be? And he said, Behold, thou shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat thereof. Isaiah 24. And it shall come to pass that he who fleeth from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit, and he that cometh up out of the midst of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For the windows from on high are open, and the foundations of the earth do shake.
So those are just examples that I found, but there's more. And it's fair to point out that this expression is often used figuratively, you know, as in God opening up the windows of heaven to pour blessings onto you, or something like that. But I think it's obvious that the only reason that such an expression as windows of heaven would even exist is just further evidence that these biblical authors perceived heaven to have a solid surface, you know, as described in the scriptures. But for me, the real nail in the coffin for the canopy theory must be the fact that the waters above are still referenced later in the Bible, you know, long after the flood. In Psalm chapter 148, verse 4, the psalmist writes, "Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens." You know, clearly referring to the same waters above the firmament that are described in Genesis. And then beyond that, the word firmament itself is continually mentioned throughout Scripture, although it's usually just used in reference to the sky in general. And then there's some theologians that believe that the firmament is merely just the sky and the atmosphere. And you know, this kind of makes sense at quick glance, you know, because there is moisture in the sky, after all. You know, clouds are composed of water, for example. So in that context, you can see how the waters above are separated from the waters below, you know. But as we move on through day 3 and 4, you're going to see why this theory is also absolutely impossible if we take the creation account to be literal. But we're never going to get there at all if I don't stop ranting, so let's just proceed. Okay, we're on the 3rd day now.
And God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 3rd day.
Okay, now we all know that the vast majority of plant life requires sunlight to live. And so the fact that God created all this vegetation before even creating the sun is one of many good points of evidence for the young earth theory. And the young earth theory, if you don't know, is the view that everything was created in a mature and already developed state, you know? So it's the exact opposite of what evolution claims. Or to put it another way, the chicken comes before the egg. And I think that approaching creation with this young earth mindset is a clue to the proper way of how to interpret biblical cosmology. You know, we should not expect for the works of God to adhere to our own finite application of physics. You know, those are just man-made devices for us to measure God's creation. But the creator is not confined by his creation. You know, he's not limited within the confines of his creation. He stands outside of his creation. And as I sit here and ponder creation as it's described in Genesis, it's just so obvious to me that the true foundation of all of God's creation is earth and you and me. You know, you and I are not just simply part of God's creation. So consider this. After every day of creation, God's work was declared to be good. But when God made man, he declared us to be very good. You know, because we are God's most favored creation. In fact, we are the subject of his creation. We were made in his very image, and everything else that God created was to his glory and to the benefit of man. From the fruit-bearing seed to the stars above for signs and seasons, it was all designed to serve mankind, who in turn brings glory to God. And so earth is of great importance to God, you know, and if he wanted to surround the prized centerpiece of his creation with hundreds of billions of uninhabited planets revolving around different suns and different solar systems and different galaxies, you know, then he could certainly do that. But I just don't see it anywhere in Genesis. No, the picture that creation seems to paint is one where God watches directly over us, you know, not from across the vastness of outer space, but right down from the heavens, you know, right through the firmament above our heads. In Isaiah 66, the Lord says that heaven is the throne of God and that earth is his footstool, you know, placing earth directly beneath God.
Isaiah 66. Thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest?
And of course I understand that this is clearly a figure of speech, you know, and obviously earth is not really an object that God rests his feet on, but I just don't think that a footstool is a very good way to describe a giant ball that spins at 1,000 miles per hour. But honestly, when you look at it, this ancient perception of earth looked a lot more like a footstool than it did a spinning ball. And after all, earth is represented to stand on pillars.
1 Samuel chapter 2. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he hath set the world upon them.
And I know that might seem really funny, you know, to imagine this place sitting on pillars, but consider the symbolism, because objects of observation are displayed on tables and stands and pillars. And creation is really described as if it's standing directly under God's watchful observation. But whether you believe these scriptures to be literal or poetic, I hope that we can all agree at this point that the Bible does not describe Earth as this exclusively civilized planet flying through space at 66,000 miles per hour, you know, in the midst of hundreds of billions of other planets and galaxies that we're never going to see. No, instead, Earth is described as the foundation and the centerpiece of creation. Let's move on to day 4.
And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so.
So there you have it. You know, these planets and celestial bodies that NASA has spent billions of taxpayer dollars to allegedly study are really no more than lights in the firmament, according to the Bible. You know, and then the so-called planets in our solar system, Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, Mars, Venus, Uranus, and Neptune, were all created for the benefit of humans on Earth, you know, and they're put there for the purpose of signs and for us to be able to calculate seasons and days and years. The word planet itself means wanderer, and it's describing the difference between these 7 stars, these 7 so-called planets which wander through the sky, as compared to the other stars which stay fixed in the sky. But you know, just like the Bible teaches us in Genesis 1:14, that the lights in the firmament would enable man to identify seasons, days, and years. And indeed, this is how people calculated time for thousands of years, even to this day. And I think that it's interesting to note that it was the Catholic Church that created the Gregorian calendar in 1582. And at the time this calendar was created, most of society, not only the church, but society at large, were still believers in the more biblical geocentric and stationary Earth model. And for those who don't know, geocentric just means Earth in the center. It implies that the sun revolves around us. And then heliocentric, helio, you know, it means that sun is in the center, with the Earth revolving around the sun. And obviously this is the modern theory that's believed by the majority of society today. And I think it's really interesting that this calendar, which is praised among the greatest scientific and astronomical achievements of all time, was created by men who believed that they were standing on a stable and stationary Earth that was in the center of our planetary system. And I think it should be acknowledged that this amazing feat was accomplished by thoroughly mapping out the lights of the firmament, you know, fulfilling the biblical purpose of their existence, again, according to Genesis 1. And the Gregorian calendar has been tweaked here and there, and it's now influenced by the heliocentric model. But the point is that a lot of people don't realize how influential the scriptures have been throughout the history of scientific study. You need to understand that there was a time before this scientific revolution of modern times. You know, when creation by God was the official scientific consensus regarding the origins of our world. And at that time, the scientific consensus was largely represented by the extremely powerful Roman Catholic Church. And the church, at least back then, took a strong stance on scientific adherency to the authority of the Bible. You know, and I'm not an apologist for the Catholic Church, nor am I a sympathizer for its many crimes throughout history. But I don't think that enough people realize the extent of conflict that exists between biblical cosmology and the modern heliocentric model. It was only back in 1543 that the Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus published a book called On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres, which detailed and popularized this heliocentric model of cosmology. And this heliocentric theory was extremely controversial at the time. You know, it was considered to be heretical to scripture, and it was even outright shunned and effectively banned by the church. And then around 100 years later, the famed astronomer Galileo Galilei began to publish numerous discoveries that were made with the use of the newly invented telescope. Which, by the way, a lot of people wrongly believe that Galileo invented the telescope, which this is not true. It was actually created in 1608 by a fellow by the name of Hans Lippershey. However, it is true that Galileo improved the technology significantly. Anyways, Galileo was confident that his discoveries were helping to prove that Earth is actually revolving around the sun instead of the other way around. And in time, he started to gain a lot of notoriety with the Catholic Church, and eventually he was even dragged to court and charged for heresy in the year 1633. Among other charges, he was accused of being a heretic for promoting the Copernican theory of heliocentrism, and particularly because of its contradiction to the book of Joshua in chapter 10, where let's see what it says.
Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou, moon, in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it. But the Lord hearkened unto the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel.
And here you have Joshua, who was the successor of Moses and a leader of the Israelites, who prays for God to stop the sun in the sky, to cause it to stand still so that his nation could continue defeating their enemies in the daylight. And then according to the Bible, God does stop the sun in the sky. Now obviously, if the sun were stationary, as claimed by Copernicus and Galileo, then it could not be made to stand still, because it already would be standing still. And so the Roman Catholic Inquisition deemed this to be a blasphemous contradiction to the Bible, which described a stationary earth and a moving sun. And I gotta say, while I do see where they're coming from with the biblical contradiction between Joshua 10 and the Copernican model, I think we can all agree that the way the church persecuted and literally prosecuted this man is a little, I don't know, overkill. Not a very good look there, middle-aged Catholic Church. But I guess if these men were claiming to be Christians, that the charge of heresy would be fair. But anyways, to think that this all happened less than 400 years ago is just kind of weird from our modern vantage point. Because a man can live a quarter of that length within one lifetime. Many Christian institutions were still faithfully teaching biblical cosmology as recently as 200 years ago. And you might be surprised to learn that it wasn't until 1822 that the Catholic Church finally lifted its ban against heliocentrism and the Copernican model. And so this is relatively recent history in the bigger picture. I actually have coins in my coin collection that are older than this. And so you have this rivalry between geocentrism and heliocentrism. And obviously both models can't be correct. But what if they're both wrong?
Questioning whether or not the Earth is a globe has been deemed harmful thought. But why is this? We seem to be conditioned to think that the issue has been scientifically settled.
I consistently have people send me links to videos where they believe they are seeing the curvature of the Earth. But what they are actually seeing is a forced curve due to the lens of the camera. These lenses are called fisheye or wide-angle lenses.
And that came as a result of seeing this picture taken by a guy named Joshua Nowicki. And he apparently sent this picture, I guess, to a local news affiliate. And then the weatherman tried to explain what we were seeing by saying this.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. conditions are right on the lake, that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. Very interesting. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon, should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky, up in space. But instead, we're able to see it on the Lake Michigan shore.
Okay, so after I saw that and looking at that picture, I'm sorry, there's no way that's a mirage, and I couldn't accept that. My friend Rick Hummer couldn't accept that either. He said, you know, we've all seen it. Anybody who lives in this area can look across the lake. We've all seen Chicago.
Edwin Hubble and Stephen Hawking went as far as to say that they reject the geocentric model not based on scientific reasoning, but rather because they find the thought of being at the center of the universe to be emotionally disturbing. Physicist George Ellis stated that you cannot disprove the geocentric model. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. The Michelson-Morley experiment in the 1880s proved the Earth was stationary, and Albert Einstein claimed this was a serious embarrassment and intended to disprove it with his relativity theory, but later admitted that he had failed to do so.
It actually it doesn't have any weird curvature or distortion. It just looks ultra wide. There might be a little bit of distortion on the edges, but it looks just super wide. Whenever you start to tilt it upwards or downwards, that's where you get the curvature distortion. So if you tilt the lens upwards in relationship to the horizon, it's going to kind of curve up and create a bowl type effect. If you tilt it downward, it's going to create a sphere or a kind of an orb type effect.
How far are we now? 14, 4 miles more than halfway.
Contrary to popular thought, the scientific community has disputed the heliocentric model for centuries, such as the Earth's curvature. According to the heliocentric Earth model, the Earth is 24,000 miles in circumference, and if one were standing at sea level, they should only be able to see less than 3 miles before the surface of the Earth curves out of view. But this has been proven to be false for centuries, from the Bedford Level experiments of 1838 to modern photography. This photograph of Chicago was taken almost 60 miles away from Grand Mere State Park in Michigan.
Here's a guy right there that I do believe is going to finally come out and say it's flat.
These wide-angle camera lenses are the only reason you'll ever witness curvature. It's the very reason why most people believe they have seen curvature. People send me links to endless amounts of videos shot with GoPros. This skydiving video, for instance. False curve. Here's a video from a balloon that was launched by a high school in South Carolina. Doesn't that seem like a bit much to you? Because at 120,000 plus feet, there is no curvature when you use a normal lens.
Anomalies in the Earth's curvature can also be found in old lighthouses, able to be seen for several miles past what is possible on the heliocentric model, and weapons guidance systems that are capable of sighting targets that would only be possible on a flat plane.
Big win for truth. Magistrate Court of Barrow County, state of Georgia, has given the victory to what is demonstratable and provable. This all started when Zen Garcia offered a challenge to anybody who could prove that the Earth had a curvature rate at its given diameter, or they could prove that Earth had some type of movement that was over 50 miles an hour. In the court of law, neither one could be proved, because the judge based her decision on who was more believable and who had the most evidence, and Zen Garcia slam dunked this. Earth has no curvature. Earth is not moving.
We are accustomed to observing ships disappearing over the curve, but with modern consumer cameras, we can observe that this seems to be an optical illusion based on light reflection and the laws of perspective. Many of us tend to think the planet is too big to observe curvature, but the empirical evidence tells us that either the surface of the Earth is a flat plane or the planet is at least 100 times bigger than we are told.
Another go-to video for people looking for curvature is the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump from 2012. People really believe that they are seeing a genuine curve here, but it's simply a fisheye lens. Otherwise, New Mexico takes up most of the planet. Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. They say Felix jumped from 126,000 feet, and this is how much curve there is. But again, look at footage from 121,000 feet on a camera without distortion, and you'll see the world how it really is.
And we were about 8 nautical miles off the coast of Chicago there, and didn't really see any need to go any further. We saw everything we needed to see, and we were running kind of late, needed to get back, and actually running a little bit low on fuel too. So I said, yep, just head back. I'm going to set up some cameras and point them at the city so we could watch it the whole way back and show everybody that it's not a mirage.
Let's get to day 4, and I'm just going to go from the top since you likely don't remember where we left off.
And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the 4th day.
A few things I'd like to point out. First of all, these lights in the heavens, previously identified as stars and planets. Well, according to this, they are in the firmament, as in within our firmament. They're not outside there floating around in outer space millions and billions of miles and light years away. No, they're right here within the firmament of Earth. And that's going to be a really big problem for you if you want to continue affirming this conventional secular astronomy. Because we've all been taught that these stars are the same thing as our sun. In fact, our sun is just a medium-sized star. Some are even way bigger than our sun, but they're trillions of miles away. And a lot of them are encompassed by their own unique solar systems that are complete with similar planets to the ones that we supposedly exist on in our solar system. And we're taught that beyond these stars exist even more galaxies with new sets of stars and so on and so on. But how could any of that be true if it was all placed within the firmament of Earth? And then God made 2 great lights, according to the text. A greater light to rule by day and a lesser light to rule by night. And obviously this is the sun and moon, created on day 4, long after the earth was initially created. And where did God place these 2 lights? Again, they are right here within the firmament of earth. And if you would just allow yourself to consider this notion that perhaps the biblical creation account is literally true, then maybe you can start asking the right questions about this nonsense that you've been taught from the world. Because for a scientific community that prides itself in rationality and reason, they sure do depend on a lot of unlikely coincidences to maintain this godless worldview. Pun intended. Okay, here's an example. Our sun is said to be 400 times larger than our moon. And yet, when you compare both of them in the sky, they appear to be identical in size, right? Well, how could this be? Well, conveniently, the sun is also said to be 400 times further away from us than the moon is. What an amazing natural occurrence of uncanny precision. They say that the sun is 93 million miles away from the moon, the exact distance required for both bodies to appear the same in size. And according to the experts, it's just a matter of coincidence.
Oh. My God.
Guys, look around. Just try looking around.
This is insane right now. Oh. This is just unbelievable. What?
Oh my God.
What is happening? This is absolutely insane.
There's the beach.
I feel like it's hard to breathe. Oh my God. This is so totally creepy.
Oh my God, the sun!
Oh my goodness. This feels so weird.
Look at the sunrise, right? It's at every direction.
Oh my goodness. There's like sunset, sunrise, every direction. People are going nuts. This I did not expect. I don't know what I expected, but...
Oh my God. Oh.
What?
And then by another supposed coincidental miracle of natural science, our moon happens to be oriented in such a specific way in relation to the sun and the earth that it just happens to catch and reflect sunlight back towards us so that we have enduring light throughout the nighttime. And despite our modern conception of the moon just being a giant rock that's reflecting sunlight back at us, let's be clear that the Bible describes the moon to be itself a source of light, you know, the lesser light. And check out this amazing finding from the late and great Rob Skiba during one of his investigations regarding moonlight.
Hey guys, Rob Skiba here. It's about 5 minutes to 5 p.m., January 18th. I am shooting a video of my shadow as it is being cast by the sun setting behind me. Now, today's one of those days where the moon is up at the same time as the sun. I want to point something out to you. There's the moon, and we're told that the moon reflects the light of the sun. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to angle my iPhone here to the direction of the shadow. Okay, so the shadow is perpendicular to the angle that my phone is right now. See, it's about a half moon, and so you would think if the moon is reflecting the light of the sun, then the source of the light that would cast that type of shadow should be directly across from it, somewhere up here, in this direction, right? Directly parallel to the light source. Should be right across from it, right? But it's not. The sun's way down here. So how is the sun way down here getting that angle of a shadow on the moon? Why isn't it doing the same thing to the moon that it's doing to me? So it's a nice sunny day here in Dallas, Texas. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A couple days ago I got this pretty cool gizmo in the mail. I ordered this Centec infrared thermometer. Basically, you just pull the trigger and point it at something and it will tell you the temperature in Celsius and Fahrenheit. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this on, switch it from Celsius to Fahrenheit, pull the trigger and test the sunlight in the parking lot here. And it looks like it's 48.5. So now that's in direct sunlight. I'm going to go over here to the shadow of this bush and try it again. And 28.4. So it's about 20 degrees colder here in the shade of this bush than it is in the direct sunlight. Now I'm going to give this another test next time it's a full moon. I'm not sure when the next full moon is, but I've been told that it's pretty much the direct opposite when you measure shadows of moonlight and direct moonlight. So
hello, my name is Jerry Rogers, and a little podunk town south of here called, or north of here called Shallowater, and we're going to do a moonlight test. And the moonlight currently in the shade, I'm going to get a recording of somewhere around 40 degrees. And then we go over here to the moonlight full on, and we've got 32.5, 33, somewhere right in that area. And you can go right back over here, around to 40.
Now, would that be because we're looking at incandescent light coming down right here, or
if you want to go over there, I don't care.
It's the same either way.
It's either way. Apparently the moon don't seem to matter.
Okay.
Just
So
as long as you can get the moon
there's a shadow like right here,
and the shade of the moon.
So that's the shade. And the shade is 39 degrees.
And then you go to the moonlight, and you got 32. Wow. Or 33, 32, 33.
Is it more dramatic when it gets darker?
It seems to be more dramatic when the moon is fullest.
So the moon, like a full moon,
like the fullest
in a completely
moon,
dark night.
Sometimes 12 degrees.
12 degrees. So
Yeah.
the more full the moon is, the cooler it is.
It seems to be.
It's a half moon right now.
Don't ask me why, because I don't know. But I know it works every time I've tried it, everywhere I've tried it. Don't matter if I'm at the ranch or in shallow water. Or went over to my 85-year-old uncle's house and did it in his front yard, and he made me go buy him one.
And so when it comes to our world's perspective and outlook on outer space and astronomy and cosmology, I would say that divine creation seems to be more likely and more reasonable than the alternative. And it doesn't rely on one single highly unlikely coincidence, let alone dozens. I think that the sun and moon appear to be the same size because they probably are the same size. They're lights in the sky. There's one that rules by day, and that one is bright, and then there's one that rules by night, and that one is dim. I mean, look at this. Is this really a giant rock in the sky? Or is this a light source? I mean, I honestly don't know what it is. But one thing I do know is that it only exists for the purpose of providing light to the earth. And now consider the magnitude and size of the sun. Scientists say that the sun is about 109 times larger than Earth. So if you imagine something of that scale being stuffed within the Earth's firmament, I just don't think I need to explain why that doesn't work with Genesis 1. And all of the stars in the sky are also said to be within the vaulted dome of the firmament. So I'm no mathematician. I just don't see how you can fit all these different planets, some of which are way larger than Earth, as well as the sun, which is almost 110 times larger than Earth, as well as a whole bunch of other suns, which are sometimes up to 100 times larger than our sun, which would make it an incalculable amount of times bigger than Earth. And all of this is supposedly crammed within the firmament of Earth in Genesis 1. And we got to ask, is the Bible being literal when it says,
Mark 13, but in those days after that tribulation, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars of heaven shall fall, and the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken. Revelation 6. And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood, and the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs when she is shaken of a mighty wind.
Because when a fig tree is shaken by a mighty wind, then all the branches literally fall down to the ground, right? And is this poetic language? I don't know, but what it's saying here is that the stars are going to fall to the earth, and if these stars are actually giant suns, again, sometimes which are up to 100 times larger than our own sun, then you're going to have to explain to me how it's going to look when they all fall onto the surface of our little planet over here. And I know, you're thinking that this is all obviously figurative language, it's not being literal. It's not intended to be interpreted literally. Maybe that's what some of you are thinking. And after all, this verse is from a prophecy in the book of Revelation, so, perhaps it's just a metaphor. Or maybe it's just describing comets. But then again, maybe the Star of Bethlehem was also a comet. That's what a lot of people are saying now. And actually stars are even described as angels at some points in the scriptures, as the hosts of heaven. So there's a lot to speculate about, but one thing that the Bible definitely does not depict stars to be is enormous balls of gas and plasma trillions of miles away. In fact, if we're honest, the Bible does not describe any of this cosmological stuff the way that our textbooks do. And if we're going to shrug it off as metaphorical, poetic, or figurative, how can we trust that the biblical flood or any of these other miraculous works are to be perceived literally if we're willing to just dismiss and disregard the specific details of the first 4 days of creation?
When you find things like this incorrect model of the universe in the Bible, it may be troubling to you.
The Bible does not teach the earth is flat like you guys say, okay? Talked about the four corners of the earth. Is it a tetrahedron? Talked about God having wings like a chicken. Is God a chicken? Does he have feathers?
And then here's what's funny. All these bozos who want to come at you with they want to go on and on about their geocentricity and the flat earth and the blah, 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 all this stupid junk that's meaningless. They want to come at you with us, and you're just like, why? Why does it matter? Who cares?
Mr. Ginhoven, I love you.
I know.
But
I'm right.
You still haven't given me one verse on heliocentricity.
Don't have one verse that teaches heliocentricity. I don't have one verse that teaches there are 9 planets either. There are 9 if you count Pluto. I don't have one verse that teaches computers.
This may shock you, but we should not
read the Bible literally. Hey, I can't believe you said we shouldn't read the Bible literally. More specifically and accurately, we should read the Bible based on the genre of literature we are consuming. Why that distinction? Because if we read, say, Psalms literally, poetic language literally, we're going to run into all kinds of conundrums like the earth is flat.
But no, we're going to win the world to Christ by proving that it's flat. Hey, the only thing that's flat is the top of your blockhead. Okay? The earth's not flat. Anybody who thinks it's flat is a moron.
Show that the earth is orbiting the sun.
Sure, a bigger picture here. I think, obviously some of your friends are obsessed with this flat earth stuff, and I think it's a complete waste of time. Even if it's true, it's a waste of time. Because there are much more important topics. So if nothing else, this is distracting Christians on nonsense stuff. It's a useless topic.
Despite the possibility for error, everyone still has rational faith that things like science and your eyes are reliable sources. I think the same principle applies to the scriptures and modern prophets.
Hundreds of people are wanting to discuss other things. This is a complete waste of time, in my humble opinion. Okay. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of your question, this is dividing Christians. Serious. Otherwise, godly people that would get along on everything else are arguing, spending time arguing on this instead of, I think, much more important topic. And the world is laughing at the flat earthers. They're laughing at them.
Oh, but what about geocentricity, though? Who cares? You vain jangler? And you say, why do you even bring this up? It's so stupid. Because I get an email about it every day of my life.
Not to mention we've got them there pictures from outer space, which sure make the world look round to me, unless, of course, you believe we also faked the moon landing.
And maybe you are among the crowd that believes that the biblical creation account is both literal in some ways and metaphorical in others, I'm not here to judge your intentions or to question your faith over this topic, And if you disagree with me about the application of this word firmament, that's fine, be my guest. I know that a lot of what I'm saying is hinged on that word and how to define that word, and I'm aware that what I'm saying is extremely controversial and unpopular, but in spite of our own differing opinions, ideas, or speculations, I think that we should all agree by this point that modern cosmology and the book of Genesis are giving us two very different descriptions of the world around us. And I know that some of you are still hanging with me, but you're really doubtful that it would even be possible for the world to cover up something this massive. Because if this biblical model of creation was real, then we would know by now. I mean, after all, we have satellites floating around up there. We've put men on the moon, for crying out loud. And if it was all fake, that would require the cooperation of space agencies across the world, even between enemy nations. And it would seemingly require tens of thousands of highly intelligent academics and experts and scientists and teachers and professors and engineers over decades to maintain deceptions and conspiracies of top secret clearance to pull something like this off, and that just seems so unlikely. I mean, most likely somebody would have spilled the beans by now, right? And you're thinking there's just no way, that would just be impossible. And if that's where you're at, I totally understand, because that's kind of where I was coming from when this information was first presented to me. But as it turns out, it really is not that complicated. And in the third and final part of this series, I will do my best to explain why I believe that the overall scientific institutions of our time truly are pursuing a massive deception. Willfully by some, but unwittingly by most. But before I address all the details, I need to first address the premise. And it's the most obvious question of all, and that's motive. What possible gain could motivate the systems of this world to lie to the people and deceive them about the very nature of our universe? Even if they could do it, why would they do it? And for me, the motive is the easiest question to answer. It's actually overwhelmingly obvious. And it's the reason that I've been leaning so heavily on this theory of evolution, an equally unbiblical theory, which the majority of Christians today vehemently reject. We understand and accept that when it comes to evolution, the entire scientific community of this world is engaged in promoting a ridiculous and untrue theory. And we even agree that the devil has actively used evolution like a tool to desensitize humanity from embracing our true divine purpose, and to reduce our status from bearing the image of God to bearing the image of apes, and to decrease our value from being beautifully and wonderfully made beings who were stitched together in our mother's womb to just being creatures who randomly mutated by chance. for man to regard himself as a beast of no more value than the cattle in his field. And now we have literally been the subjects of this mass humiliation ritual for so long that large portions of society have come to fully embrace this inhumane ideology, mutilating their bodies to the praise of an applauding society. They've undressed our women in public, they've emasculated our men, and soon they're going to have us eating bugs. Remember, Satan is the god of this world. Remember, he offered Jesus all the fame and wealth and material excesses that any man could ever want if Jesus would only bow down before him. So when you see all the stuff that's going on today with gender and with artificial intelligence and all these high-level scientists and these think tanks and NGOs like the World Economic Forum and the stuff that they're promoting, it shouldn't be too hard for you to see who's the real CEO behind all these influential institutions in this fallen world. And it's Lucifer, the father of lies, the great deceiver who intends to deceive the world. And I think that it's no different with this theory of our spinning earth ball. The idea that Earth is just a tiny little ball in the universe that's spinning around and flying around Earth at 60,000 miles per hour. And mind you, it's only one of billions of planets in the midst of trillions of galaxies, full of stars and other suns that are separated by incalculable distances in a vastly populated universe that's rapidly expanding even as I speak. I mean, how much more insignificant could Earth possibly be than that? And by extension, how much less significant could you possibly be? You're just one tiny little speck of stardust lost within a never-ending abyss of purposeless and spiritless material, You're not special. You're just the result of a giant cosmic accident billions of years ago. And more importantly, this modern perception of the universe has become so influential that it makes the biblical creation account appear foolish in the mind of the world, which by itself is biblical. And honestly, if you could prove to me that the composition of this universe really is the way that modern science projects it to be, then I have to admit it would be a little harder for me to make any sense out of this notion that God would favor one tiny planet and predestine Earth to be the exclusive location of the gospel. But in reality, the Genesis account matches everything that I can personally verify. The Bible says that the Earth is stable, still, and stationary, and that definitely seems about right. I mean, if it weren't for what I've read in books and learned in classrooms and seen on TV, I would have never suspected that I'm actively being pulled by the strength of gravity to the surface of Earth while speeding and spinning through the universe at incredible speeds. That never would have occurred to me. I mean, if no science institution ever told me otherwise, and I was just testing what the Bible says, I would just look down at the ground, that's dry Earth. It's down there, solid, flat, I could look up and see the lights in the sky. Don't know what they're made out of, but there they are up there. Definitely seem to be up there by design, perfectly placed, appropriately bright. And I could go on and on, but if you ask me, the most logical explanation for the overwhelmingly beautiful and complex world around us is creation by a divine creator. And when you add in the dynamic and spiritual experiences of life as a human, which is filled with the passions of love and wonder and sin and forgiveness and guilt, and then the bonds of family and friendship, it all just makes logical sense to me that not only was everything created, but that the Creator himself is a loving and merciful God. And that's the main purpose of this video, to reinforce the truth that belief and faith in biblical creation is a position of sound reason and logic. And it's time for us to embrace what the Bible really says. And I could have achieved a lot more views on this video than I probably will if I would have just put the term flat earth in the video title or on the thumbnail, but I chose not to because I know how controversial and triggering that term has become. And I'm not wasting my time making this video so that I can preach to the choir that already understands this stuff, in our own little echo chamber to collect views and likes. I really want to wake people up here, I'm trying to reach out to my brothers and sisters in Christ who are still appealing to the wisdom of this world, and who are still holding on to their trust and faith in the secular worldview, or in secular public opinion, even when it contradicts God's word. Because I'm just trying to get your attention here and shake you out of that mind frame, because that's the wrong approach for anybody whose worldview is supposedly founded on the word of God. And I don't care if you believe that the earth is flat or you don't. I mean, personally, I don't know what shape the earth is. I'm really not a flat earther. I'm more of a globe skeptic. It could be a box for all I know. I just know that there's no good reason that I should trust the testimony of modern textbooks when they contradict what the Bible says. But I have every reason to trust the inspired scriptures of the Bible, which happen to teach me something very different than what I learned in science class. And if your contention with biblical cosmology is based on the so-called evidence and data that you think you've seen with your own eyes, then I know that what you really mean is that you still believe that NASA and other space agencies are honest and genuine programs with a presence in outer space and the intention of keeping you informed about it. And if this describes your perspective, then don't miss out on the next and final chapter of this series as we challenge the reality of space travel and we examine the credibility of NASA and other space agencies like NASA. And then, after the fantasy of outer space is finally fully dismantled, we will be able to put this last puzzle piece into place, which is the coming staged alien invasion. We spent the first hour of this series talking about UFOs and the reality of a government cover-up regarding evidence of alien visitation and alien technology and so on. So I know a lot of you might be wondering how I could affirm the existence of aliens in part 1 and then attempt to disprove the existence of outer space in part 2. I guess that might seem a little contradictory, but it really just presents a different question. If these aliens aren't coming from other planets, then where are they coming from? And the answer to that question will, I think, put this whole thing into precise focus for you. But first I want to wrap things up regarding this biblical cosmology. I want you to know that the information that I've provided in this video hardly even scratches the surface of the information that's out there on this topic. And it wasn't all that long ago that I first woke up to this reality of a false secular cosmology. And I encourage you to begin to research this for yourself and to draw your own conclusions. And there's a lot of people out there that have been exposing this truth for a long time. People that are far more intelligent than I am and more articulate. And frankly, I consider myself to be a mental midget compared to the experts in this field. I'm just your brother in Christ. And this video is just my way of reminding you that we need to let God be true and every man be a liar. You guys, we're not monkeys on a spinning ball. And we have not been careening through a never-ending sea of fellow planets and suns and galaxies for billions of years. We are made in the image of God, and we are standing on the bedrock of God's creation. This earth, it's not an insignificant rock. It's the stage of all that God made. And all of creation exalts its creator. As it says in Psalms, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. And this earth of ours was the first priority of creation. It's a beautiful place, a wonderful world that was declared good by God. And its beauty is outmatched only by the glory of God himself in the heaven that awaits us.
This is a song about a man who had a lot to do with music. As a matter of fact, a relished memory in my mind he was. And a good musician, might I say so. This man was named Beethoven. He was named Beethoven. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask him to forgive us. Roll over and listen to a little of this.
Roll over Beethoven and tell Tchaikovsky the news. That was the significant bit of it. So the lyrics are quite important, the attitude of how it was played, and the audacity of a black guy on top of everything to call out Beethoven, the greatest composer of all time himself, and have the audacity to say something like, roll over Beethoven, now it's time for rock and roll, right? That was quite a significant moment in music.
Music is powerful. I mean, it's not only a gift from God, but it is of itself of God. In the Bible, angels are often depicted rejoicing and praising God, and they surround the throne of God singing. Of course, you have King David, a man that's described in the book of Acts to be a man after God's own heart, and he was a musician. In fact, David wrote about half or more of the book of Psalms. And the book of Psalms, which, by the way, is the longest book in the Bible, at least in terms of chapters and pages, and the whole book is a book of songs, and so it makes sense for music to be categorized as something spiritual in nature, because it's a force of sorts, It's something that can entrance the mind and the heart. And when applied righteously, that can be a powerful tool, for worship and for growth and edification. But when it's applied sinfully, it becomes a powerful weapon. And that's because music has the ability to transcend ideological lines and moral convictions. Consider the lyrics to something like Kim, by Eminem, or WAP or whatever by Cardi B, or any other obnoxiously sinful song that you can think of. If you were to simply read those same words in text format, just reading it right off the paper, you'd probably cringe and say, what is this crap? And then crinkle it up and toss it in the trash. And if you have any decency, you would probably feel somewhat embarrassed just to even be in the quiet presence of others while reading such perverted literature, But what if instead of asking you to read those lyrics, I were just to lace them into a catchy song, something with a nice melody that you find agreeable. And now you find yourself singing along to those very same words which you would have otherwise been upset by, And let's take it a step further than that. Now you might actually get that catchy melody stuck in your head, and all those dirty lyrics come along with that. So now you're humming those offensive words in your head all day long, because you got the song stuck in your head. I have experienced it firsthand in my own experiences as a musician. This is some footage of my old punk rock band, Annika. I'm the frontman up there, acting all cool. And Annika was actually a pretty successful band in our area, in our region. We even created a music festival called Anacoustics, which still thrives to this day. I also led a hip-hop/jam band called Casper the Fake. And here's the thumbnail to one of our old songs to kind of give you an idea of where I was at that time. But as you can see, this particular song is nearly at 100,000 views on YouTube. And this song went on to be our most popular song in Casper the Fake because it was used as bumper music for the popular podcast called The Drunken Peasants.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
A podcast that was popularized largely by its star panelist, TJ, the amazing atheist. And I don't want to tread too far from our topic here, but just let me say that after I became a Christian, my popularity within the Drunken Peasants community became a really interesting thing because I ended up having an opportunity to speak with and to share the gospel with numerous fans who were also ardent atheists, and supporters of the Drunken Peasants podcast. So that was kind of cool. And I will note that they were almost all really nice and respectable people. But anyways, this video isn't about my music career. I just wanted to establish the fact that I have some experience and I have some skin in the game, when it comes to this topic. Of course, everybody has some experience with music, but I mean to say I have experience from the other side of the stage. I've performed songs on stage years after I'd written them, and sometimes after I'd already changed my opinion about the topic of that song. And I'd be singing words that I no longer even meant to crowds of hundreds, many who were singing along with me, pounding their fists in agreement to something I no longer even really felt like anymore. And despite, by the way that I'm describing these former bands, it's not like we were bad, we weren't bad at all from a secular perspective. Actually, both bands would probably be described as positive by comparison to other secular music. But it's just that when God began to soften my heart toward the end of my music career, and I was simultaneously beginning to come under conviction of my sin, my own music and my own legacy started seeming really fake to me, And even though I wrote every lyric from the bottom of my heart, the truth is that my heart was desperately wicked. So therefore, any message I had to give was pretty foolish, And while my lyrics, and whenever my lyrics weren't passionately honest about something, they were attempting to be motivational, But again, I was lost. I was depressed, And I was utterly unqualified to be inspiring anybody else, let alone a screaming crowd of fans. And I remember a distinct phase of time when my live performances, which once were like an opportunity to, spill my heart out and passionately convey feelings to others. And it was this thing I loved. And it slowly turned into kind of an awkward event in which I felt just like a hypocrite that was promoting a lifestyle that I no longer even believed in, And then by the end, I ended up stepping away from my pursuit of being a professional musician. And that happened, pretty much soon after I became a Christian, because once I was forced to reevaluate my message, it became clear that it wasn't the right message to be promoting, And as an artist, I knew for sure how powerful that the message of a song is. You know, that's something that annoys me about people who claim on one hand that music and lyrics are so important to them, you know, and oh, these songs, they mean everything to me, you know, it's the soundtrack of my life. But then when you confront them about the outright evil messages in the music, they turn around and say, well, it's just music, it doesn't affect me, you know. But anyways, it brings us to this concept of lyrical content and how influential it is, you know, in context with popular music. And one thing that I've covered extensively on this channel, as have many others, is the outright, you know, Illuminati and satanic artists and celebrities who are clearly no more than agents of the New World Order, you know. But let's put all that stuff aside and just consider the regular worldly music guys. The bands that just want to rock, you know, because they love rock and roll. And the rappers that just love the hip-hop game, as we call it. Because even devoid from demonic influence or intentional propaganda, modern music is often sinful just by its nature, and honestly by its social expectation. Because if it's not by shock and exploitation, then it's by selfishness, you know, again, in the expectation for what lyrical content should be, with nearly every song centering around the ego of the artist and offering no hope or benefit for the listener, you know, outside the cliche that there's always some inherent virtue in self-expression, you know. But unlike the songs that fill the book of Psalms, you know, songs which honor God and which edify the singer and the listener alike, the music of this world draws our focus toward the inescapable matrix of human emotion, you know, basking in emotions like loneliness or even happiness, you know, or anger and sadness, gratification or desire, you know, romance. And the point is that there's nothing there that actually edifies the soul of the participant in the song, because it's rooted from the very well of human emotion by which we are all trapped in the first place. You know, so it's like no counselor would ever suggest to his depressed client that he should immortalize his pain through poetry and relive it night after night on a big stage. You know, that's clearly not the healthy approach to coping with pain or loss. And so it's really no wonder that so many rock stars die by suicide, you know. You just can't dwell in darkness like that. Anyway, so my point is that, you know, we got this modern music industry, which by structure is self-serving and desensitizing, you know, even outside of the Illuminati influence. You know, but then you got the Illuminati influence, you know, because the industry itself is dominated by these actors like Lady Gaga and Billie Eilish and Kanye West and so on and so on. And these people who are literal mouthpieces, again, for the New World Order, you know, and they and all the other mainstream artists that have mainstream success, they promote the same message in unison, you know. And obviously that message is always that you are your own God, and then whatever other, you know, liberal propaganda and talking points are supposed to be recycled. And so, yeah, I guess that was just a long-winded way to say that music has obviously become a powerful, you know, if not the most powerful weapon of propaganda aimed against humanity. But as if that's not bad enough, why does the music itself have to suck so bad? You know, that's the real point of this video. Just why is the quality itself of the music degraded so much? I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. I enjoy most styles of music, you know, as you may have gathered by the variety of songs that I use on all my videos, you know. So I still enjoy modern music styles, but there's no doubt that music has been dumbed down, you know, along with everything else. My own songs included. I mean, I'm a guy who has achieved, you know, a very small level of professional success in the music industry, and yet I don't even know how to write music, you know? And I feel like, you know, even some of the best guys out there, yeah, I mean, I know there's some dudes that really shred on guitar, and, you know, that can name a long list of very impressive musicians, you know? But the point is, there's no doubt, like, music of today, it's just like the intro to this video, you know, with Chuck Berry and that classic rock and roll song, which definitely bangs, you know, it's a cool song, you know, but roll over, Beethoven, because Beethoven, you know, and these classical musicians, you know, these classically trained real musicians of the old days would be rolling in their grave, you know, at the sound and simplicity of rock and roll. That's what that song's about, you know. But anyways, it brings me to the point of this video, because the other night I was working on the script for this documentary that I'm writing. And, you know, sometimes when I'm studying, I just like to listen to some type of instrumental music in the background, you know, something that doesn't distract me with some lyrical narrative or some dude's whining voice, you know, and instead it just accompanies and accommodates my own thought process, you know. It's especially helpful when you share a house with an army of kids under the age of 10, you know, and while old jazz is a preference of mine, I also like classical music. And so I was listening to some classical playlist on Spotify, and one of the classics popped up.
not to be redundant, but one of the classical songs popped up. Moonlight Sonata by Ludwig van Beethoven, of course. And if you don't know, Moonlight Sonata contains 3 separate movements. And I just sat there and I listened to the whole thing. It's like 15 minutes long. And I was just listening to it, and I sort of drifted off from the script that I was working on, and I just began to ponder some really deep stuff. It's like the music itself was evoking these deep thoughts. And I was considering the level of talent, and practice and skill that would be required to orchestrate a piece of music like this. Like this Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven, and I was contrasting that against the disposable and corny standard of modern music, with our 4/4 measures and our verse, chorus, bridge, chorus formula, that just gets recycled over and over, and it's just this bubblegum crap, these days. And I began to feel kind of saddened by the prospect of, true music becoming a forgotten relic in the archives of history, only to be replaced by this superficial and egocentric crap that's on the radios today. So I decided that I just wanted to literally post the song Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven for you to listen to. And I'm going to call this a challenge. I'm going to challenge you to listen to it because, like I said, it's 15 minutes. It's one of the most famous classical songs out there. You've probably heard it before. I'm sure you've heard at least the first and third movement. I'm not sure. But yeah, I challenge you to just listen through it. And as you do, just consider everything I just talked about. Consider the state of art today, and the artistic standard and the musical standard that an expectation that we hold as a society for the arts these days. And just, think of the degradation of what's happened as you listen to this beautiful music. And also, I hope that you're just inspired by the brilliance of the music, because unlike the predictable, musical sequences, again, that get recycled over and over that we've become accustomed to, there's something about this old music, this unpredictable element, it's progressive, like the whole song is like, just one progressive, fluid story, instead of just like a little repeating Dr. Seuss poem kind of deal. And some of you might be bored by it, some of you, and feel free to just skip this video right at this point. A lot of you might just be like, listen, man, I'm a grown adult. I've already decided for sure that classical music's not my thing. I'm not interested, or maybe I've already heard this song a million times, then whatever, move along. But for those of you that are interested in taking the challenge, stick around and just listen to this song and watch the little accompanying video I made. And then leave your thoughts in the comments. Let me know what you think about it. And I'm hoping that this will spark some interesting conversation. But at the end of the day, I just enjoyed listening to this song. It gave me these thoughts, and I just wanted to share it with you guys. So here it is.